Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallows here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates won the game. It was a 6-1 final yesterday over the Washington Nationals. O'Neal Cruz had his first major league home run in that game. It was part of a 5-run seventh inning where the Pirates leaped way ahead, and then they were able to sustain that lead and win. Again, 6-1 the final score yesterday. Pirates cannot lose this series, but they could win it if they win today. Fourth and final game of the series is at 12:35 this afternoon. If you want to listen to the game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Also today is the Penguins' last game of the regular season. They play the Washington Capitals tonight at 7 o'clock at PPG Paints Arena. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Well, you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Oh, wow, honey, I love it. It's so beautiful and so sparkly.
Just like you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day.
I'll wear it every day. It goes with everything.
This Mother's Day, wow Mom with spirit-lifting, outfit-making, express your love jewelry. Shop jtv.com/mom for wow-worthy and budget-friendly styles.
I'm never taking it off.
Another wow factor? Sign up for JTV Text and get $30 off. If she loves jewelry, she'll love JTV.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went...
I'm so excited.
Yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-282-7766. 800-282-7766. 800-282-7766. 800-282-7766. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show. With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Cruz with the bases loaded. Swing, fly ball, deep right field. Cruz has hit a grand slam. That's how you answer. That's how you answer. Grand slam for Cruz. 6-0 Pirates.
That's right. O'Neal Cruz, his first career grand slam. Really separated the score in the 7th inning, part of a 5-run 7th inning for the Pirates. And they are now leading the series against the Washington Nationals 2-1. And they've got a 4th and final game coming up at 12:35. My name is Nicholas Terry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. We also got the Pittsburgh Penguins playing in their final regular season game. And that'll be at 7 o'clock against the Washington Capitals. It'll be a home game for the Penguins. So Pirates playing in the afternoon. Penguins playing at night. And in terms of the Steelers, no Aaron Rodgers has not signed yet. And there's a lot of controversy over who people think they're going to draft. Yeah, their top 30 visits, they're over. And there's a lot to speculate about, which is all we can do at this point. The draft officially a week away. The NFL draft is officially 1 week away, so that's exciting to think about. And I'm hoping for more warm weather in this one because I am tired of this cold. Right now, 33 degrees outside. My windshield was frosted like crazy. So just watch out for that. Today's high is supposed to be 61, though. Tomorrow is supposed to be a high of 78. And then Saturday it's supposed to rain, but have a high of 74. So that is nice to see the warmer temperatures coming through. I hope that sustains. I'm tired of waking up to 30-degree weather and frosty windshields. Can't stand it. And I am tired this morning. I had a late night covering Bethel Park baseball. And they lost, which is no good. It's no good when they lose and then you have to drive home. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. I drove all the way from Washington. They played at Ross Memorial down right by the EQT Park where the Wild Things play. And, yeah, it's a bummer when they lose and then you got to drive 40 minutes back to Bethel Park and then another 20 back after some stuff. But don't worry about me. Don't worry about that stuff. That's just me complaining a bit. It's just been a rough week. I am really tired. Our guy Steve tweeted at me. I think I said in the headline, like to open the show, I said O'Neal Cruz first career home run, which I meant grand slam, obviously. And yeah, but I just didn't realize I said home run. And then he was like, I think you meant grand slam. So I appreciate the correction. Yeah, it's gonna be a morning. It's gonna be a morning for me. I'm feeling it. So help me out. Give me a call. Talk to me about some stuff. 412-928-9370. There's a good bit to address. So the Pirates, they won another game, so they're not going to lose this series. Hopefully they can win it. That'd be their second one series of the season. If they could beat the Nationals today. If not, it'll just be a series split. It's a 4-game series. So, again, with a win today, Pirates can win the series. With a loss, they'll split, so they can't lose the series, which is nice to think about. And where are they right now in the standings? Still last, 7-12. Only team in the NL Central under 500. But just 4 games back of the division because this division is rather weak. Which is going to be the most frustrating thing, I think, if the Pirates can't somehow band together and pull through and actually compete, is, I'm just going to keep looking at the standings every day and making myself upset, knowing that the Pirates could theoretically make it. Like, with 1 or 2 more better fortunate things happening in games, maybe the Pirates could have been in contention, but they're not because they don't have that little extra kick to push them through. That's going to be the most frustrating thing. Like, you watch games like yesterday, and that's exciting. The Pirates get 6 runs. I'd hope that 6 runs on any given night could win them baseball games. And O'Neal Cruz coming through with a grand slam is really nice to see. Oh, and how about this, too? How about this? This also caught my attention when it happened during yesterday's game. Take a listen.
Umpires are going to get a little
That was
beating
another
right here.
fastball from Lopez, and he's hearing it from the Pirates dugout. Here come the Pirates! They're coming for him! The umpires try to hold him back. That came near the head of McCutchen. Now the bullpens are emptying. Everyone's sprinting out onto the field. Just everyone standing. Cooler heads are prevailing for now.
First of all, Joe Block's just reaction is priceless.
They're coming for him.
They're coming for him. Yes, and I posted that on X later tonight. If you want to start, if you would like to force Pittsburgh to engage in war with you, one of the things you do is you throw at Andrew McCutchen. This is what you do. I mean, remember the glory days back in 2014? I think it was Matt Garza who was pitching for the Brewers. And he just nailed McCutchen right in the back. Like, that's what I love about McCutchen. Like, that's why McCutchen, I think, is so... I mean, he's so well respected here in Pittsburgh and deservedly, getting a lot of accolades throughout his career. The MVP in 2013 in the National League. And, like, he became the symbol back in 2014 as, like, he's the leader of this team, and if you want to hurt the Pirates, you're going to try to hurt that guy. And it was, it frustrated you as fans. I mean, that was great because you're feeling all these emotions, but it also gave me a sense of comfort because I'm like, man, like, these other teams notice that McCutchen is the guy, and they're doing that kind of stuff. And then there was Randall Delgado against the Diamondbacks. Remember, the Pirates injured Paul Goldschmidt in 2014 as well. And Delgado tried to get his retaliation out of the bullpen and, hit McCutchen again right in the back. Like, throwing at McCutchen has become a declaration of war. Which, it weirdly comforts me. Not that I want people to throw at McCutchen. I don't want him to get hurt, of course. But then you notice, like, McCutchen... Like, if you're going to throw at McCutchen, like, Pittsburgh's going to come at you. The Pirates' bench is just cleared. They, started a little fight because McCutchen got thrown at too close to the head. I think it's an interesting dynamic. But it just shows you what McCutchen represents and how much respect his teammates may have for him, that they're going to go out there and start a fight because you're throwing too close to his head. I think it's cool. I do. I think it's cool. And it brought me flashbacks of 2014 where there were teams like McCutchen. Again, he was the symbol. He was the face of the franchise. And when pitchers would come at him, players would come to McCutchen's defense. And that's how good he was. That's how much respect. Even throwing at him, in a sense, is a sign of respect because he was an opposing pitcher, know that that's the guy. So that was just a little interesting thing that happened. And then the Cruz grand slam happened. All's good. Pirates ended up winning comfortably in that game. But, it's something I noticed. Now, the Nationals are not the strongest team in Major League Baseball. I didn't even check where they were in the standings in the National League East. So they're second to last. They're right on where the Pirates are. They've played one less game. They are 7-11 on the season right now. So the comforting thing, though, is that the Miami Marlins are not great. They're actually 8-9. So they're not terrible this season so far to start early on. But I don't want to take any wins for granted because, I mean, the Pirates lost the series to the Marlins. So I'll say, they were able to beat the Nationals just because the Nationals are not a great team. I mean, by the Pirates' standards right now, nothing is given. Like, everything they got to have, everything they want to have has to be earned. That's what needs to happen here. And yesterday, I mean, they earned it. It was a great pitching performance overall. And the Nationals were limited to 3 hits and 1 run. And again, the O'Neill Cruz grand slam, the players fighting for McCutchen. I mean, all great signs. And then Bailey Falter also pitched 7 scoreless. So that's nice. And then it was Jorge Lopez who gave up the 4 earned runs after throwing in at McCutchen. So I also have been seeing some complaints because I've seen some people on X post. If you want to talk to me on there, by the way, you're welcome to. If you like typing out words, saying mean things without consequence, it'd be at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. You can talk to me on there, unless you want a phone line. You can call 412-928-9370. Many ways to talk to me. 412-928-9370. I did see some complaints. Emmanuel Valdez was batting cleanup one night, and then was batting 8th the next. And then O'Neill Cruz, they were talking about having him bat more, in leadoff roles, and then he's the cleanup hitter last night. So I just, people are, posting on social media that, what are the Pirates doing? What kind of organization is a guy batting cleanup one night and 8th the next? And I understand that. I mean, that is frustrating. Now, fortunately, it worked out for the Pirates. Do I think Emmanuel Valdez is a cleanup hitter? No, I don't. And, he really shouldn't be there unless he gets, like, scorching hot. But when you're at this point in the tenure that Derek Shelton and Ben Cherington are in, like, you got to know who your like top 5 in the order are going to be. I mean, there are times where things change, and there are times where things evolve. I mean, I know in 2014, Starling Marte, the year after he was batting leadoff most of the time, they were trying him in the cleanup spot. And it kind of worked. Worked enough for them to make it to the playoffs. So, I mean, it's not like these things don't evolve over time where players get stronger or better or maybe worse and weaker. And, you move players around at the beginning of a season and then, have solidified spots in the order. But it's like, we're at this point in the season now where, like, the Pirates can't afford to be, I think, experimenting. Like, they've got to know who their guys are. And you want to feel like you know who their guys are. And even back in 2014, you knew who Starling Marte was. You knew what he was capable of. I mean, he was a good hitter. So you move him to the cleanup spot, and the fans, I think, accept that because they know. Like, the Pirates, I feel like they don't know. Like, I want them to have consistent roles. I want them to have, predictable lineups at this point of who can be your cleanup guy, who can bat in your important spots in the order. And yet they don't, and I think that it hurts. I think that it hurts them. Yeah, I mean, it's just it isn't good, and so I understand that frustration because again I was seeing people comment, and I can understand the frustration. You bet a guy clean up one night and then 8th the next. What are the Pirates doing? That is a good question. That is a fair question. This game it worked out in the Pirates' favor, and they won by 5 runs. I mean, repeat that, like figure that formula out, and implement it. Don't continue to experiment with some of the most important spots in your batting lineup. That is not a good thing. I mean, I'm tired of this team feeling like there's just constant development and experiment. And Emmanuel Valdez just came up out of nowhere. It's not even like he's an established name. He is filling a role for a guy who also still needs to prove himself. Like Spencer Horwitz is not a proven commodity. And so that guy being replaced by Emmanuel Valdez, a guy that was really not on anybody's radar, is being swapped into the cleanup spot in the order to try something. I don't think that's a good idea. No. Not a great idea, and definitely warrants frustration from fans. But getting him out of the cleanup spot, it worked, at least for last night against the Nationals, and it helped the Pirates be guaranteed to not lose this series against the Nationals. 412-928-9370, that's the phone line. We got a caller on that wants to talk. So, good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry, it's GP. How you doing, buddy?
I'm tired. I'm not feeling great, but it's okay.
What do you mean you're tired? What do you mean? You got to bed early last night. Come on now.
I'm sure. Yeah, midnight was early. It was bad.
Hey, listen, don't you remember back in 2014 and 15 when Aurelius Chapman was gunning for his head? Don't you remember that when we had those fights with Cincinnati?
Oh, I don't. Well, see, here's the thing. I don't think Chapman was trying to do that. I think Chapman just back then and even a little bit still, just throws so hard that he doesn't control it. But yeah, they definitely the Reds definitely made the Pirates frustrated. That's for sure.
Well, they were gunning for him. That coach, he was behind that. But let me ask you this. You touched on it, this Valdez. I mean, where did they pick this guy up? Off the scrap pile somewhere?
Yeah, see, I don't even know. That's the thing. Yeah.
Okay. Why did they sign Frazier? Why don't they put Frazier at second and move Troyola over to first until this my man Horowitz, whatever his name is, eventually starts?
Well, unfortunately, we know that Triolo can't hit. That's the problem. He's not.
Well, he can hit. Yeah, but he's taller than the 4'9" guy playing first base.
See, but it's just. I get why they're not. I mean, it's another. It'd be another player that you have on defense playing out of position, and on top of that, guy can't hit.
Well, then you switch him in and out. You give him a start at first. You know what I mean? Just try it.
Yeah, but for the same reason, we don't want Valdez to be swapped in and out of the cleanup spot. I'm tired of my first baseman year after year after year being swapped out. That position has not been figured out. It feels like since Willie Stargell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I would just drop him down to maybe 7th or 8th when he's into the lineup. This Valdez, just drop him way down.
Yes,
just drop him down.
And yesterday they did, and that worked. Keep him down there, unless he gets 600 scorching hot over a month. Then you put him somewhere higher in the order, but not just as an experiment, right? I think we're on the same page, right?
Yeah, we are on the same page. Get your lineup established. You know what I mean? Put Cruz in the middle where he's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Put Kutch. Kutch gets on base all the time. He stretches the pitches out. He goes the full count. Put him up higher in the lineup. I mean, this guy's unbelievable for 39. Just, you know what I mean? And slide him into hitting coach next year.
I like the idea.
What do you think about that?
I like the idea, GP. Very good. Hey, GP, I got to move on. Hey, thanks for the call, though. I appreciate talking to you. That's McCutcheon is the hitting coach. Yes, sliding him into hitting coach after this season. I like that thought. That is funny. Yeah, establish the lineup though. GP and I are on the same page. I'm sure several of us are thinking the same way. Establish the lineup. Get to the point where you've got consistent guys in consistent spots. I mean, that's it. I mean, even in 2012, I'm thinking of, even though the Pirates didn't make the playoffs, what? Correct me if I'm wrong. They won 78 in 2012. And you know who I remember going to the ballpark and seeing in the 3 and 4 spots in the order every year? Not every year, I'm sorry, every game, pretty much. It was McCutcheon 3, Neil Walker 4. And even though on the better teams that Neil Walker was not necessarily cleanup worthy, the fact that they kept him similarly in those spots, I mean, they batted Neil 3 sometimes and McCutcheon 4. The fact that they were doing that, though, consistently, putting Neil Walker in the middle of the order with Andrew McCutchen, showed that the Pirates had established some sort of identity. And they didn't make the playoffs that season, but there was a long stretch of that season where you thought, wow, okay, these are the guys. And then the Pirates got a little better. Pedro Alvarez developed well. They had some power bats on that 2013 team. Neil Walker was more of a two-hitter after that point, 2 or 6 in the order, I believe he was. But they were well constructed, and they found a different identity the following season. But Clint Hurdle kept things very consistent. That's why this Pirates team, I don't think, always inspires confidence, because there's just so much that still feels experimental. And at this point in the tenure of Derek Shelton and Ben Cherington, people, I think, are tired of the experiments. It is totally reasonable for fans to expect some sort of consistency and to see some sort of foundation with this team at this point. Now, again, they won. And thanks to O'Neal Cruz separating the game, and thanks to a stellar pitching performance by Bailey Falter, 7 strong innings. I mean, just like, what can Derek Shelton do as the manager to repeat this kind of success? What can Ben Cherington do as general manager to aid this team to sustain that success? Those are the questions. And just to revisit Emmanuel Valdez again, Joe Vygotsky was traded to the Boston Red Sox, and Emmanuel Valdez was acquired. So that's where they got him. That deal took place on December 15th of 2024. And fun fact, I just saw this when I opened the page up for Emmanuel Valdez. His birthday, December 28th, 1998. My birthday, December 29th, 1998. Emmanuel Valdez is 1 full day older than me. There's your random fact for the day. All right, I got a break coming up here. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Talk to me. Give me a call, 412-928-9370. Feel free to talk this morning. Have a conversation with me like GP did earlier, 412-928-9370. And you can talk to me on X as always. Just include me in a post. A tag in a post, I should say. At Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. It's Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Family Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of a couple of overnight accidents, one affecting the intersection of Sawmill Run Boulevard, Route 51, and Crane Avenue. The other one in Penn Hills, where crews are on the scene at the 8900 block of Frankstown Road. This is at the intersection with North Robinson Boulevard and Verona Road. Watch for slowdowns and restrictions there. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Same story for Route 28 heading in toward the north side, and the HOV lanes are open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Paul Alexander. You know when the best time to lose weight is? According to everyone I know, never. Hey, Paul, I have a birthday coming up. There's golf tournaments all summer. There's cookouts, dinners out. Seriously, how about sometime in February? Trust me, I get it. When I dropped 30 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, my schedule was so loaded I could have written a book of excuses. 2 golf tournaments, 3 cookouts, dinners out. This is every weekend and every week out. But you know what? I didn't miss a meal. Why? Because Awaken 180 isn't a diet. It's practically a navigation system for real life. They gave me menus, cheat tips, even beverage suggestions so I could enjoy every moment. Seriously, weight loss with drink suggestions? Genius. That was 3 years ago. And guess what? Those 30 pounds, still gone. Not even 1 pound came back. Stop waiting for that mythical perfect moment. Losing weight can and should fit into your actual life. Call Awaken 180 because life's too short to wait it out.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Jefferson Starship lands the ship at Jurgles on May 3rd. Don't miss the iconic Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees live in the Pittsburgh area this May. Jefferson Starship, May 3rd at Jurgles. Get advance tickets on sale now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Planting a tree, putting in a fence, whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasofPA.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Now at Verizon, they have some big news for your peace of mind. For all customers, existing and new. They're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more... This doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rush? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Waking you up with our first take on Pittsburgh sports.
Say no to wake you up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Kane is in the building.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. We've got a couple more minutes left. I'm just talking about the Pirates. Fans clamoring for consistency at this point in the development of this team under Derek Shelton and Ben Cherington, which I totally understand. Emmanuel Valdez should see no part of the top 5 in the order until he bats 600 in a month. That's kind of where my barometer is for that, and I think fans generally are agreeing with that. That's all we want to see is consistency and success. And it's just hard to feel like your team's consistent when one night Emmanuel Valdez is batting 4th and then the next he's batting 8th. Like that's the whole thing. Some remnants of the past also coming out yesterday when Andrew McCutchen was thrown at and then the benches cleared. Just brought back some memories of 2014 for me, which is good the Pirates want to defend their guy. And just makes you think like, yeah, McCutchen's our dude. McCutcheon will be fought for and protected and preserved for as long as possible. And anybody that tries to prevent that plan from coming to fruition, shame on them. They must be eliminated. In a hypothetical, metaphorical sense, by the way. Yes. All right, I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show. Appreciate talking to you. And I'm here every morning from 5 to 5:40 in the morning, waking you up and just kind of warming you up to the sports conversations that you'll hear about later on in the day. So we got Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson coming up next with the Fan Morning Show pre-show. So stay tuned. That's next. Again, my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Baseball season is in full swing. Tune in to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on 93.7 The Fan prior to every game. Presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Brought to you by Coors Light, Saloni's Bakery, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Spitzer Toyota. The Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back. June 5th and 6th, the Fan hosts will once again be raising funds for local VFDs. Brought to you by Centimark, People's Natural Gas, Farrow's Property, Cintas, and National Fire Sprinkler Association. Wash off winter with the new Unlimited package at Wetco. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. It's about employee pricing right now. Over 1,900 new Fords at Schultz Ford. Listen, be sure to ask about that best price guarantee, that employee pricing right now. This spring, it's time to get in a new Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. That employee pricing, simple. You pay what everyone who works at Schultz Ford is paying. So how about that? It is gigantic. They got the best service. They got the best people. You're going to be treated oh so well at Schultz Ford. So again, employee pricing. You looking at that F-150, maybe that Mustang, an Explorer, anything really. Get into Schultz Ford and do it right now. And you can shop online 24/7, 365 right now at schultzford.com.
The Post-Gazette Sports Experience brings you closer than ever before to your favorite Pittsburgh teams. Join their award-winning team of professional beat writers and columnists as they dive deeper into the stories, news, and exclusive analysis that matters most to you. Get insider takes on the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, and Panthers, plus coverage of Whitfield High School sports, Duquesne, Penn State, and so much more. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared a couple of earlier accidents. One had affected the intersection of Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard, and Crane Avenue. The other one in Penn Hills, a vehicle into a structure accident, 8900 block of Frankstown Road near the intersection with Verona Road and North Robinson Boulevard. Watch for some possible leftover slowdowns in both those areas. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 up to speed heading toward the north side, and the HOV lanes are open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas, Harry Callis behind the glass. And to you, gentlemen, I say happy Thursday and a good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Gals, how you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm all right. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to clear your throat?
Ah.
There you go. Preferably not into the microphone. Waking Pittsburgh up one loogie at a time.
A chew.
Heard something about you yesterday, actually, Callis.
Is that right?
Yeah. I was talking to Bubba in the hallway, and Bubba says you showed up to one of his baseball games to broadcast one of the games that he was managing.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, "Can I park my van right behind home plate?" And he said, "Do whatever your heart desires." And then you actually broadcasted the game from your van. Now, I knew that you were using the van to move equipment and for some technical things. I did not know that you had turned this into a rolling play-by-play studio.
Yeah, that was the point. That's one of the reasons why I bought it.
I had no idea that your plan was to park behind home plate, set up all the things you need to set up, and then broadcast from the van.
Interesting.
You might never leave the van again. I mean, you have to for this job. I'm sure you could finagle it, though, where you could do your job from your van. Just never leave.
Yeah.
Just live your entire life out of the van. I actually think it's cool. I'm just going to pull up and do a baseball game. And then he said between games, because it was a doubleheader, Callis scoots out of the van, walks over. Can I get a lineup for game number 2? Sure, Harry.
Like, how did you set it up?
So this particular van has compartments under the seats. You can fold the seats into the floor, or you can use that compartment for stuff. And there's also little holes under the seats that you can run wires through. So, and it's got its own AC plug in there. So I just plug the power in. There's an HDMI port for the computer screen. And it's got one of those screens that comes down in the back, and you can see the screen in the front. So I just plug everything in, run wires out the windows because the back windows roll down, and the third row windows, the third
one
row windows
phlegm wad at a
open,
time.
So I just run wires through there, and and then I broadcast.
Where do you sit?
In the front seat.
I do got to say, from a creativity standpoint,
pretty good.
I doxed him before, messed with him before. You don't need the van. Why you need 3 cars? It's all coming together.
Yeah.
It's all making sense.
Yeah, so like the computer's out of the way. It's not like stuffed on the floor, like it's under the floor, so it's completely out of the way. You just turn it on and leave it there.
So do you watch the game and broadcast? Do you watch the game from the screen, or do you watch the actual game?
Well, when I have students broadcast, like I'll have like directors sit in the back, and then the camera people like hang out under the awning. So like I'll have the tailgate open. Like it rained on Tuesday, so I had my cameraman under the trunk's tailgate, so he stayed dry, and he had his camera working, and I was. And then I had a director inside in the second row choosing different shots and updating the scoreboard display.
I can't even crush him for it. It's resourceful. It's smart.
It was warm.
He has shown me a couple of times in the parking lot different compartments that this van has. It's like the Millennium Falcon. I mean, you can smuggle with this thing. It's unbelievable. And then we've got this text as I scroll back on the text line. This coming 12 hours ago. So what show would have been on the air 12 hours ago? This would have been Pony and Muller, right?
It would have been Pirates pregame-ish.
So that's...
The end of PM team started Pirates pregame.
So maybe they were talking about this at the end of their show in the hodgepodge of nothingness. Or perhaps this is just somebody reaching out. Here's the text 12 hours ago. I was at a gentleman's club a few weeks back. Gentleman next to me was talking. His voice sounded so familiar. Sounded like Callis. I asked him, hey, are you Harry Callis from The Fan? He said yes. A good man. True story.
Yep. There we go.
I can give you the number if you would like to reach out to this man.
Eh.
Or do you think it should just be one of those ships passing in the night? And
If it's meant to be, I'll see him again. If I go down to Rick's Cabaret again, I'll see him.
Yeah.
I'll see him again.
You'll see him again. Have you had have you yearned to go back?
Yearn isn't the right word. I do want to try the
Are
food,
you
but
interested?
it's not like...
I do want to try the food.
Are you interested in going back?
Sure.
Has it popped into your mind multiple times since the time that you've been there?
Not really.
No? Okay.
I think when you have a girlfriend, too, it's, like, different because, like, why am I going to go pay to see... I mean, it's a fun show. It's kind of fun. I mean, I have more fun with her, I think. But it's just like, for me, it's like, oh, I'm good,
Tandem. Go together. My good friend who got married this weekend, they went out to a couple of bars after the wedding. I was unable.
You didn't mean to make it?
I was incapacitated. But they went to a couple of bars, and then the happy couple went to a strip club, which I'd imagine that's pretty cool. You're stripping?
Was she in her,
I think she was. I think she was wearing the wedding gown.
Wow.
Now, we did the whole cliched Permanis thing after our wedding. Went to Permanis, had some beers, a couple Sammys, and my wife's, the bottom of her dress was just...
it's tore up.
It turned black because you're walking through the strip district.
Right. Ooh.
And her bare feet, too, which, I don't know about all that. But I imagine dragging that into a strip club. Probably get all the deals. I bet you every stripper came up to that.
Every single one.
Every single one.
Loved it.
Loved it.
It's a good move.
Yeah.
It's a good move. That's great.
So maybe this could become a regular thing for you, Callis. Just dates to the old strip club. Maybe you could do a tour de force. Go to all the strip clubs in the area. Try the food. Maybe we could do this like the Donnie football wing tour.
That would be a good idea.
Try all strip clubs food in the Western
Do we get to go too?
Yes. Yeah, you could try their sandwiches.
You can record us in the van. It could be like a van tour, strip club tour.
That's tremendous. Let's go.
Yes.
All right, sales, whoever's out there listening, get on that. Try all their burgers, boobs, and buns. I was trying to think of some sort of alliteration there. That's the best I could come up with. Forgive me, it's early.
That's not bad.
Burgers, boobs, and butts.
There you go. Because what was Donnie's called? Wings with Donnie. I don't remember.
I forget.
Someone will text in. That was really popular. This would be with boobs, so perhaps even more popular.
Not bad.
I like it.
Vans and vaginas.
Oh, man.
Well, no, the vaginas won't be in the van. That's the...
Well, not at the start of the night.
Right. You get lucky.
I feel like that is a move. Yeah, I followed my plan. You know, I always got a plan. At the wedding,
You'd never follow it, though.
Well, I was great. Wedding went till 11. 10 o'clock, I was fine. Not for lack of trying, but you dance and you're drinking beers and you eat the big meal. And we had sandwiches with the bridal party earlier. So, it was tough for me actually to get a buzz going just drinking beer. And then I got bloated. So I'm like, okay, I'll switch to gin and tonic. Don't have 3 gin and tonics in 20 minutes.
Yeah, see, your plan was to probably not have liquor.
Correct.
So you didn't follow your plan.
Well, I followed it until 10.
Right. You don't follow your plan. You're like, I'm only going to have 3. I'm only going to have 3. I'm going to take it easy. Then all of a sudden, you're on the floor with the shirt off. That's the type of guy you are.
My shirt was not off, but a drink was spilled on the dance floor, and then I Alexander Ovechkin through the middle of the dance floor to clean it up.
Yeah.
Because there weren't going to be enough people are going around dancing. There wasn't going to be a stop in the action for the Zamboni to come out, you know? No one was going to come out there with all the paper towels and
You
the
wiped it up
napkins.
with your body.
I figured I would just slide through it. I was Darius Kasparaitis after scoring against the Buffalo Sabres.
Were you all wet and nasty?
It didn't faze me. And then when we were walking out, this part I did not recall clearly, but we got onto an elevator with some strangers, and I just kept singing Flogging Molly songs. Just was singing Irish songs, which that tends to happen. When we get a little intoxicated, we start singing Irish songs.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Your Irish breakfast with your
cow. So you would be out on the Irish breakfast. We were supposed to get back to blood pudding. We never got to the blood pudding. You ever had the blood pudding?
No. What's in that? Blood?
Yep.
What kind of blood? Cow blood?
Blood pudding, also known as black pudding, is sausage made with animal blood, cereal like oats or barley, fat and seasonings, often enjoyed as part of traditional breakfast in the UK and Ireland.
That sounds awful.
It is an acquired taste.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, vampire.
Mm-hmm. It ain't human blood.
I mean, it's blood.
Sure is. Yeah.
That's nasty.
You take the
Don't be
blood.
blood.
You take the blood, then you put some oats in it, stir it all up. You put it in a little thingy thing, and
that's terrible.
It's delightful. So you got the blood pudding, you got the tomato, which would, if you had to eat one.
Blood pudding.
Yeah.
Then you had to think about it. Tomatoes are repulsive.
They cut the tomato into quarters, and then you fry each side of them, and then put it right there.
So gross.
With the mushrooms, traditional Irish breakfast. Really good. We might have some interesting Irish things to talk about coming up here soon. The Steelers going to be going to Ireland in September, and we might have something going on. Just throw that out there.
Don't forget the baseball game.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
And then Callis is helping, along with the Washington Wild things, helping raise money for Riley's Poorhouse, which burned down last year.
Yes. Is it Mackey playing too?
Yeah.
I saw Mackey's playing.
Somebody else is playing as well.
Dude, is Mackey on your team? I guess so, because you guys are playing the Irish Nationals. It would be awesome just to see Mackey pitch to Callis, though.
Oh, that would. Yeah. Warm up.
Mm-hmm.
There's somebody else on your team that we know too, right?
I forget.
That's great.
Somebody else. Yeah.
There's a guy that I went to high school with that I'm playing with, though.
Oh, yeah?
Ryan Roll. He and I were the big power guys back at Keystone Oaks.
Oh, were you?
Oh, you guys play together.
Mm-hmm. He's
Nice.
on the team. I saw him. I saw Josh Wilson. I think he used to play for the Mariners.
Yes.
Do you actually know, or was that just a guess? You didn't look very confident.
No, because I was looking at the lineups the other day.
Okay.
Or not the lineups, but the announcement of who was playing.
Hector Roa as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think you might be the main selling point here, though.
I'm just interested to see what position you'll play.
I hope first, but I can do third base. I don't know how strong my arm is, but at my time at Waynesburg, it was real weak, and I was struggling to throw the ball across the diamond. So I'll see where I'm at now after like 4 years of rest.
Wing it with Donnie football is what it was called. Just wanted to clear that
That's
up.
right.
Wing it.
That's right. I thought you were a catcher.
I caught, and then I asked my coach, I lost 40 pounds in the off season, went back, and I'm like, hey, what do you want me to do? I could play 6 positions. And he said, you're going to be a pitcher only. I said, oh.
You might DH.
I don't want to DH.
No, he wants to
Tony
play the
said
field.
he doesn't want me to DH.
Oh, okay. Good.
I mean, because listen, he's not going to get grievously injured. He could get hurt, but it doesn't hurt the Nationals. It doesn't hurt the Wild things if he gets hurt. And, You go out doing what you love. You're not going to get workers' comp. I'm sure you have to sign a waiver too.
We keep forgetting he's a lot younger than us. Like, we would get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. His body isn't in the hurt area yet.
No, I was playing ball in the backyard with my daughter yesterday for an hour and a half. 5-year-old, and my groin is sore this morning from changing directions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you think you could beat me at pickleball? Okay.
Oh, I know I could.
We would definitely do that. Like, I'm 100%.
Slaughter your ass.
100%. 100%. You'd probably get us, like I said, like we said before, the first game, and then after that, it would be over. We'd will ourselves to do it. We have willpower.
You're telling me you wouldn't eat? It's animal blood, cereal such as oatmeal, oat groats, or barley groats. No mention of dick groat. Other ingredients: pork fat or beef suet, onions, herbs, spices, and salt. It's just
You're trying to tell me that sounds appetizing?
It's just like sausage.
It sounds appetizing to you?
I've had it.
Is it appetizing?
Took me a while to get
Required
into it.
taste. It sounds terrible.
Black pudding, they'll call it, because people won't eat it if you call it blood sausage. I'm telling you.
Black pudding sounds terrible, too.
You'll be out there.
It's like tar.
You'll be out there. Pitt will be taking on Wisconsin.
I mean, I'll try it. I'll try anything.
Yeah.
But, like, I'm not going to, be like, yeah. I'm guaranteed I won't be like, yeah, I'm going to get another sausage. I'm going to get another blood link. No way.
It's not a link. It's a patty.
Another blood patty.
Get it right.
Blood patty.
Texter, people from the UK like eating like they're still in wartime.
Yeah, seriously.
Ireland, not in the UK, but I found the Irish food to be good.
Yeah, other stuff.
Fish and chips, seafood, clams, oysters, all that jazz. It's great.
That's not Irish food. It's seafood.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't come up with it.
Well, no, but it's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
That's good here, too.
Good. They got potatoes.
Yeah, potatoes. Yeah.
I'll take
Idaho.
I was going to say that. I'll take the Irish potato over the Idaho potato any day of the week.
Have you had the Idaho potato?
Of course I've had the Idaho potato. We've all had the Idaho potato.
In Idaho?
No, I have not. I have not had a fresh Idaho potato.
Right. Exactly.
Do you know the chips are actually like they're more like French fries than actual chips? Did you know that?
Fish and chips?
Yeah, like the chips aren't like what they call chips. We consider French fries.
Yes.
Correct.
Do know that. They also have chips out there that are called Tatoes.
You said those are good, though.
They are.
And you can get those here.
You can get those here. Special order them.
Yeah.
But you're sitting around a pub with a little fire going.
Tatoes.
Some redhead dude sitting in a corner playing the fiddle. You got a Guinness. That's a happy place right there. I actually read a book by the fire in a castle with a Guinness. It was a fake castle. It was a hotel, but still. I felt like I was on top of the world.
Jeez.
Met a nice couple of people, the McGlincheys. You think that's Irish?
McGlincheys.
What up, McGlincheys? Still Facebook friends with the McGlincheys. Hope they're doing okay.
Literally.
You go to what's it called? Scotland. You get the haggis.
What's that?
You ever had the haggis?
Nope. They have the Loch Ness Monster.
Savory pudding, they do have that is made with minced sheep's fowl, such as heart, liver, and lungs, mixed with oatmeal, suet, and seasonings.
So it's basically the same thing as the blood pudding.
No, because you got heart, liver, and lungs.
So it's an organ.
But
it's an organ sausage.
That's right.
Instead of the blood sausage,
Mm-hmm.
they pick the organs instead of the blood.
Are you a liver and onions guy? You ever had the liver and onions?
That's terrible.
Harry, you a liver and onions guy? I'm going to guess no.
I've had it before, but it's terrible.
I've tried it. Oh, my
It's
God.
bad.
Some people, though, and I think they're all over the age of 65, swear by the liver and onions.
I remember we were at Old Country Buffet. I was there with my grandfather. You ever been to Old Country Buffet back in the day?
No.
Big buffet place. And he used to like to mess with me all the time. I think I was like 6 or 7 years old. He's like, yeah, get yourself a couple slabs of ham right there. We're like in line. I'm like, all right. He's like, and I want to do everything my grandfather does. So he puts a couple slabs of ham on his plate. He's like, get some ham. I'm like, I like ham. He's like, all right. And I'm sitting there eating it. And I was like, this tastes different. He's like, yeah, it's good. Just keep eating it. Keep eating it. And after I was done, he was like, that was liver. Like just messing with me. I was like, ew. He's laughing. He has like tears in his eyes.
I do think, I didn't think it's good, but part of it is, like, you didn't know.
No.
So, your mind's not quite screwing with you yet. When you hear it's liver.
Yeah. I had like one little sliver left, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. But I crushed the other pieces. Had no idea.
just ripping liver.
Crushing it. I was like, it just tastes different. Thinking this has just been sitting out for a long time. Old Country Buffet. Can't believe you've never been there.
It's closed.
Yeah. It's an old school place.
I like Cracker Barrel.
Yep. Golden Corral.
I don't know that I've ever been to a Golden Corral.
Let's go there in college and high school.
Oh, yeah.
Rip it.
Cece's? What is it, Cece's?
Cece's.
You go to Cece's?
Yes,
Yeah.
back in high school.
I ate 39 slices of pizza there once. I was in 3rd grade.
What? What? No, you're lying.
No.
Are you serious?
Yes.
39 slices of pizza?
Actually, no, it wasn't 39. It was like 19, but then I had like 11 of the brownies and like 15 of the cinnamon rolls, so it was a lot of food, though.
In 3rd grade?
Yeah. Me and my friend were going at it. He beat me, actually. He ate more, but...
This is the Harry Callis origin story.
Seriously.
Spider-Man got bit by the radioactive spider. Superman landed from space. Batman's parents murdered. Callis became this version of himself in 3rd grade when he ate 19 slices of pizza and 11 brownies.
Oh, don't forget the cinnamon rolls, 15.
15?
Yep.
Oh, my God. Dexter, Callis's voice. It's a cross between Mrs. Doubtfire and cartoon Yogi the Bear. Please ask him to talk like a normal person. Folks, this is how he talks.
Yes.
And then here's my professional voice. Hello, is this a little better? I don't know.
It's the same voice.
Okay, cool.
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah.
Used to pull the balls directory. I can't do it. Butchered it.
There used to be one.
That's what we're looking for. No, the dungeon is kind. I was in 3rd grade was perfect comedic timing. Yes. Yes, it was. There might be a promo in there. All right, coming up in 30 seconds, the Buccos. They showed a little fight last night. There was a brouhaha, a scuffle, a tussle, brawl, fracas, rumpus, melee, free-for-all. And we'll talk about it. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
That was another fastball from Lopez, and he's hearing it from the Pirates dugout. Here come the Pirates! They're coming for him! The umpires try to hold him back. That came near the head of McCutcheon. Now the bullpens are emptying. Everyone's sprinting out onto the field. Just everyone standing. Cooler heads are prevailing for now.
Yeah, cooler heads prevailed the entire time, Joe Block.
They're coming for him! Come the Pirates! They're coming for him!
All right, one more.
Dugout. Here come the Pirates! They're coming for him!
They did nothing. They did nothing. Tommy Pham's out there running his mouth because Tommy Pham will slap your ass over fantasy football.
Yeah, he ain't scared.
He is not scared. He is the perfect guy. If things had really gone sideways there, he was going to handle that.
Yep.
You have big Dan Vogelbach, who, listen, seems like a cool guy. He's put on like 40 pounds.
Yep.
Since he left the Buccos. He's coming out of the top step of the dugout. I don't want to mess with that guy. That guy's in the heavyweight class. So you got Tommy Pham, you got Vogelbach, and then your personal favorite part, Doran, when the bullpen's empty and all of these people are running next to each other to ultimately, potentially fight. But before the fight, they're all running like they're best friends. Like they're running through the park.
Hey, I'm faster than you. Look, I'm faster than you. I bet you I beat you there. I bet you I beat you. You're running. Wait, hold on. I'm coming.
That's when there's a rotten egg.
That's when there's a rotten egg. First. All right, let's square up. Like, what?
So you had that. Brian Reynolds gets plunked And then that ball almost catches Andrew McCutchen like it did Paul DeJong the night before from Mitch Keller. Mitch Keller hit that dude in the face, fractured his nose, blood everywhere. He's on the IL. And I know that the Pirates television broadcast was referring to a game in September where Brian Reynolds and Andrew McCutchen each homered off of Jorge Lopez. And I thought when they made that leap, Greg Brown did, and John Wayner did on the broadcast, I was like, there's no effing way that this Jorge Lopez cat is hitting these dudes or hitting one dude and trying to hit the other dude because they homered off him twice when he was a Cub in Chicago in September. There's no way. But then I did a little bit more digging on our guy Jorge Lopez. This guy got ejected from a game before, threw his glove into the stands, and then bitched about his team's own competitive nature after a game. This guy might have a little screw loose.
A little bit.
So maybe it did have something to do with the September game. I don't know. The pitch up around McCutchen's head, to me, though, after you've already hit another guy, that looked intentional to me. It did. Now, after the game, Jorge Lopez said, no, it wasn't intentional. He said he feels bad. He regrets it. But he said it wasn't intentional. Even Andrew McCutchen said it wasn't intentional. But you hit the Pirates' highest paid player, and then you throw one up around the head and neck area of the Pirates' biggest star?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Are you just that bad at location?
I mean,
maybe.
It might be have to do with Mitch Keller, what he did.
And then you roll that into it.
That's what I think what happened. It's like, oh, you're going to hit our guy in the face? Yeah, I'm going to get you back. I don't care.
You know what, Doran? That might be it.
If you have a screw loose, like you're like, okay, we're losing. Well, they're only down, 2-0 at the time. If he has a little screw loose, he's going to be like, I'm going for it. I don't care.
He might have been thinking yesterday, okay, you hit Paul DeJong in the face, and he's bleeding everywhere, and now he's on the IL. If I get into a game, I'm going to take this into my own hands.
Yes, and the best players.
This was a thing with the Pirates. They addressed this on the TV broadcast. I mean, McCutchen used to get hit all the time, and him and Aroldis Chapman, they hated each other back then. Aroldis Chapman went up and in on McCutchen on a fastball, and McCutchen's walking slowly. Most badass thing I've ever seen. Andrew McCutchen walking slowly to first base, just staring him down the entire time. Now, I would not want to mess with Aroldis Chapman. And it ain't like McCutchen ain't a tough customer. My God. Back then, that stuff used to happen all the time. You had the plantar fasciitis thing with the Cubs. They used to get into it with the Cardinals all the time. And the Pirates' pitching philosophy was, we're going to pitch in. We're pitching in. We're pitching to contact. We're jamming guys. That middle of that inner third of the plate is ours. And I don't know that the Pirates were intentionally hitting people, but they hit people a lot back then.
Yeah.
And they would get into it. Yes, Harry.
Remember when they knocked Paul Goldschmidt out in the 2014 season?
I do.
And then McCutchen got beaten for that the next day.
And the thing with the Pirates back then was, despite them hitting everyone all the time, and Andrew McCutchen getting the brunt of it, as Callis so eloquently stated there, the Pirates didn't generally respond. Like James McDonald, you had guys in the clubhouse. I think A.J. Burnett, I might have my timeline confused, but guys in that clubhouse were really mad because Kutch got hit one day, and James McDonald the next day when he had the opportunity, or might even have been the same game, he didn't retaliate.
Right.
I think you might be right, though, Doran, that Paul DeJong gets hit, and Jorge Lopez is watching it all unfold yesterday. He's going, you know what?
I'm getting him.
Yeah, if I have an opportunity against Reynolds, McCutchen, Cruz, any of their quote-unquote big three, I'm taking our pound of flesh.
Yes.
But what was encouraging to me, and seriously, I don't know that this is the precipice for the Pirates to take off, and go on some sort of big run or anything like that. But I liked what we saw out of the team there. I liked the fire from Andrew McCutchen, and I liked that Tommy Pham, he was brought in to be this veteran leader. I liked that he came out there, and he was ready to rock, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like that they did this. It kind of galvanized them.
I do, too. I think you're onto something. And like you said, it's not like they're going to maybe find a spark here. I mean, hopefully they do. We always hope that. But, you're still a team. You're still a team. Like, even though that you're not playing well, you can't find any consistency, you hear, that right there was probably all the frustration that the team is feeling right now and the pressure. Like, that was that moment. Sometimes you need a little breakthrough. And whatever it is, it could be, it could be a fight, it could be an argument, whatever it is. But from every angle, they're getting it. They act like they don't hear it. They hear it. They understand.
Great point.
You're feeling the pressure from the manager because you don't know if he's going to even make it until May, right? You're feeling the pressure from the GM. You're feeling the pressure from ownership. Signs are being taken down. Bricks are being thrown away. There's only 8,000 people showing up to games. You're feeling that pressure. So right there, that moment, they could have been like, okay, like, it is what it is. Like, yeah, we'll just keep going. We'll just keep playing. Like, we'll just as status quo. But I think that they were like, you know what? Bleep this. We're sick of all the pressure.
And
we
some
know
of
we're
that
not playing
frustration
well.
boils over.
Right. We know we're not playing well, but you know what? We're still a team. We're going to stick together. I do like that moment.
I am about to sound like a hypocrite, Doran, because is it last week? We're talking about bar fights, and I'm like, it's 2025. Don't fight. Use your words. We're all evolved humanoids. I love this crap in sports, though. I mean, you get a fastball up at your head, it's a natural reaction. F you. Yeah. And if you read the lips of Jorge Lopez, I'm a lip-reading expert, Doran.
Oh, are you?
I am a lip-reading expert.
Know that. Didn't know that.
I always read the lips of Chris Muller whenever they're in their breaks during their show when I'm watching on the YouTube stream. Mulsey is a very easy guy to read, his lips.
Really?
So you better watch yourself, Mulsey. I know what you got going on. He's usually talking about creme brulee, and he's talking about Tuscan-inspired soup. But you could clearly see Jorge Lopez look at Kutch and go, "You're effing soft." Okay. You're going to call me soft? Jorge Lopez? Let's go. I kind of wish there were some I wish there was a little bit more pushing and shoving.
Yeah.
I wish there were some fisticuffs. And that brings us to our Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. What is your favorite word, Doran, for a word that describes a fight? I like brouhaha. I also like melee. And then the one that I laughed out loud last night that Greg Brown said was Donnybrook.
Donnybrook?
We got a Donnybrook.
Wow.
Oh, he's sprinting to the microphone right now. What do you got?
Kerfuffle.
Oh, kerfuffle might be on the medal stand.
Yes.
That might be gold medal.
Yes. I think mine all time is probably brawl. Like whenever
straight up brawl.
Yeah, I just think of a brawl. I just think of everybody just getting after it. A brawl.
And
just everybody is just throwing.
And obviously this didn't devolve into a brawl. This wasn't a fracas. Could have been a tussle. Might have been a tussle. A rumpus. I'm out. Hubbub. What did Gallus say? Kerfluffle? Kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle.
How do you spell kerfuffle? I'm trying to do a Twitter poll here.
I think Kerfuffle.
Thank you. Copy and paste feature on these word processors is just an outstanding feature. I thought that was a moment that if this season turns around, and I'm not saying it will, I think you turn around and you probably look at this moment as a moment where this team came together.
Mm-hmm.
Because not long after that, this happened.
And here's Cruz with the bases loaded. Swing, fly ball, deep right field. Cruz has hit a grand slam. That's how you answer. That's how you answer. Grand slam for Cruz. 6-0 Pirates.
Eat that.
Yep.
Eat that. We got Bostic, by the way. Different time today, 8 o'clock until 9. He'll be joining us from some sandy beach someplace.
Yes.
So a little programming note there. Jeff Hathorn in the 9 o'clock hour. Do you like the benches clearing? Do you like it? Because it's funny. Do you think this could galvanize the team? We'll tell you what Andrew McCutcheon had to say when we come back. Your thoughts on it as well at 412-928-9370.
And here come the Pirates. They're coming for him.
They're coming for him, and they're basically, hey, Jorge, how's it going, buddy? They're coming for him implies like, oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Like, there's going to be fists. No fists. Did you like it? Can it galvanize the team? Your thoughts, McCutcheon's thoughts next. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Washington Nationals yesterday 6-1. Big in part to O'Neal Cruz hitting his first Major League Grand Slam. Pirates cannot lose the series, but if they win today, they'll win the series. They've got a game against the Nationals. Fourth and final game of the series is at 12:35. If you want to listen to the game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Chicago Bulls are a rudderless ship right now, desperately in need of direction. Third straight year they've been eliminated in the play-in tournament, each time by the Heat. They're too good to tank, they're too bad to actually contend. That's basketball purgatory, folks. Hey, I got a suggestion. Fire head coach Billy Donovan. The Hall of Fame coach's messaging clearly isn't working anymore. I'm Pat Boyle.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout, or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Here come rock and roll Hall of Famers. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. The Last Encores. July 20th at Heinz Hall. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Reserved seats on sale Friday, April 18th at 9 a.m. at HeinzHall.org. Winner of the Recording Academy Lifetime Achievement Award, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Live.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Increasing clouds today, the high 44.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local Type 1 diabetes support network today.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters, and Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance, like the powerful swing of the RDX or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event online at spitzeracura.com. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush getting underway. A lot of folks are starting the Easter weekend a little bit earlier than usual, so traffic should be lighter than normal. Seeing a little bit of a delay, though, in the inbound Parkway West, right around the Banksville merge point to the Ford Pitt tunnels on the Parkway East. You're heavy as far back as Wilkinsburg, down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 showing very little delay as you head from Harmer to the north side. Parkway North Main Line also up to speed from 79 to the Veterans Bridge. Crosstown also looking pretty good. HOV lanes open alongside that Parkway North roadway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Robert Half.
At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
People texting in other synonyms for melee. Ruckus.
Yes.
Norm. Brings the ruckus.
Brings the ruckus.
Tussle.
Yes.
Had ourselves a tussle last night, a little slobber knocker. I think we hit them all. Spat.
That's a good one.
I think that might be the word that best describes what happened last night. A little spat.
Yep.
There was no hands. No one was throwing hands. No one was hurt in the making of that baseball game last night. Andrew McCutchen would have been in bad shape had that hit him in the head, though. And Andrew McCutchen, in his media availability after the game, said, "I thank God for my quick reflexes." It's amazing to me, real quick side note, how good he still is. He plays the field real well, which, like, the way they talk about him makes you feel like they had no trust in him, at least coming into the year, that he could play the outfield. How sparingly they used him out there. And metrically and eye test-wise, that's the best outfielder you have. It's super impressive to me.
Did they not have trust in him, or did he not want to do it because of his age? And then now he's like, okay, I have to do it.
It's a good question.
You know? And then why is it, why are we shocked by Andrew McCutchen but not shocked by Sidney Crosby? Same age.
Yeah.
Both dominant. One's absolute Hall of Famer. One's going to be borderline. They're dominant at their sport. And if they're still playing, we shouldn't be shocked.
I guess we shouldn't be shocked, but I do think it bears mentioning. I mean, Tommy Pham is 37 years old.
He's not Andrew McCutchen. He's never been.
No. But McCutchen just, year in and year out, their most consistent player. And when they brought him in year one, I thought, he'll be good. And the next year's like, all right, he's going to diminish. You'd have to think, no. 20 homers last year, OPS over 700, one of the top 8 designated hitters in baseball, according to OPS. And this year, on a team filled with guys with OPSs lower than 600, he's got one of 723, which isn't great, but it's pretty good.
Yes.
And he's playing good defense.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just nice to see, too. What's surprising to me, though, is that he is their best outfielder.
Yes.
Like, that probably doesn't reflect well on everybody else out there. You got this 37-year-old running around making snags, diving for balls, and looks every bit as good as he did like 5 years ago. It's a great thing to see. Here's what Kutch had to say after the game about the brouhaha melee spat.
That's what it's all about, you know. You don't want things like this to happen ever in a game where you got to, clear benches, all this stuff happens, and we just stand around looking at each other, just asking each other what we're doing tomorrow, all that stuff. Yeah, you don't want to ever have to get to that point, but, it's good for us to, show up as a team and keep the game going, not let the moment get too high or heighten off the moment and running off emotion and letting your emotion take over, and then you try and do something that you're not supposed to be doing. But Cruz showed up and lit a fire on him, and he was able to hit a grand slam. So sometimes it's needed. So we ended up being on the good end of it.
I don't know that this winds up meaning anything, but when the Penguins were in the throngs of that battle against the Philadelphia Flyers in 2009, Game 6, down 3-0, we know Max Talbot gets a ton of credit for turning that thing around because he got his ass whipped by Daniel Carcillo. We needed that. It galvanized us. I don't know where things go from here. It's not a super talented baseball team.
No, but it can be gritty. Like, if you're not talented and you have to win in the margins, you got to be gritty. And if you're gritty, then nobody wants to play you because you never know what to expect night in, day out. So why can't you just be a gritty team? Because gritty teams can get you grit wins.
Mm-hmm.
You got to hang your hat on something.
Yes.
Now, you say you want to win in the margins and it doesn't look clean. Well, then be a gritty team. Not that what they did yesterday was gritty, but that could be a moment to be like, hey, let's find our identity. Are we a gritty team? We got guys like Tommy Pham for a reason. Might as well.
Yep, I'm with you.
Might as well.
I wouldn't want to mess with Hank Davis either.
No.
That dude's, what do you call it, slapped up?
Slapped.
Not slapped up.
Slapped up. I say slapped up. I say slapped. Slapped up. I'm slapped. I stand there in the mirror in the morning. I'm still slapped.
Do you really do that?
Sometimes. I slap my arms.
I just lifted up my shirt in the bathroom to take a peek at the old belly here because the jeans are tight. They just came out of the dryer. And I slapped my belly, too.
Are you slapped?
Nope. But I did slap it.
You slapped it?
Mm-hmm.
Did it jiggle?
There's some jiggle there. It's a skinny fat thing.
Like a layer jiggle?
There's one layer that just jiggles. It's not a keg. It's not a six-pack. But it's...
Growler.
No, not even that. I'd say it's a solid 24-ouncer you get down at the ballpark.
Okay.
One of them surf sides. That's what that is.
You got a surf side.
So that's why it's slapped, because you slap your muscles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Slapped up.
What was I talking about? Oh, Henry Davis, yeah. He hit a homer last night. We'll get into him coming up in a little bit. But I actually think Derek Shelton deserves a lot of credit for this going down the way that it went. He came out first to protect his guys. Brian Reynolds gets hurt. Kutch is on the deck. Kutch gets up. I don't think he said anything directly at Jorge Lopez immediately. He's kind of bitching off towards the dugout. Well, Derek Shelton runs out and's like, all right, he hit one dude. He's throwing my other guy's head. Like, are you guys going to warn him? Are you going to eject him? What the hell's going on here? And if he doesn't do that, I don't know where it goes from there.
Mm-hmm.
Do the guys all run out of the dugout? No. Does McCutchen start bitching at Jorge Lopez? I tend to think probably not. So he comes out. He gets the umpires to discuss it, and then it all kind of goes from there. But that was Derek Shelton having his guys back, which, look, that needs to be the case. I guess I shouldn't pat him on the back for doing something he should do,
right?
But he at least did meet that moment.
Yeah.
You're going to throw it at Andrew McCutchen's head, then this guy needs to get tossed.
Yeah.
He needs to get tossed. Is he going to hit now? Is he going to go and get O'Neal Cruz?
Right, next.
Probably. You going to hit the big dude?
Probably. Has there ever been managers that threw fists?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think the last time that happened? 20 years? 15 years? To look it up in the break.
Yeah, my mind's eye, I can't remember one off the top of my head. Harry ran to the microphone, though. You got one, Harry? He does not have one. No. He just likes to get real close to the microphone so that I false start.
Yes.
5-yard penalty. Still first down. Now he's hovering even closer to the microphone.
The headline's coming up.
How do you know? You can give us a ring. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And of course, you could text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That's all intangible stuff. Like, oh, does it bring the team together? Oh, wow, they have each other's backs. Oh, they love each other. Something tangible happened last night that, boy, if we see more of, could be a transformative thing for these Buccos. We'll get into that coming up next. Aaron Rodgers retiring? ? At the top of the hour. Right now, it's the Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have the fourth and final game of the series against the Washington Nationals today at 12:35. You can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK to listen to that game. Also, Penguins playing the Washington Capitals in the final game for the Penguins of this regular season. That game is later on tonight. It'll be at 7 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Charter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You don't know how you gonna make it. Things getting rough now. Electric just got shut off. When it happened, you couldn't believe it. You went outside to look to see if everybody else's electric was off. It wasn't. It was just yours. Getting hard now. See, that accident messed up everything. You was doing so good. You got light at the end of the tunnel. You called Top Dog. You getting top dollar. You know the money coming. In the meantime, know what you gonna do. You know the money coming. The pain hurt, but you wanna know what hurt more? Your friends, the ones you always help, always been there. Now they can't help you. Medical malpractice. Car accidents. You always make the call. You always call the dog. Any accident, it's Top Dog Law.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Man, you're watching a game, someone gets hot from three early. You know those games sometimes turn into a shooting contest. Try to find those trends. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around your house, like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard-to-open windows and starting fresh, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. There's no limit to how much you could save, and if you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door, too. Plus, with 0% financing, 0 down, and no monthly payments, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. How do they do it? Window Nation partners with top window manufacturers in the nation to build windows to their high-quality specs. Then they pass the savings on to you. You'll protect your home with some of the best windows you can buy at a fraction of the price of those other brands. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free and pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your free estimate right now at 866-90Nation. Nation or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Davis waiting, and the pitch hits it deep down the left field line, and this ball hits the foul pole. Home run for Henry Davis.
He looked like Carlton Fisk there on that one.
Trying to keep it fair. Home run number 1 for Henry, and it's 1-0 Pirates.
Boy, ain't that nice to see, Doran.
Oh, it really is. Really is. Asked Wainer about him yesterday. Could this finally be his opportunity, finally be his moment? Now he doesn't have to look over his shoulder with Joey Bart being out, with Eddie Rodriguez being out, knowing that he was drafted for his hitting power and ability. That was very good to see. And you know what? Like, just a little confidence for a guy that pushes himself the way that Henry Davis does, I think can go a long way. I'm hoping, and we're all rooting for Henry Davis, 1-1 guy, as everybody knows, and just has taken a long time to figure it out. You hope that this is the start of something great.
Yes.
You really do. Because he has it in there. You could tell. You could tell every time he's at the plate. Every time that he gets sent down, he does very well.
He crushes it.
He has it in there. You just hope that he can just become consistent and be that player that we all expected him to be, and that was a good start. That was awesome to see.
Couldn't agree more, and you're not going to find somebody that cares more than Henry Davis. You might find people who care as much as Henry Davis. I mean, he grounded out, and he was busting his ass down the line when his back got sawed in half, and he's just running as hard as he can. He always is. And they touched on it on the television broadcast last night that the catching has become so much better.
Mm-hmm.
And, look, there's a lot of things to knock the Pirates for. I think one of them is, hey, Henry, we need your bat up here. Go play right field. Look, they weren't a good baseball team at the time. What was the problem with them having him catch back then? I know that the defense was bad, and that's what they touched on last night. It was bad. Let him learn at the big league level then. And if he can't, then don't call him up. Stick him in right field? The hell do you think that's going to do for a guy's confidence? But he threw out a runner last night. Quick pop time. That's what they call it. Bang, get the ball out of his hand. And defensively, you can see he's framing up pitches. Like, Joey Bart's not a good defensive catcher. Joey Bart was a great find for them, and he's hit a couple of home runs this year, and he's a big part of what they're doing if they're going to be good this year. They go a long way. Because we talked about it just the other day. Like, right now, he's a bust. Like, up until this point, I guess I should say, he's been a bust. But confidence goes a long way, man, like you're saying.
It really does.
We were talking about the last time that managers were involved in fights. Members of the coaching staffs were involved in fights, and a lot of people brought up the Pedro Martinez, Don Zimmer moment, where like Don Zimmer was, sniffing 80 years old, and he runs out to confront Pedro Martinez, and Pedro just throws his ass onto the ground. Also, people texting in that Phil Nevin, the Angels interim manager, he got into it with the Mariners back in 2022. Also, we got people texting in different words for scuffle. Battle Royale.
Yes.
Wasn't that in the movie Accepted? Battle Royale!
I think so. Dust Up.
Dust Up's a good one. Oh, yeah, Dust Up. You brought that up during the break.
My buddy texted me that. Dust Up.
Dust Up is a good one. People also texting in because I said that I don't have a six-pack. I have the 24-ounce high noon. Someone said, no, Crowley, you're rocking the party ball. I don't know. Maybe before the new year. I've lost the gut. Most of it. What are you giggling about?
I don't know.
There's no gut.
I mean, sure.
I got a flat, flabby stomach.
Yeah.
Skinny fat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like a Pilsner.
No.
Yeah. Like a Michelob Ultra.
You mean tall and sleek?
No. Michelob.
They've done a great job with their marketing. Like,
they really have.
Hey, did you run a marathon? Here's a thin can of 80-calorie beer-adjacent nothingness.
Yes.
I don't think I would run a marathon and be like, let me grab a beer.
After?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Maybe later that night.
Yeah. Later when I'm done, like kind of like calm down. I don't want a beer right after.
I imagine if you run a marathon and then you even drink a low ABV beer, like one, that probably goes right to your head.
Yes.
You know what else goes right to your head? Champagne.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I'm not a big champagne. I don't
Me
love
neither.
it. I don't love it.
At this wedding I went to, I was like 9 beers deep prior to the ceremony, but I had so much to eat and we spaced it out throughout the day. Like, I felt fine. Felt nothing. If I would have had the glass of champagne, I probably would have sent me to the next level. I spilled it all over my lap.
Of course you did.
So I started the evening with a wet crotch, and then it dried off, and then I ended the evening with a wet crotch.
Yes.
Because I slid across the dance floor. I want to be clear on that.
Then you peed yourself.
I did not pee myself.
I thought that's what you said. On the way home, your parents picked you up and you peed.
I did not pee myself in the back seat. In the middle of the night, I got into the shower.
Oh.
And then I came out of the shower wearing all my clothes, all dry. And my wife's like, what did you do? I said, I don't know what I did.
You peed in the shower?
I'm sure I peed in the shower, yeah.
Man.
Pony has the same problem. We're night wanderers. Night urinators. And that's like, it wasn't like I blacked out or anything. I was having good, responsible fun. I had a ride home. We're just on the dance floor. It's a wedding. I recall everything up until I went to bed, but at like 3 in the morning, I guess I was off pee wandering again.
Man, that's tough.
It's a bad infliction, man.
That is.
Affliction, yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah.
Texter, people drink the sponsored beer after Spartan races and Tough Mudder contests.
I mean, I'd do that if I was sponsored. That's not what I'm like. That's not what I want.
Do you ever hear people do that beer mile?
No.
So you go to a track, you run a quarter mile, chug a beer, and you do it after every subsequent quarter mile. So you have to have, quarter mile beer, quarter mile beer, quarter mile beer, quarter mile beer.
For what?
I don't know. It's just a thing, and you time yourself. I would hurl.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Hurl.
I would. That's a good one. What are some other words for vomiting?
Yak.
412-928-9370. Yak's good. Upchuck.
Upchuck.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Believe it or not, Pirates fans, you've done something this year that you didn't do last year already. How many home games have they had so far? About 10?
Yep.
They've done something Pirates fans have that they haven't done in years, actually. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, some Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
4-game series with the Washington Nationals ends today. Pirates have a 2-1 lead in this series going in. Game time's at 12:35. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Boone Township, crews checking reports of a vehicle fire. This is in the 7500 block of University Boulevard near the entrance to Robert Morris University. That's between Moon Clinton and Broadhead Road, so watch for possible delays there. Meantime, you are looking at delays on the inbound Parkway West between Carnegie and Greentree, then jams up below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 remains mainly steady, so does the main line Parkway North. Traffic light delays along Route 65 at the McKees Rocks Bridge. Driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal in Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded sales event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for one.
Think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
The following is sponsored by Bid My Listing. Selling your home? With Ready, the best real estate agents will pay you up front for your listing. 2, 5, as much as $10,000 just for the chance to sell your home. So when you're ready to sell, give us a call and give us the basic information about your property. We'll notify all those smart agents who signed up with Ready, and within 48 hours, they'll be competing to sell your home. Pick the best one, get thousands up front. Call Ready, 888-551-READY. That's 888-551-REDY.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Men with ED, if you think taking old, outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, NuFlow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call NuFlow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Spring is here. Let two men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two men and a junktruck.com.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We asked you to submit synonyms for melee and brouhaha, fisticuffs. Then we also asked you for ways to describe vomiting, Dorn. And here's all the text we got.
Man.
Blowing chunks.
Mm-hmm.
Spew.
Mm-hmm.
Heave. Upchuck. Hurl. Pray to the porcelain gods. Barf. Purge. Regurgitate. And my personal favorite, Ralph.
Ralph. I was Ralphing.
Crowley over there in the corner, he Ralphed again.
Ralphing.
My college roommate used to vomit every single night we'd go out. And he would scream vomit in the upstairs bathroom. And he called himself the fire-breathing dragon. I wonder if he still does that. I should hope not. But it would just be, it's like, oh, Haynes is home.
Haynes. His name's Haynes?
Haynes, but we called him Roy. His name is Chris.
Chris. What?
I don't know. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. One quick real thing on the Pirates before we tell you what the fans have been doing that they didn't do last year. You know, much has been made about the bottom of the order, right? Like Tommy Pham and Jared Triolo, welcome him back, and Manuel Valdez and Adam Frazier. And I mean, the list goes on. These guys stink. These guys can't hit. Not enough has been made of Brian Hayes hitting 203.
Yes.
Brian Reynolds hitting 203. And O'Neal Cruz, who hit the granny last night. That was great. He's hitting 222. Like, those guys need to produce.
Yeah.
Like, that needs to be a constant. If everybody else in the lineup can't hit, sucks, goes through swoons, spells, and slumps, that's not great, but okay. Fine. Hayes, Reynolds, McCutchen, and Cruz need to hit. And McCutchen has picked up his end of the bargain. McCutchen's hitting 250. He's got an OPS in the 700s. It's not great, but that's good enough out of him.
Mm-hmm.
You need more from those other three. And Brian Hayes started off well, and he has an expected batting average that's way higher than his actual batting average. He's hitting the ball hard, but he goes over 4 last night. He's hitting 203. When we talk about the struggles of the Pirates, too much is made, I think, of the guys that we never should have expected anything out of, and not enough is made of maybe not their stars, but their foundational pieces not picking up their end of the bargain right now.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe they're getting there. I know, like you just said, at Brian Hayes, he started off good, but it's 203 now, 0-4 last night. Maybe they're getting to a point where they're going to be consistent in holding their weight, but everybody else needs to do that as well.
Yes.
But you could expect this because this is what the roster is, and this is what they get for the guys that they acquired.
Yeah, no one should be surprised that Manuel Valdez is hitting 200.
No.
What you should be surprised about is Brian Reynolds hitting just 3 percentage points higher.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not okay. And I know he's hurt, but if you're going to play every day, and he's playing almost every day, you need to be Brian Reynolds. And he gets off to slow starts every year, but just because he doesn't mean it should be acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you are 7-12 right now. You can't have the entire lineup unable to hit. And those big-time guys, quote-unquote, need to hit better than they have. How about this? 9 home games so far. 5 games so far, Doran, with an attendance under 9,000. That only happened 1 time last year.
1 game.
1 game.
Wow.
So 5 times this year in 9 games. 1 time last year in 81 games. The team isn't good right now. They're 7-12, 5 games under 500. But you also had the Bricks thing, which they're trying to make up to Pirates fans, and I think actually doing a good job of that. You had the Clemente thing. You had a fan who was wearing a bag over his head who was respectfully asked to take the bag off his head. Then he went and talked to the local news about it. Like, they've had bad performance on the field, and they've had bad stuff happen off the field. Meanwhile, they're getting called out by Jeff Passan, Pass and whatever, from ESPN, baseball's biggest insider. So the vibes around the team are bad. This ain't a weather thing. Like, I'm sure it wasn't a beautiful night at the ballpark last night. You had swirling winds.
It was cold.
It was chilly, Doran.
Weather hasn't been great. I will. That's a little bit, I think. Just a little bit. Weather was better last year.
But we'd probably be talking about, what, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 people in there.
Yeah.
Which is better.
It's better.
But still not good.
Right. There's a lot. There's going on.
A lot going on.
Just got to win. Winning cures all.
Well, you know what's going to pack the ballpark on Friday is me going out there.
I agree.
Throwing that first pitch. Will there be a smattering of boos?
For you?
Mm-hmm.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Or do you think people will just go, who the hell's that guy?
No, I think you'll get cheers.
Big cheers.
Yes.
Well, I'm stacking the ballpark. I got 10 family members coming.
Nice.
I got 5 or 6 friends. So I'll put them all together. Perhaps they can start chanting, "Be a man, be a man." If I throw that thing right down the middle, I'm pointing up at the press box at John Wayner because he said, that's what you got to be saying in your head, Crowley. Be a man.
Be a man.
And you can't lob the thing up there. You got to pipe that bitch in there.
Callis, are you going?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'll give you there, too. I'll start some chants.
Where are you going to sit? You can't sit with my family. I want you near them.
Dang.
He's look at him stunned like I'm serious. Should be plenty of seats still available. Fireworks night presented by 93.7 The Fan.
Do you think Muller's going to throw one down the middle?
He's not going.
So it's just you?
It's just me. Mulsey has some sort of conflict.
It's just you.
It's just me. All the pressure.
Well, let me throw out the pitch with you then.
Yeah, let me sub in.
You can sub in.
No, I already did it.
And it was a good pitch.
Yeah.
So you don't want to besmirch your record. You threw out the first pitch before the backyard baseball all last year. You're 2 for 2 on first pitches. I'm 0 for 1. I bounced the thing past a West Virginia catcher.
That's bad.
Real bad.
Don't wait.
Guy gets scholarship, probably some NIL money to block balls in the dirt, and I threw it so wildly he couldn't do anything about it.
And it was on flat ground.
Yeah.
You know what? Now that it's just you, you're going to have to throw from the rubber.
And I'm going to have to throw to a player, I bet.
You're going to have to throw from the rubber. You can't just flat ground it. You can't. You have to do it the real way.
60 feet, 6 inches,
Be a man. Be a man. Throw from the rubber.
That's the Mulan song. You like that one?
You're trying to change this. Throw from the rubber. I'll be so disappointed if you don't. You're the only one up there.
If they let me throw from the rubber, I'll throw from the rubber.
They will. They let us.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you have to.
You're terrified.
You have to.
I don't know that it needs to be a strike, but it needs to get there on the fly.
Yeah, it has to be in the air. They have to catch it.
Yeah.
You're going to bounce it again.
Just throw it up.
Yeah, just lob it like a lollipop.
I don't want to lob it because Wayner told me to be a man and throw it hard. I might throw a curveball.
Don't do that.
That's my most accurate pitch.
You're definitely going to bounce it then.
Don't do that.
Could overthrow it. I haven't thrown a baseball since last year, I don't think. Oh, my God. But you know what? George Bush did it after 9/11.
He's a president.
I know. He had Al-Qaeda to deal with.
I know.
He's dealing with Al-Qaeda. Right. He's dealing with Desert Storm Part 2, and he piped that son of a gun right down the middle.
Yeah, because, he's meant for moments like that. That's why he was the president. You got to do some soul searching.
I am nervous.
I'm sure you are.
Texter, hey, dandy boy, I bet you skip it 10 feet in front of the plate with that candy-ass arm. All right. Coming up next, an NFL insider who's on this station all the time with a new report on Aaron Rodgers. Are we buying it? Are we selling it? Does anybody know what the hell they're talking about? That's next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It's cold out there, so don't forget your jacket. Temps bottomed out near 30 degrees. The chill won't last long with temperatures near 50 degrees by 10 this morning. Most of today will be sunny with highs in the mid to low 60s. Looking ahead, highs near 80 for both Friday and Saturday. Easter won't be as warm with a low rain chance. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira Joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Moon Township, crews have just cleared an earlier vehicle fire in the 7500 block of University Boulevard between Moon Clinton and Broadhead Road. Watch for some leftover delays there. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, and Route 28 heavy from the 31st Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Aditi Kinkabwala from CBS. She was on with the PM team yesterday. She said, quote, Aaron Rodgers is more likely to retire than sign with a team that's not a Super Bowl contender. She then went on Twitter and said this. Aaron Rodgers is 41 years old, has made nearly $400 million. Oh, my God. And is intellectually stimulated by more than football. From every convo I myself had with him about trying to mold, shape, push a Jets team not on the brink of a Super Bowl, to every convo I've had with execs trying to woo him this offseason, it's extremely clear Rodgers is not going to play just for the sake of playing. I just don't believe that a guy with his confidence... Wait, no, that's the part that I was going to say.
You wrote it down?
Oh, I had my own little addendum to it. So, here's how she ended it. It's extremely clear Rodgers is not going to play just for the sake of playing. End quote. To which I was going to add, I just don't believe that a guy with his confidence and hubris is actually viewing the Steelers as a bad situation. Like, everything that I have come to think that I understand about Aaron Rodgers is that he believes in himself, he believes in his abilities. This is a 4-time MVP, a guy who threw 28 touchdowns last season and I think got better as the year went on. The Steelers aren't in a great situation. We all get that. But they've won 10 games each of the last couple of years. If Rodgers has any belief, any confidence, any cockiness, hubris left in himself, wouldn't he think he could take a 10-win team over the top? I think he would feel that way. And I'm throwing to DK Metcalf and George Pickens, and I'm getting to work with a head coach who's never had a losing season. I personally, Adam Crowley, don't think the Steelers are a Super Bowl contender with Aaron Rodgers. But isn't Aaron Rodgers going to believe in himself as the final piece of a puzzle on a team that won 10 games the last 2 years?
I don't believe. Well, I do believe part of this. I mean, I'm going to listen to it because it's news, but I have my own thoughts and where I think that this is going to go. But all this tells me is that Aaron Rodgers was never in for signing with the Browns. Aaron Rodgers was never in for, now we could kind of cross this off the list, signing with the Saints. Those teams.
The Giants.
He was never going to do that because they are not even remotely close. Like, they're going to lose. They are not good franchises right now. They're rebuilding some of those franchises. The teams I think that he is interested in and isn't mulling over retiring are teams like the Steelers, the Vikings. Like, I don't think the Steelers have anything to do with what was just said there. I think it was the teams that are bad. Like, he was not going to play football again this year because he has so many other avenues he can go down, and he's made so much money just to play football. And just to play football would be like Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco's playing football just to play football, to get another paycheck.
I want to keep my career going.
Yes. Hey, listen, if you want me, why not have another year of paychecks? Aaron Rodgers doesn't need to do that. He was never going to do that. He was never going to sign with bad teams like the Browns. The Steelers, I feel like, have nothing to do with this. The Steelers are a legitimate option for Aaron Rodgers. Why would he take the time to go throw with DK Metcalf a couple weeks ago? If he was like, oh, well, the Steelers aren't, they're not even close, and I don't even think that I'm going to even entertain that.
I'm with you, and I am not besmirching the good name of Aditi Kinkawala.
No.
I think she does an excellent job. I just think every reporter who's talking about Aaron Rodgers, they're all taking educated guesses. And I read what Aditi wrote. Like, from her standpoint, yeah, it makes a ton of sense. The executives that she's talked to, whenever she's talked to Aaron Rodgers, would lead her to believe he doesn't want to come play for a non-Super Bowl contender. I don't think the Steelers are a Super Bowl contender. I don't think you think the Steelers are a Super Bowl contender. I don't think anybody who watches this team on a daily basis, weekly basis, thinks they're a Super Bowl contender. But if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I don't know that I feel that way because I believe in myself.
Yeah, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I think that they have the best chance to be a contender, like out of the teams that I have to pick from.
But I don't think it's about that, at least if we're sticking to discussing what Aditi put out there. It's not best of the bunch. It's Super Bowl contender or bust. And I don't think the Steelers are. But if I'm Rodgers and I'm coming in, I believe in myself enough that I think I can push a team to greatness. And if I don't feel that way, I just think that's innately not Rodgers.
No.
Like, to not believe that he could be the missing piece for a team. Now, he could think the Vikings are closer, and I think he'd be right about that. They won 13 games last year with damn Sam Darnold. Like, I hold out hope for them over the Steelers. Sure, absolutely. The new hot rumor is the 49ers because of their Brock Purdy situation right now. And Brock Purdy getting thrown out there and, like, all kind of fake trade rumors. And Aaron Rodgers grew up a 49ers fan, I guess, and so maybe he would want to end his career out there. I don't know. They're dismantling their skill position roster. Brandon, I don't know. Sure.
Listen, at the end of the day, too, like, if Aaron Rodgers feels he still has it and still wants to play, you understand that all the avenues that you want to go down are still going to be there whenever you're done, whenever that time is. Like, whatever he wants to do outside of football, it's going to be there. Football's not always going to be there.
Good point.
And if you could still play, this is the best situation probably for you. It might be your only situation.
And it's not good enough for Steelers Nation that they've won 10 games the last few years and get blown out in the playoffs every year for the last 8 years when they have been lucky enough to make it. It's not something that Steelers fans have a lot of pride in. This team has fallen woefully below the expectations that we have as a fan base.
Mm-hmm.
But it has not been a bad football team.
No.
They've made the tournament the last 2 years. That's a fact. The year before that, with a rookie quarterback, I had a lot of issue with the way they handled things. They won 9 games. Year before that, with a quarterback who had 1 foot out the door, they made the playoffs again. So 3 of the last 4 years, you're a playoff football team. Again, I understand. Not good enough for me, not good enough for anybody listening. But if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I think I can take that team over the top.
Yes.
Like, here's a text. What true contender needs a quarterback? Don't think of it that way. And I'm not comparing Aaron Rodgers to Patrick Mahomes. But take Joe Burrow, take Patrick Mahomes, even Jalen Hurts, and you put them on a team that won 9 or 10 games last year, and you would expect that team to be better. Like, I don't think the Steelers roster is in great shakes. I also don't think it's a bad roster. And Aaron Rodgers probably views himself, I would think, closer to the Patrick Mahomes of the world than he does to bottom 10 quarterbacks, bottom 15 quarterbacks.
He thinks he's probably the best.
Right. And that's why I just don't buy that he's going to retire.
I don't buy it at all.
Because he believes that he is still elite.
I think people underestimate the pride that some of these guys have, too. You're going to retire and you still have something left in the tank? Is that how you want to go out, is ruining the Jets franchise? After you come off of an Achilles injury, you prove to yourself one thing, that you could come back and play. I don't think that a guy like that is just going to end his career. Whenever he's I understand guys want to get out while they're healthy and fairly healthy, like Aaron Donald did. But he had just won a Super Bowl, so that made a lot of sense. But I think we underestimate the pride that some of these big time athletes have, especially if they have it left in the tank.
Agreed. And you want your legacy,
right,
at the end to be, I'm the guy who goes on the Pat McAfee show, gets coaches fired, and we go, 5-12?
That's it. Or do you want to go and maybe win a playoff game with one of the greatest franchises in all sports, and that's how you cap off your career? That's not bad.
Right.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not a bad ending. That's not a bad bow.
And even if you don't do that, but does he not think the Steelers, in his mind, would make the playoffs with him? They just did it last season, not winning any of their final 4 games of the regular season. When you got okay quarterback play from Justin Fields, and in those final 4 games, you got really bad quarterback play. Does he really look at that situation and think, I can't go to the playoffs? And isn't ending your career going to the playoffs a hell of a lot better than what just happened last year?
Yes.
And I know Rodgers likes to kind of put on this front that he doesn't care about what people think of him. Of course he does. He's a human being. I think he really cares. Everyone thinks about how they're going to be remembered when it's all said and done. When the obituary of his career is written, I don't think he wants the exclamation point to be, I was looked at as a guy who made the Jets franchise, if it's even believable, even worse.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he's retiring.
I don't either.
And here's another text at 412-928-9370. We love your participation. Dude is going to retire if he's taking this long to decide. It's not happening. We're not even at the NFL draft yet, folks. I've said it this week a couple of times, but if it doesn't happen by Thursday next week, I am too going to wonder if it's ever going to happen. And I'm going to be really annoyed that the Steelers allowed that to happen. But I happen to think it's going to happen next Thursday. And if he retired, which again, you and I don't think he's going to, if he retired, I wouldn't be shocked if that announcement didn't come next Thursday. Just to stick it one more time to the NFL draft.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I'm not going to get my boxers in a bunch until next Thursday. But I certainly, like you, Dorham, do not think he's going to retire. What do Steelers fans think? 412-928-9370. A lot of people seem to think that Shedeur Sanders is going to go 9th overall to the New Orleans Saints. The Vegas odds are out on that. And I think they're telling. We'll get to that coming up next. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net right now. It's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday over the Washington Nationals by a 6-1 final score. Big offensive hit first grand slam of his career as O'Neal Cruz hitting that in the 7th inning to create big separation in the game and ultimately helped the Pirates to win that game over the Nationals. Pirates have won 2 games against the Nationals. Their fourth and final game of the series, That is today at 12:35. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BOARD-UP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray & Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute. All the pieces have fallen into place for the Giants to take Shedeur Sanders with the 3rd overall pick. Despite the Browns seemingly needing a QB, I believe they're in love with Travis Hunter. So for the Giants, they've got a private workout scheduled with Shedeur later today. We're a week away from the draft. This isn't a smokescreen. This is a regime that is desperate to finally get their franchise QB, and they're taking one last look before they draft him next Thursday. I'm Pat Boyle.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here come Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. The Last Encores. July 20th at Heinz Hall. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Reserved seats on sale Friday, April 18th at 9 a.m. at HeinzHall.org. Winner of the Recording Academy Lifetime Achievement Award, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Live.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters. And Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance. Like the powerful swing of the RDX, or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event online at SpitzerAcura.com. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In the Hill District section of the city, crews on the scene of a residential fire at the intersection of Dinwiddie Street and 5th Avenue. Meanwhile, the Parkway West getting a little bit better. Your delays below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is jammed all the way back to Greensburg Pike, approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. No significant delays on Route 28. You are still seeing some heavy traffic in both directions across the West End Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Spring is here. Let Two Men and a Junk Truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two Men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Talking about Aditi Kinkhabwala saying on 93.7 The Fan yesterday that if Rodgers doesn't view a team as a Super Bowl contender or doesn't think there's a Super Bowl contender that's a suitor for him, he could just walk off into retirement. And we're theorizing. That's what anybody's doing right now about Aaron Rodgers, theorizing. But before we get to that, I finally tweeted out. I was even scared to tweet it out, the one that I'm throwing out the first pitch tomorrow. And the reason I was afraid to tweet it out was because of stuff like this. From Doug. Thank you for listening to the show, Doug. His Twitter handle is Sluggo69. Why you? Are they now allowing losers to throw out the first pitch? I guess Michael Keaton wasn't available.
No, he wasn't. Batman. No.
I mean, I think Batman would have been first in line. And let's call it what it is. You and Pony did it 3 years ago. Last year it was the Starkey show and Austin Bechtold's out there.
Mm-hmm.
And then me and Mulsey, we were the final picks.
Right.
Like, we were the last two picks of gym class. Like,
right.
We're just rotating through talent here. You and Pony, the big stars, you were first, and me and Mulsey were, the ugly, bald-headed stepchildren, and we're the last two. And then Mulsey pulls out. So it's just me, and now I got all the shine on me and all the pressure.
Jeff Goldblum wasn't available.
Jeff Goldblum not available.
Not available.
Christina Aguilera not available.
She was not. No, she wasn't.
She's from Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
You told me that.
Allegheny.
Did not. She went to N.A.?
N.A. Rochester first. In Beaver.
Oh, I thought you meant like Rochester, upstate New York.
No, Rochester.
I did not know that.
Right.
Who are some other people that would make more sense? Well, we'd be here all day. But I'm a major medium market star, Dorn. I mean, I'm like 6th out of 6 hosts, but still, I mean, it's not bad. When's Craig Riley going to throw out a first pitch?
I just hope that you do it right.
I'm going to.
For our show, for our sake.
I'm clutch. You've never seen me fold under pressure.
Callous.
Callous chortling from the peanut gallery. It's 7:25. Now's the time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. I've been worried about my Achilles for a while. You imagine if I throw it and it just explodes?
No.
They'd have to cart me off the field.
Oh, my gosh.
Game is delayed.
I think you should throw the first pitch, like, throw it. Like,
as hard as I can?
No, just, like, throw it into the stands. Like, just go viral. Like, throw the, you know how you throw a game? Like, I think you should just be like.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I've thought about that. But that's not authentic. And it's my.
What's authentic in 2025 anymore? There's nothing.
No, you're right about that. And I have considered it. I'm not too big a man to consider doing that to go viral.
I think you should.
Like the mayor of Cincinnati, didn't he throw one sideways?
Did he?
I think he did. Yeah. P. Diddy. I mean, we
50 Cent.
50. That's who I was thinking of.
That's confusing.
Are they the same guy?
You can't confuse anybody with P. Diddy now. Like, that's bad. Like, if you're.
Oh, my God, dude. I didn't even realize what I did.
That's bad. Like, you can't just be like, oh, it's a different person. Like, nah. Like, if you're saying somebody's P. Diddy, that's bad.
Well,
Baby oil.
He's not a major leaguer. He's in the minors. Back to Rodgers. Here's my new working theory on Aaron Rodgers, Doran. Well, he wants to retire. Oh, he wants to go to the Vikings. Oh, maybe the 49ers. Ooh, let's float out the New Orleans Saints of all teams. Maybe it's not complicated at all. Aaron Rodgers has, for a while now, felt like he's been mistreated by the media. Right or wrong, that is how he feels. And I think there are elements of it where it's right. Like, you watch the documentary, there was an old lady who was a cancer patient. He signed an autograph for her, and then a couple of weeks later, she was waiting at the airport for him. A couple of weeks later, he was rushing through the airport and didn't stop and say hello, but a local TV camera was there and said, Aaron Rodgers will not stop for a cancer patient. Mm-hmm. And she came out on the news and was like, actually, I talked to him a couple of times before that. Mm-hmm. And Rodgers was pissed, rightfully so, about that. He doesn't like the way he was portrayed during the COVID situation. So what if he knows and has known that he's going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but he likes to keep the media in the dark, and he likes the idea that the media continues to speculate and get things wrong, and he's just playing and toying with everybody?
Well, in that case, we talked about the hostage situation yesterday. That would be holding the Steelers hostage in order to get over on the media, and that's not good business. That's not good business because you're trying to make a point somewhere else. You're going to hold an organization, a franchise hostage. That's not. That would be terrible.
Unless they know.
If they're in on it, okay, fine. But if they're not, and that is the case, like that's just.
I don't think
I have a little bit more respect for Aaron Rodgers than that. I personally do. I have a little bit more respect for Aaron Rodgers than for him to do something like that, to hold a team hostage because he wants to make a point to the media. And I think he has a little bit more respect for the game than that.
Maybe. I mean, I have no problem if that's what he's doing. If he feels like he's been wronged and he wants to screw with the media and he told the Steelers, yeah, I'm not ready to sign yet, but it's going to be you, then he's not really holding the team hostage.
Right.
I don't think that they've got anything more than a handshake deal. But, I mean, he met with them for 6 hours, and there seems to be an understanding from their side that they think that they got the guy.
So you meet with the team for 6 hours, and then like 2 weeks later you go throw with their newly acquired, arguably best receiver in the game. I mean, come on.
I'm just doing what everyone else is doing.
I know, but like nobody knows. Nobody knows but Aaron. And if we just like...
You're so fed up.
I'm so fed up. I'm not really fed up with Aaron Rodgers. I'm just fed up with everybody's speculation because absolutely nobody knows.
No.
And everybody's just guessing.
Mm-hmm.
But if we take educated
But my guess is the best.
Yeah, your guess is the best. But if we take educated guesses, like, I mean, I would guess that he's going to be a Steeler. I just don't know what the timeline is, and I'm not going to guess on that because I don't know.
When do you think it's going to be?
Woo!
Rodgers!
Don't know.
Just for all of our sakes, seriously, get done by next Thursday. For all of our sakes.
Well, for his sake, too, because they could draft a quarterback and just be like, all right, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that would be my negotiation tactic if I were the Steelers. Like, look, you either sign by Thursday or we're going to go into this draft and don't know how it's going to go. And if we end up getting a quarterback, we don't need you. You could easily do that. So you could either be we can retire you or you could play. Because if we don't need you, I don't think you're going anywhere. And you're done. So you want us to retire you or not? You either sign Thursday and you play, or we'll tell you that you can go sit on your couch and go play Jeopardy all day.
You're right. I mean, the only leverage he would have is the retirement play, because ain't no one believing he's going to the Saints.
No.
And the Vikings don't want him. And the 49ers thing ain't going to happen.
No.
Because they'd then be starting from square one next year.
Yeah, they have a young quarterback. I mean, and you're obviously cutting assets with the 49ers to pay that kid.
To pay for him.
Yes.
Yeah. Texter, Crowley's going to throw it in the opposing team's dugout. Funny you should say that, because my old arch nemesis, Austin Hedges, is going to be in there. What if I just beamed Austin Hedges in the face? He would beat me to a pulp.
Yes, he would.
I did think about doing a pratfall and throwing the thing like 60 feet into the air.
You should.
Now people will know. Cat's out of the bag.
Not everybody.
No, the TV cameras.
Yep. ESPN don't know.
Oh, it'll be all over Ken Carmen.
Yeah, you would be doing it for the show.
Mm-hmm.
For the sake of our show.
So now you're telling me I need to throw this thing.
I think you should. Why not?
I'll survey the scene. 412-928-9370. I promised you betting odds on Shedeur Sanders to land with the New Orleans Saints, because that's the team, right? If the Saints don't take him and no one trades up, looks like Shedeur Sanders could be a Steeler 21st overall. What do the Vegas odds tell us about Shedeur to the Saints? That's next. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have their final regular season game tonight at 7 o'clock. They're playing the Washington Capitals at home at PPG Paints Arena. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof, and I don't mean Callis, I mean you out there. The obvious choice is to call the pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all of their new roof installs, they come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
That's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Now at Verizon, they have some big news for your peace of mind. For all customers, existing and new. They're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around your house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. If you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door too. Plus, you could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 2025 Lincolns in stock.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're just bumping along to this Callous beat.
Callous bumps along to it every single time it comes on.
I know, and then he's got me going. It is a sick beat.
It's all right.
What's you guys always giving players hell? I'm sorry. Which one of you played in the NFL? Yes.
He still remembers the lyrics.
I didn't remember that.
No. I'll say, for a big old white dude, he got that rhythm. But as Gloria Estefan once said, you can't let the rhythm get you. Or something to that effect.
Oh.
412-928-9370. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Someone texted in and said, if you open the next segment talking about Aaron Rodgers, I'm going to go back to sleep. Well, have no fear. We are not going to do that. Shedeur Sanders, plus 200 to be the 9th overall pick in the draft going to the New Orleans Saints. Jackson Dart plus 550. And those are, at least according to Vegas, the 2 most likely players to land with the Saints. Tyler Warren, 3rd at plus 900. The more and more I look at this board, Doran, the more I think Tyler Warren's like the 4th best player in the draft.
Yes.
And really, maybe, for me, maybe the 3rd best player in the draft.
Yeah, it would Hunter, Carter, Hunter, or Hunter Carter. For me, Tyler Warren. And then
honestly, Genty
and Genty
in Hampton?
Yes. That's mine. Yep.
It's just not, let's call it what it is. It's not a great high-end draft. Some years, there's 30 guys that have first-round grades. Some years there's 9, and this is closer to that.
What a great year to be a player and to be pretty good to come out. Because of what you just said. Some drafts are stacked, and you could be a first-round talent, but go in the second round and go in the third round just because there's other talent out there, and everybody has different needs, and there's so many needs at those positions, or there's so many players and big-time talent at those positions that you get pushed down. Like think about it. Like if you're Jackson Dart, you're thinking in January, like, oh, I'm a third-round pick.
And now I'm plus 550.
Right.
Second best odds to
in
get
the
taken
top 10.
9th overall.
It's great.
It's a great year. It's a great year to be a quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. I mean, Cam Ward is, I guess, leaps and bounds the best of those top three. But those other two guys, they might not even have first-round grades on them.
Nope.
And yet you could see them going in the top 10.
Like Kyle McCord would probably go in the second round.
I mean, I could definitely see Tyler Shook going, too.
Shook.
Jalen Milroe.
Yep.
It's all in the eye of the beholder. And I think the whole damn first round is like that. Like there's any of these top 20 guys, save for 5, I don't know how many drafts these guys go top 20. And I think the Steelers, if they're serious about accruing as much talent as possible, and then next year being the year you get a quarterback, right? Because you got all the draft picks. I mean, do everything you can to trade back. Do everything you can to trade back. Tackles are going to go. You're not going to draft a tackle this year. I think, defensive line, wide receiver. If you trade back, running back, I guess, comes into play. Travion Henderson getting a lot of love as a first-round pick. I think all those positions are on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And it might make more sense to trade back and try to get into that second round, especially because of the areas of depth being running back and defensive line, not having a second-round pick, not going to feel all that good.
See, I think that they trade one of their picks next year to get back into the second round. And then next year, when the compensatory picks are available, you package those to get that pick back that you traded for this year. That makes sense.
Or you package those picks plus your first-round pick to move up if you're trying to do that for a quarterback. Either way, I mean, yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
Right. That's what I would do.
And I wonder if a team would be willing to jump at that, hoping that next year's draft is deeper with richer talent than this year. But I know the Steelers want to get back into round 2. Definitely. I mean, look at all the visits they had.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of guys that kind of fit in that, I don't know, 20 to 60 range?
Yes.
Because they're not all that different. Like, you bring in all those guys, and I know it's only a 2-year sample size, but at least the track record under Omar Khan's administration is top 30 guys. They're going to draft 4, 5 of those guys. So you're looking at guys between, 20 and 60.
Yep.
And your second pick is, 80-something? I got to look down. I had that.
The thing I will not argue is what they gave up that second-round pick for. Like, I have no problem with that. I have zero problem with that. Like, figure it out after. Fine. But, like, we could sit here and be arguing, like, they should never give that second-round pick for DK Metcalf. It should have been a third. Or whatever. Like, I have no problem with the second-round pick. That was a great deal.
No, Jim Rutherford used to say all the time when people would say, you overpaid. Well, I got my guy, didn't I?
Yeah.
That's the cost. Meanwhile, Ben Cherington last year at the trade deadline, you have to be willing to say no. What? The hell out of here. So they picked 21st overall, and then I was right, 83rd overall.
Yeah, that's late.
And a lot of those prospects that they had visits with fit somewhere between, maybe even 30 and 60, 30 and 70. Because a lot of those guys, you throw a blanket on them, and, they're kind of the same. I've got some draft comps for, not my own. I'm stealing them, and I want to talk about them coming up next for some of the players the Steelers might be interested in. And also a viral Ashton Genty, tweet or message that is so badass that maybe I'd like to see the Steelers take a running back in round 1. That's when we come back, but first it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates won 6-1 yesterday over the Washington Nationals. O'Neal Cruz hit his first Major League Grand Slam. That separated the score, gave the Pirates a comfortable lead. And Bailey Falter was able to complete 7 full innings, or he gave up 0 runs to the Nationals. Pirates can win the series with a win. They can't lose the series. Fourth and final game is today at 12:35. You can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading out of the South Hills, Route 51, multi-light delays approaching the intersection with Nobles Lane. Then again between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street, heading toward the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. Parkway West, you're in line near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Heavy outbound from Green Tree down toward Carnegie. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. And if you're heading over toward the outbound Fort Pitt Bridge, heavy delays coming off the North Shore Expressway and across the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Also on the Parkway East approach back to Stanwyck Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel, get on there today, and you're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. A couple of teams I'll be watching in the play-in tournament. Miami, they're the last team in. However, they have a history and a propensity of coming up big in these games. Their coach, Spoelstra, has a way of getting things done. So even without Jimmy Butler, don't rule out Miami winning a couple of games here and getting themselves in the regular playoffs. And also on the Western Conference side, Sacramento has a bad record, but I could see them winning a couple of games and making it into the playoffs. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Visit Cigar International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, pro basketball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Ron Schlava from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Programming note: Pat Bostic going to join us remotely from 8 o'clock until 9 today. So for the next full hour, usually he's in with us from 7 until 10. He's on vacation, kind enough to break away.
Yes.
He got to be golfing a lot, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do we know where he is? I guess we can ask him.
I think Florida. Florida.
Beautiful Florida. Although tomorrow going to be 78 degrees. Might kiss 80.
Yeah, perfect for first pitch day.
Well, the ball's going to have a lot of carry, I think. Should I throw a knuckleball?
No.
I could not throw a knuckleball 60 feet. Callis, you think you could throw a knuckleball 60 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. I knew what he'd say. I've got some player comps. Some quarterback player comps for the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll get to that in 1 second. But Ashton Genty, the presumed number 1 overall running back in this draft, he put this out there. Signed it at the bottom. The old signature, the old John Hancock Dorn with number 2. He wrote, "It's tackle football. You know what I'm saying? I draft the guy they can't tackle. Thank you for your time, Ashton Genty." That is badass.
That is.
That is hard as hell, dude.
Love it.
Ain't nobody can tackle that guy. You watch the Penn State game, they kept giving it to him, and eventually, he was doing okay. Doing nice out there.
Yeah.
Kind of compiled in that game, but I wouldn't tackle him.
Yeah, nobody could tackle me in college.
You?
No, in college.
Oh, I thought you said nobody could tackle me in college.
No, him in college.
Which was true.
Nobody could tackle him in college. Yeah, it's a different game.
A lot of people had problems tackling Marion Hampton and Travion Henderson, too. And Scatabo.
Different game. Than,
what do you mean?
The NFL?
Oh, yeah.
Different game.
I like the confidence, though.
I do, too.
And I've said that about both Jackson Dart and about Shedeur Sanders. Like, they have this seemingly unwavering belief in themselves, which I think you need to thrive. I think if you have any self-doubt, like if you're seeing ghosts like Sam Darnold, eventually he shook that, but like if you have a crack in your foundation of confidence, it's not hard to see, I should say, that thing spiral. Genty believes in himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, did he fax it like Michael Jordan did? I'm back. Like, that's what that made me think of. It's so badass.
Yeah, it was pretty good. That's pretty good. He's going to go high. I mean, he's not going to go out. I think he'll go within the top 10.
I could see him going to the Raiders.
Yep.
The Raiders.
He's a good player. Like,
Yes!
I don't know, sometimes I see some people giving him hate, but I think he's a really good player.
I think it's the philosophy of not drafting a running back in the first round, but I think what we're going to see this year is 3 guys go. And I think it's shifting back.
Who's the 3? Hampton, Genty, and who?
I think Travion Henderson.
You think he'll slide in?
Getting a lot of first-round buzz.
See, I keep thinking of, like, the teams, and this is, like, crazy because, like, that they have a first-round pick. Like, teams like the Ravens, teams like the Eagles, teams like the Chiefs. Like, what do they need? They all were so close. So, like, what do you need? And if I were the Eagles and Hampton is still there, I'm pairing him with Saquon. If I'm the Ravens, I'm pairing Hampton with Henry. Like, I'm like, what do we need? Now, what's your glaring need if you are that close?
Well, we know what the Ravens do.
Right.
The Ravens are like, everybody says, oh, best player available. They really do it, the Ravens.
Yeah.
Like, they will take the best available player. And I think in this draft, it's perfect for teams that are really good to just do that. Because I think so many of the prospects have similar grades. Okay, I'll take whatever guy's the best player that fits what we're doing.
Can I make a bold prediction?
No.
Thanks.
I don't need to give you permission.
The Eagles do this a lot, and they are very good at manipulating things. They're the best at doing it. And they're the best at, like, how did the Eagles, how did they get a top 10 pick?
Yeah.
Like, how did they get a first-round pick? I guarantee, right now, that they trade whatever they have to trade for Tyler Warren. Guarantee.
Perfect Eagle.
They love Penn State players. I guarantee that they trade wherever they have to trade up to get Tyler Warren. That's a guarantee.
They do the bold thing, man.
Yep.
Or they'll just collect. They'll find the best. They'll get the best offensive lineman or defensive lineman in the draft.
They're already talking about trading Goddard, their tight end. So I that's almost a for sure prediction by me. Think that they trade up for him.
Somebody yesterday said that when we're doing our draft show that you should not report the picks before TV because that's what you've done for a year. You get the picks before anybody. All the National Insiders. Someone said that you should have an OnlyFans, but instead of getting nude on camera, you should just announce the draft picks.
That'd be smart. Yeah.
I got it. Yeah. I'll tell you, 5 minutes before the world finds out who the Steelers took at 21, all you got to do is give me $9.99.
Yep. No, $13.09 to subscribe to my OnlyFans for the draft picks. It'd be perfect.
But don't, first of all, I caught what you did there. I was able to pick up on that. Actually, Harry was even able to pick up on that one.
He rose his hand. Yep.
West Virginia's terrible. Hooray!
All right. I lost it. I had it. I'm afraid, though, if you start the OnlyFans for draft picks, that the money, the possibility, the opportunity will be too great for you to be caramel toes, that you won't be able to resist. Like, you'll sell feet pics online.
Oh, I 100% would. I've already taken pictures. I've already have them. I need to upload them.
You're kidding me.
I need to upload them. I would go right like the next day. Actually, Sunday of next week, it would all be feet pics. Right after the last pick, Mr. Irrelevant to feet pics, to toes. Yep, that's what would happen. So get ready. You can't. I would only make it so you could subscribe for at least a month.
What a deal. You sign up for the draft picks, and you're stuck around with this little piggy weeing all the way home.
You want to see them? I have pictures of them.
Whip them out. Oh, you meant like the pics, not in the flesh.
Yes.
All right.
You want to see them?
Take your time over the break.
All right. I'll send them to you.
Right.
No, actually, I'm not going to send them to you because who knows?
I'd tweet them.
Yes,
I'd tweet them out.
Exactly.
I'd send them to my wife.
You'd ruin the plan.
My wife would get them first, and then I would tweet them out. All right, we've got player comps for the top 5 quarterbacks in the draft. Who better to discuss that with than our guy, Pat Bostic? That's next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. It's about employee pricing right now. Over 1,900 new Fords at Schultz Ford. Listen, be sure to ask about that best price guarantee, that employee pricing right now. This spring, it's time to get in a new Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. That employee pricing, simple. You pay what everyone who works at Schultz Ford is paying. So how about that? It is gigantic. They got the best service. They got the best people. You're going to be treated oh so well at Schultz Ford. So again, employee pricing. You looking at that F-150, maybe that Mustang, an Explorer? anything really. Get into Schultz Ford and do it right now. And you can shop online 24/7, 365 right now at schultzford.com.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird and Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
If you ask enough people, how are you? You'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams.
For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit.
People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way.
So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at petitekitchens.com.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading out of the South Hills, Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard with a multi-light delay approaching Nobles Lane, and then again between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street as you head toward the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. Inbound Parkway West jamming over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Coming the other way, you have delays on the North Shore Expressway across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge and over toward the outbound Fort Pitt Bridge, and seeing the Parkway East approach slow back to Stanwyck Street. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass down past the 31st Street Bridge toward Chestnut Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by DEA's National Prescription Drug Takeback Day. Learn more at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
That music on a Thursday can mean only one thing. Pat Bostic is joining us, this time from the beach.
There's palm trees. Good.
So you're in Florida, huh, Patty?
Yes, I am.
You know, people don't know this. There are palm trees in Ireland.
No, there's not.
There are. You think of them as tropical plants, but no, there's palm trees in Ireland. How about that?
How about it?
Just another Irish nugget for you.
You can get You can get palm trees in Pittsburgh too.
You can.
Where?
Irish
You gotta buy
Nugget,
'em.
by the way. Irish Nugget, by the way, would be my OnlyFans name.
Irish Nugget.
If you are Caramel Toes, then I am Irish Nugget. And somebody texted in and said that I'm already subscribed to Doran's OnlyFans, and it doesn't even exist yet. So you got all kind of followers, Doran.
Pat, I'm getting an OnlyFans.
Oh man, I might have to join them.
Well, what would your nickname be?
That should be good.
If I'm Irish Nugget and he's Caramel Toes, what are you?
Mountaineer Killer.
Not on OnlyFans.
No.
Not on OnlyFans.
I think we've got a delay with Bostic here, too. That'll make for a difficult hour. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, I've got a list here from Pro Football Focus of quarterbacks that are going to come out in the 2025 draft. We got bugs in the background. And their comps. And let's run these by Bostic, and then let's discuss. All right, Patty. Jackson Dart's comp, according to Pro Football Focus, is Kenneth Shane Pickett. Do you see their games being similar, Pat?
Not entirely. I can see the comp. You know, both veteran quarterbacks played a lot of football. You know, great long flowing hair, which I think is a comp. But Dart's more athletic. He's stronger. I think he's a better runner, and probably has more arm strength than Kenny, based on what I've seen. So, I don't buy that comp, quite frankly.
You know, I think the hair stuff matters. I don't think that when people go into their draft comp analysis that they think they're doing this. But if you've got like a small slot receiver that's a white dude, they're always going to get Amendola. They're always going to get Wes Welker. I see it happening with Penn State all the time with Abdul Carter and Micah Parsons.
Yes.
I don't think they play the same, but they both went to Penn State. And so,
more the same number.
Yeah, there's the comp. Like, I see it with Cam Scatabo. You know who he gets? Peyton friggin' Hillis.
Toby Gerhardt.
And Toby Gerhardt, that's right. Like, we got to stop doing the race thing. But we're definitely doing the race thing. Except, in this case, Cam Ward's player comp. Benjamin Roethlisberger. I actually can see that one.
Yeah, he's not near as big as Ben.
Right.
That's the thing that I don't understand. Like, he makes, you know, he's able to shed tacklers in the pocket, extend plays. I think from that standpoint, he's very much a, you know, kind of a backyard quarterback, right? He just runs around, and he's at his best when the play breaks down. But Ben's a mountain of a man. Like, he's 6'5", probably 250 in his prime, and Ward's 6'2", and he's not as big. So, yes, from a creativity standpoint, totally on it. That's a staple gun, by the way, not gunshots. They're doing there's a house being built across the way. But from a creativity standpoint, I'm totally on it. But I think it's a stretch from a size standpoint in particular.
So my comp for Cam Ward, and not maybe talent-wise, but this guy played a long time in the NFL, but size-wise, is Jeff Blake from Cincinnati.
Wow.
Remember him?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, 6'2", 225 pounds. Like, that would be like my comp. Probably better pedigree and obviously a higher pick because Blake was in the 6th round, but he played a long time. But, like, if I'm thinking of a quarterback that is, you know, like 6'2", a little bit thicker, it'd probably be him or even Jalen Hurts in size-wise. Jalen Hurts like 6'1".
I was going to go Steve McNair.
Or McNair, yes. Yeah, that's a good one too.
McNair and Roethlisberger had a lot of similarities in their games.
Yes, they did.
Like, you would play, like, I had to imagine, you know, if you're a Bengals, Ravens, whatever, AFC fan, you hated playing Ben Roethlisberger because you think you did everything right.
Mm-hmm.
And then the big moose throws you on the ground. And it was the same thing as a Steelers fan watching Steve McNair. I respected the hell out of Steve McNair. I also hated playing the Titans because you would do everything right, and he would still get one over on you. I want to go back to Jackson Dart just for a second here. So the Steelers obviously have shown interest in Dart. Dart came in for a visit. Does the fact that he's comped to Kenny Pickett make them like him more or less? Because they obviously saw enough in Kenny to draft him, but then ultimately moved on from him 2 years into the thing.
I don't know if it plays much of a role at all. I think for fans, it would make them like him less, obviously, because of how things ended with Kenny. But I would say that from the standpoint of the Steelers and their front office and Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin, they're formulating their own opinion based on what they see, based on what they gather when they talk to the kid. And again, when you watch the film, first of all, he played in a totally different offense than Kenny in college.
Yep.
Totally different. I mean, deep shots galore, whereas Kenny was throwing more intermediate stuff, and arm strength was a concern. Not the case with Dart. So I can't see how they would see a comp at all with Kenny if you're actually evaluating the film and evaluating the player, but it wouldn't affect them from the standpoint of what Pro Football Focus says.
Yeah, I don't know how much teams actually use comps.
I was just going to ask you that.
I don't think that they do that much. Maybe a little bit. Like, I think that Mike Tomlin might with defensive guys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that people use comps with, like,
You got a little James Harrison in him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can see that. You know, I mean, TJ's got a little bit of his brother in him. JJ, you know, different positions, but, you know, same pedigree, same bloodline, stuff like that. I don't think that you go into a room, it's like, oh, that guy's like Jeff Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think that teams do that.
Off topic, Jeff Garcia, wildly underrated.
Absolutely.
Jeff Garcia,
yeah.
He was a good player, man.
He was Case Keenum before Case Keenum.
Ooh. Yeah, with the 49ers and
Browns.
Yeah.
Yep.
Eagles, he had a great year, I believe.
Buccaneers, Eagles. I watched him play in the playoffs in person in Philly.
And you never forgot it, clearly.
He was like 40 at that point in time.
Yeah, he was a good player.
40 years old. He was 40 years old.
You could tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Yeah, just because Pro Football Focus says that this guy reminds him of that guy or this guy reminds him of that guy, doesn't mean that the league views it that way. And that's what I was going to ask you, Doran. Like, sitting there, when they were drafting you, are they sitting there going, oh, Doran reminds us of X, Y, and Z? Or are they just saying, this is how we can use Doran Dickerson?
Right.
Probably more the latter than the former. All right, we got a few more of these that I want to get to with Pat coming up next. It sounds like he's coming to us from Compton. Where are you actually?
I am in Sarasota, Florida.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, I'm in Sarasota. Yeah, so the hurricanes that came through last year, like 10 days apart, ravaged this area. So there's some houses being rebuilt that were ravaged by it. But we're in a community called, what's it called? Gulfgate, Southgate, something like that.
You will be golfing, correct?
Got a little pool out here. Played golf yesterday.
Yeah.
With two West Virginia guys, Rally. Stan Wheel, who was a pro up in Chicago. He was a #1 player on the golf team at West Virginia back in the day. And his brother Steve, who works at Chartiers Country Club, and they're big mountaineer guys. So we were talking about Rich Rod the whole day.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say there were a couple of West Virginia players that entered the transfer portal and just came down and golfed with you.
They didn't enter the transfer portal. They were sent to the transfer portal.
That's damn right. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Actually, one of the big stories in all of sports right now is what happened with the Tennessee quarterback, who is now going to UCLA. So we will definitely get to that with Pat Bostic at some point this hour. But coming up next, a couple more player comps, one of which actually gets me a little hot and bothered. I'll tell you who one of these quarterbacks is compared to and why it's got me titillated. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates won yesterday 6-1 over the Washington Nationals. Pirates separated the score when O'Neal Cruz hit a grand slam, his first major league grand slam. Pirates ended up winning 6-1. Game two of the 4-game series is today. Pirates can't lose the series, but if they win, they will win the series 3-1. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Colorado's Travis Hunter making waves, telling a reporter he'd rather not play football at all than be forced to pick between offense and defense. The fact some teams are making this a conversation in the first place is wild. It's not like he's great at offense and can do defense or vice versa. He's great at both. He won the Heisman because of it. Hopefully the team that takes him doesn't overthink things too much and lets us see his college success have a chance to transfer to the pros. I'm Bart Winkler.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-282-7766. 800-282-7766. 800-282-7766.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading Looking across the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge, quite a chore this morning. You're stacked across the span and onto the approaches from the Parkway East. You're jammed back almost to 2nd Avenue, while coming over from the North Shore, you're backed across the Fort Duquesne Bridge's lower deck and onto the North Shore Expressway. Parkway West, you're stacked near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays past the Route 8 on-ramp through Chandler Waterworks, and then again from the 40th Street Bridge in toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pat Bostic with us until 9 o'clock. Are we quizzing Callis? I didn't think about it.
I didn't think about it either.
Do we put it off for a week to allow Callis to heal mentally?
Well, let me think about it, because if we do quiz him, it'll be at 9 o'clock, so we have some time. So maybe. But I might have a game that I could come up with.
Pat Bostic with us until 9 o'clock. Joining us from sunny Florida, where a hurricane wrecked things last year. I was making jokes, and he's like, well, actually, a hurricane came through last year, destroyed all the property, so thank you for that. And now I've landed myself back in that exact ditch. We were talking about quarterback comps in the 2025 NFL Draft, according to Pro Football Focus. And, look, the Steelers could wind up taking one at 21. We've talked about that ad nauseum. Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders, the two most likely guys, one of them perhaps, to be there at 21. But should they decide to take a guy later in the draft, I'm coming around on Kyle McCord, guys. His comp, Brock Purdy. Do we see that?
Yes. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, probably, and probably had a better college career, quite frankly. You know, latter years. His last year at Syracuse.
I mean, he's setting records.
He's bigger than Purdy. There's no question about that. He's every bit of 6'2". I have a hard time getting that game out of my mind.
Yeah.
The 5 interceptions, but you know, when you watch the full body of work, the release, what they did with that offense, the turnaround he led, I think he's a high-value pick, probably in that, 3rd, 4th round, maybe a little later. And he's got a lot of top 30 visits, so he might have a higher ceiling than Purdy, quite frankly. From a talent standpoint.
And you think about it, too. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, wherever you want to put the line of demarcation, I think he's probably a higher valued prospect than he is now. He's not overly mobile, and I think that hurts some guys. I think that's what hurts Shedeur Sanders, too. Like, if Shedeur was a little bit more athletic based on his accuracy and based on what people think he has as an understanding of the game, if he can move a little bit, I think he'd be a massive prospect. So, Kyle McCord, he's got a lot of the stuff you're looking for. And he did it at Syracuse. And it's not like he wasn't valued enough to go to Ohio State either. That's a pedigree guy. So I like Kyle McCord.
Me too.
All right, I got 2 more.
Okay.
Ready for 2 more?
Yeah.
We'll get to best for last, which is Shedeur Sanders. Jalen Milroe, according to PFF. Quincy Carter, the old Dallas Cowboys quarterback. I could see it in your eyes. You don't remember Quincy Carter at all.
I do, but that's just an interesting comp. That's an interesting one. There's probably better comps out there, but go ahead, Pat.
That's really digging into the, the encyclopedia of quarterbacks here for a comp. I could see maybe Justin Fields or, someone more present day. But yeah, listen, the doubts are real about him being able to process and play the position from the pocket. I think that shows with that comp. Digging back 10 years for a player comp, but the doubts are real, and the athleticism though is so interesting because he's basically a running back with how athletic he is, how strong he is. The combination of size and speed is as good as we've seen from a running quarterback in the draft, but there isn't that parallel to throwing the football. It's just the highs and lows there's too many peaks and valleys and consistency. So Yeah, he's an interesting one. Someone's going to fall in love with him, though.
Oh,
You know
absolutely.
that.
I would be shocked if he makes it to the third round. I think at worst he's a second-round pick.
He's a guy that has to sit, though.
Yes.
It has to sit in a perfect situation. I threw this out there last week. I think the Ravens will be interested in him maybe in the second round or maybe in the first round. I don't know,
Yes.
depending on what they need. I could see him being a perfect kind of backup quarterback to Lamar Jackson.
And it didn't happen last
Philly
year.
or Baltimore.
Yep.
Prior 2 years, I mean, Lamar was hurt a ton. And the 1 year cost him a playoff trip. All right, best for last, Shedeur Sanders. You guys want to guess?
Brady.
From a mechanic standpoint, I've seen people compare him to Brady. That's actually the one that I've seen that's most common, but not what PFF had. But that is the one that I've seen that's most common.
I'm going to go.
Dead air.
Jameis Winston.
No. Teddy Bridgewater. I'm just telling you right now, if that's who he is, and like, listen, you guys watch a ton of ball, and you have both thrown out different player comps for Shedeur Sanders, and Pat disagreed with the comp between Jackson Dart and Kenny Pickett. So I'm not sitting here pretending like PFF is the be-all, end-all. In fact, they're more numbers-based anyhow and analytics-based than anything else. But if he is Teddy Bridgewater, you can absolutely not draft that guy 21st overall.
No.
Like, that's got second or third round pick written all over it. Like, you can't take Teddy Bridgewater. And look, before he got hurt, he was fine, but you can't take Teddy Bridgewater 21st overall.
No. That's why I go more like a Winston, because there is a tantalizing upside to him. You know, there is a creativity and ability to extend plays, and the arm talent's there. The arm talent is pop, all of it is there. And that's why I go Winston. You wonder, again, from my standpoint, you know, playing that position, when you get hit as much as he did, you know, how much flinch does he have? How much kind of scar tissue has he built up getting sacked as many times as he did in college? And he's going to probably go to a situation where he's not playing for a very good team if he doesn't drop. Now, if he drops and he's there at 21, I agree with you guys. I think the Steelers absolutely take him if he's there. Because I do think that upside is you're curious. You're curious, and he's got presence, man. He's got presence. He'll sell tickets. He'll sell jerseys, all that stuff. And they don't have that guy right now on the offensive side of the ball, with the exception of George Pickens.
I said this yesterday, and I feel even stronger about it now. I think the Steelers are really in love with Jackson Dart and the Shedeur Sanders thing. Not that they wouldn't take him at 21 if he's the only available option. I think all this whole love affair with Shedeur. Mike Tomlin loves him. They love him. Oh, the Dion connection. Oh, the bloodlines. That's the thing that gives me pause.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all out there. But if the comp for Dart is Kenny Pickett, but now we're talking about a better Kenny with better downfield accuracy, a better arm, better runner. They liked a lot of what Kenny had. I mean, the familiarity thing might have been the thing that pushed him over the top and not wanting to make a Marino-like mistake. But if they liked what Kenny had, and this guy's a better Kenny, I do think that they might fantasize about him more so than Shedeur. All right, coming up next.
If he's there.
If he's there. And he's plus 550.
I think he might go higher.
He might go to the Saints. He might be the guy the Saints like instead of Shedeur Sanders. All right, coming up next, Urban Meyer, of all people, talking about the Tennessee quarterback going to UCLA. There is so much hypocrisy going on right now in college football, and the sport really is unrecognizable. A guy who is an expert on all this, Pat Bostic, is joining us live from Florida, and we'll talk to him about it coming up next. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have their final regular season game tonight against the Washington Capitals, and it's a home game for the Penguins. It starts at 7 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Crowley here for Window Nation. April is a great time to spruce up around your house. I mean, it's been cold this week. We've really experienced every season this week here in April, but it's going to be warm for the next couple of weeks. Spring is in the air, and you want to spruce up. Spring cleaning. Well, how about you get rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard-to-open windows, and how about you start fresh, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on right now. There is no limit to how much you could save, and if you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door, too. Plus, 0% financing, 0 down, no monthly payments. You could get new windows and pay nothing, not a zilch bupkis, until 2027. So hurry. Sale ends soon. Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free and pay nothing until 2027 deal. Schedule your estimate right now. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION or online at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid actor dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You don't know how you gonna make it. Things getting rough now. Electric just got shut off. When it happened, you couldn't believe it. You went outside to look to see if everybody else's electric was off. It wasn't, it was just yours. Getting hard now. See, the accident messed up everything. You was doing so good. You got light at the end of the tunnel. You called Top Dog. You getting top dollar. You know the money coming. In the meantime, know what you gonna do. You know the money coming. The pain hurt, but you wanna know what hurt more? Your friends, the ones you always help, always been there. Now they can't help you. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You always make the call. You always call the dog. Any accident, it's Top Dog Law.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Every day is Fish Fry Day at Get-Go with the Captain back in town. Wild-caught, beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next-level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in-store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 200 2025 Lincolns in stock.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pat Bostic joining us from sunny Florida. We do have a quiz callus. Doran has come up with something that I said, oh, no, that's way too easy. And then he started going through it, and I'm not sure. Callus, I might have your back on this one. I think you might be able to do quite well. But then the more you explain it, the less and less confidence I have in that.
My 10-year-old son, I played this game with him last week. He only missed 2. So, there you go.
I could see the nerves coming through his face as he stands up, glistening with sweat.
I think I'm just tired.
I think you're unwell today because I popped in earlier and you had your face underneath your shirt. And you said, I'm hot and cold at the same time.
Run down. You're run down.
Yeah, I just gotta sleep more. That's all. But it's been a busy week. Campaigning, baseball games.
When you say campaigning, just to indulge in that for a second, like, are you going door to door saying, "Hi, everybody, I'm Nicholas Callis. Please vote for me for Green Tree Council"?
I gotta still do that. I haven't quite done that yet, but I have been putting signs in people's yards at their request.
Okay, at the request. You're not just I do think you could get the promotions team around here, maybe throw them a little extra cheddar to just put signs in people's yards overnight.
Yes, delegation is the best attribute to have in a situation like yours.
Because I do think you'll find that a lot of the people will remove the signs in the morning. Some of them might even call the local authorities. But if you were just going to say, screw it, leave it up.
Well, that's why we feel good because we ask people and then people started asking us when they saw our signs. So we didn't even have to do that.
Very good. It's a grassroots movement. College football's effed, at least in a lot of people's minds. Urban Meyer was asked to comment on the Nico Amaliva situation in Tennessee. And if I'm butchering his name, I apologize for that. He says, Tennessee is screwed. They got a problem. They have a redshirt freshman and a true freshman at quarterback. They're not going to contend for the college football playoff. And he goes on to talk about how screwed college football is. Well, one of the rumors out there right now is that Tennessee is interested in a player that is not in the transfer portal, and that is Rocco Becht from Iowa State. He's put together a couple of really good years in the Big 12, but again, not in the transfer portal. And so you've got all these people worked up in Tennessee, guys. All these people worked up about Nico leaving and what a bad look it is and how he's a sleazeball. And then out of the other side of their mouths, go get Rocco Becht, a guy who's not in the portal, because they're going to tamper with him. Like, it's just, the sport now is totally hypocritical.
Yes.
And it drives me nuts. I'm not going to stop watching. None of us are going to stop watching. But it's hard to follow during the offseason. And it just feels, for lack of a better word, icky. Pat, what's your read on the whole Nico Iamaleava situation?
Well, Pat, real quick, I want to ask, when does the window close for the transfer portal? Like, when does that window close? Like,
it just opened up.
2 weeks?
2 weeks from yesterday.
Okay.
So whenever that date is, basketball closes the 22nd of April. Obviously, this is the only portal window, or one of two for basketball. This is the second of two for football. It's free agency constantly. It is, Nico was making $2.4 million and wanted more money, and was middle of the road SEC quarterback last year. But that's the system, and I don't begrudge players getting paid. I just think that this system breeds way too much movement. I think it makes coaches' jobs near impossible. I applaud Tennessee for standing their ground, and it's going to happen more for players to not just take advantage of the situation to its fullest extent. What I worry about, though, is, how are these – what are you teaching these kids?
Yeah.
From a life standpoint. And I know I sound like an old guy here, but, what are you teaching them? They're going to play for 4 schools in 4 years, and you make it to the pros, you burn all the money. You maybe play a year or two in the pros, because Doran, you know this. I mean, how many guys make it past 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, make enough money not to have to work? You're not going to graduate from college going to 4 schools because credits have to transfer. So, what's the end game? Or what are we thinking about here? We're totally thinking about the now. I think the system, though, needs collective bargaining. It has to happen at some point. There has to be an agreed-upon set of rules that allow players to prosper, but also provide some predictability and balance when it comes to player movement and roster retention and so forth. In basketball, in the NBA or in the NFL, what you're going to pay for a free agent quarterback, right? The market is it's explicit. You know what you're going to pay for a 3-and-D guard in the NBA. It's out there. You have no clue right now. And guess what? This second window is going to be, the prices are going to be even higher because there's less kids in the portal for football. And if you realize, man, we don't have a D end. We need a D end. Well, guess what? Now there's 50 schools going for 50 good D ends or 25 good D ends in the portal, and their price is going to go way, way up. So, and if you've got good players, they know they've got leverage on you because you can't lose them. But at the same time, their agents talking to 15 schools right now that are looking for a good player. Whether it's Kyle Lewis at Pitt or any other player across the country, those agents are out there working, trying to get the kid more money because it means more money for them. And the one thing I found that's interesting is agents in college, and this is why a CBA is necessary, in my opinion. Agents in college, there's no cap on the percentage they can take. Like in the NFL, they can take
3%.
What is it, Doran? I think it's 3%. There's agents taking 10%, 12% in college because there's no guidelines. Now, when this rev share goes into play and Deloitte's involved and all that happens, hopefully there's some parameters on that. But if you're an agent out there right now and you've got big-name college players, you're making bank. So these agents are absolutely trying to move guys and leverage because it means money in their pocket.
Well, I mean, to feed into this situation, and obviously we have our thoughts about it as former players and just seeing how it's gone. But if I was a starting quarterback right now, I would look at entering the transfer portal and going to Tennessee, knowing what they just paid for Nico, which was $2.4 million. If I'm making less, say I'm making 1.1, I know that they at least are prepared to pay $2.4 million. They're a contender and they're desperate. So if I'm at, I don't even know, name school, if I'm a starting quarterback and I did decent last year, I'm probably going to enter the transfer portal and go to and try and see what's up with Tennessee because they are close. They're a very good team and they have the money to spend. So I could probably make more money and contend in the SEC playing for Tennessee, and they're desperate. They need a quarterback.
I'm with you, and that's why I don't blame Nico. He got bad advice and he took that bad advice. I don't even think that in the spring transfer window that you're allowed to transfer within the SEC. That's one of the few guardrails that are up. In the spring window, he can't jump from Tennessee to, let's say, Florida or Kentucky or Vanderbilt or whatever. So those are the teams that we're going to be paying the most, and he can't go to them, and he's going to take his dad's, it sounds like, advice. I feel bad for the guy. This is much more, to me, like you're saying, Doran, the system than it has to do with any one guy, and he's just the first dude to hold out. I feel bad for him that he got this bad advice, But you're right. He's just the first one.
Yeah.
Any other starting quarterback out right now should be, even if they haven't entered the transfer portal, be calling Tennessee, hey, would you be interested in my services?
Right.
And that's not their fault. That's the system's fault. And you could talk about loyalty. I know I ain't going to be loyal for $2.4 million, and I'm a mature 34-year-old, Doran. Like, I know I'm not going to, like, I'm going to be tempted by the money.
But you don't think that, and half joking, half not, you don't think that Peyton Manning's talking to Arch about going to Tennessee?
I think he's getting more, but
you don't think that they'd come out? Do you think that they would pay more money for Arch Manning than they would for Nico? I bet you the conversation's been had.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he'll do it, but I'm sure it's been had.
Right. I guess my assumption was they didn't have the $4 million, but they might just have said, you're not worth it, and especially the way that you're going about it, we're not going to deal with that. Yeah.
They absolutely have the $4 million. There's no question. The money's not a problem for any of those schools in the SEC. Tennessee, they were ahead of this thing with their collective and so forth. Any good player out there, any All-American caliber player that goes through spring ball is using the portal to some extent, threatening, maybe flirting with it, because all it's going to do is drive their rate up. So it's just you've got to retain your roster twice a year, December and now the latter part of April, and each time it gets increasing, the stakes get higher because you're desperate too to keep them. So if you've got a quarterback that you lose your quarterback, then you got to go pay 30% more for a guy that might not be as good, right? So it's chaos. It's absolute chaos. But again, I don't begrudge the kids. I don't. When coaches started making $10, $12 million a year, we should have seen this coming. We should have seen it coming. With the money flowing through the coffers of TV deals and sold-out stadiums, and guys don't get a cut of their jersey sales. I mean, we should have seen this coming. Unfortunately, the dam broke, and now it is chaos. And the only thing that's going to rein it back in is some sort of CBA, in my opinion, and the college football playoff saying we're taking charge of this, because that's where the power lies.
You guys know how I am, and I know how you guys are with Pitt. We're diehard college football fans, and we support our teams, and we know what the hell's going on. I looked at West Virginia's 2 deep yesterday. I no friggin' clue who anybody is. Like, the days of freshman enters, develops, is a 4-year, 5-year guy, and you fall in love with them. Those days are long gone. And now you are purely rooting for the jersey. You're rooting for the logo. I have no idea who any of these people are. And I'm sure I'll figure it out before the start of the season, but I'm a diehard, and that's how I feel. There are a lot of casuals out there. How's this going to impact them? Guess we'll see. All right.
We'll see.
One more with Patty Bostic. When we come back, we'll quiz Callis. We have Jerry Dulac on George Pickens. Still a ton to get to. Jeff Hathorn at the bottom of the 9 o'clock hour. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday over the Washington Nationals 6-1. They've now won 2 games of 4 in the series, so they can't lose it. But if they win today, they will win the series, and it would be their second so far this season. If you want to listen to the game, it starts at 12:35. You can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting a little bit better heading across the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Still has some slowdowns, though, heading across the Fort Duquesne Bridge over from the North Shore Expressway. Meanwhile, the inbound Parkway West getting in line just before Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound heavy from Parkway Center toward Carnegie. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 just a little heavy past the 31st Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. The proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel, get on there today, and you're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. A couple of teams I'll be watching in the play-in tournament. Miami, they're the last team in. However, they have a history and a propensity of coming up big in these games. Their coach, Spoelstra, has a way of getting things done. So even without Jimmy Butler, don't rule out Miami winning a couple of games here and getting themselves in the regular playoffs. And also on the Western Conference side, Sacramento has a bad record, but I could see them winning a couple of games and making it into the playoffs. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more. This doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rush? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Last segment with our guy Pat Bostic, who is joining us remotely from Florida. And I want to run this by our guy Bostic here, Doran. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. What is the best word to describe a fight, Pat? Is it brouhaha, melee, Donnybrook, kerfluffle, or do you have another vote?
Kerfluffle.
See, that was Callis's, and that's in last place right now. I agree. I would go kerfluffle, Donnybrook, brouhaha, then melee. But melee is winning the Twitter poll right now.
Yep.
Just can't have a fair and clean election in this country, I guess. Who said that? Who said that? Pat, another thing we were discussing during the break is you've got and we'll get into the Steelers and Quiz and Callis at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, but you've got the football spring transfer portal right now and the basketball transfer portal going on at the same time, and all the money is coming from the same donors. So you could have schools that are like, damn, we need a shooting guard that's going to cost $1 million. We also need a right tackle. Like, it's not just that it's crazy in football. It's crazy altogether right now.
It is. Yeah, it's kind of it's a vortex, and it's everything's just kind of coming into, and you're preparing for revenue sharing too. So you're preparing for what next year may look like. Should the House settlement be codified and approved? So that's a little bit of relief because then the universities can now take control of at least that $20.5 million or thereabouts. But right now, yeah, you've got schools that are collectives are going to be, we assume they're going to be much more regulated, or there's going to be eyes on them once this thing's approved. But prior to that, it's open season, and teams are trying to get as much money in there right now as they can because they've got to build out their basketball rosters because all of them, for the most part, are depleted. Those kids are going into the portal. I mean, college basketball has become AAU basketball. You play for a different team every single year.
Every year.
And then football, you're holding on for dear life because it's only 2 weeks. Basketball's a month. You're holding on for dear life for the most part, or you're going out into a marketplace that is, high demand, low inventory, and you're trying to compete with sharks to get players. So it's chaotic. I applaud how Pat Narduzzi has handled this over the years. I should say that. He is still a believer in high school recruiting, and I feel bad for high school players.
Oh.
I know the empirical data right now is not supportive of this, but I think over time it will. There's going to be guys that play at a much lower level to start than they would otherwise because there's not going to be spots.
Yep.
And I think you're going to see that in college basketball probably more so than football because of just the sheer volume in football. But you're going to start off playing at, Temple as opposed to playing at Penn State or Pitt or Alabama because there's just not a spot, especially if you're a tweener. Now, if you're a 5-star player, there's still merit in winning those battles. But there's going to be a trickle-down effect to this because the movement now is taking spots away from high school kids. So there's just a bunch of problems. There's not one answer. There's not one silver bullet. But someone's got to take charge of this. This House settlement's a start.
Yeah.
I hope it's the start of a new normal that, because I do think there's some fatigue with fans that want to get to know players and want to believe in them and want to see a guy like Doran Dickerson go from being, a running back to a linebacker to an All-American tight end. They want to see that. Unfortunately, right now, they'd probably see that, but that Doran will be playing somewhere else.
Right, and that's the thing. It might be good. Sorry, Pat. It might be good for those, just as to use your example, the Temples that start. Oh, they're going to get some high-level players that they otherwise wouldn't have. But the second that they blossom, then they're off. Mm-hmm. It's messy, and we've also run out of time, Pat. So thank you for being kind enough to join us on your vacation, and we hope you have a great rest of your time down there, and we'll talk to you on Draft Day.
Yes.
Next Thursday.
I look forward to it, guys.
Have a good time, Pat.
I appreciate it. Talk to you guys.
Enjoy yourself. Pat Bostic, our friend. Codify, he said.
Codify. You like that one?
He surprises me every week with his intellect.
Uh-huh.
All right, we got Jeff Hathorn coming up at the bottom of the hour. We've got Jerry Dulak's report on what the Steelers are planning on doing with George Pickens, and we're also going to quiz Callis. A lot to jam into, a little. That's what she said. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. That's weathersealhomeservices.com.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-858-1199. That's 800-858-1199. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the outbound is heavy from Parkway Center to Carnegie and then from 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East suburban side delays are at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 is heavy from the 40th Street Bridge down past the 31st Street Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Whoa! That music means it's time to quiz Callis. I want to mix and match here. I want to quiz Callis. I want to give sports takes. Jerry Dulac reporting that the Steelers will not trade George Pickens. You have said that from the start. Yep. There have been doubters, Dickerson. Many of them. And up until the Dulac report, I had thought that it was still possible the Steelers could trade George Pickens, try to use him to get back into round two. But all along I've agreed with you that they shouldn't trade George Pickens. Whether it's Aaron Rodgers this year and, like a Kyle McCord or a Will Howard, or it's Shedeur Sanders or a Jackson Dart. Why not see what George Pickens can do? The Bengals have just showed you that you can pay two elite wide receivers
if Pickens walks the straight and narrow and is awesome, the salary cap's going up, you might be able to make something happen there, especially if you've got a quarterback under a rookie deal next year, whether it's a guy from this year's class or next year's class. But I'd leave open the possibility. And if he walks away at the end of the year, guess what you're going to get? A third-round compensation pick, which that might be all you could get for him now anyway. So if it's the same either way, why not play it out with him this year? Now, I heard people argue yesterday. I think Pony was one of these people. Like, Mike Tomlin can't allow for a guy who walked all over him to stick around. Why? Aren't we long past the point of Mike Tomlin ever putting his foot down on guys like this?
Yeah.
Like, he traded Deontay Johnson. This is what he is. That Mike Tomlin is going to allow guys who can play even if they do weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a reality.
Yeah. I mean, you want two receivers. That's how you figure you can win. Like, you don't want to just have one guy as you did last year. You need two guys to win, and especially whenever you don't know who your quarterback is going to be, and especially if it's going to be a Mason Rudolph. You want to give him every option to be successful, especially if it's going to be a young quarterback. You want to give him every option. Like, you need two receivers to win now, and they saw what it looked like last year with just one guy. So it would never make any sense to me why they would trade George Pickens and put themselves in a situation that they were in last year.
They have a bunch of draft picks next year because of the compensation picks, compensatory picks. So, okay, let's say George walks. You'll get a comp pick the following year. Use one of your resources next year to draft a wide receiver. If you move off from George Pickens and get a second or third round pick this year, you're going to use that on a wide receiver. Why not just kick that can down the road? I see no problem with that. The Steelers also have two bonus picks the way I view it. Roman Wilson, they didn't get to use last year. He might be a good player for them. He might not, but he's a third-round pick you didn't use. And Troy Faltano was a first-round pick who did not get to play. All right, more on this. You can line up your phone calls, your tweets, your texts, 412-928-9370. And the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bring the music back. Now, on paper, this should be the easiest quiz, Callis, right? Like, on paper.
Mm-hmm.
Although conferences we thought was pretty easy. They're all easy. That's the name of the game. Doran, explain what you're going to do to our young friend.
So, Callis, there's 32 teams in the NFL. What I'm going to do is name the team. Not the name of the team, but the team. So the first one would be the Bills, as I would say. And what you would respond with is what state that they are in. What state are these teams in?
Wow.
I did this with my 10-year-old son last week. He got 30 out of 32. He missed 2. So, there you go. You're ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're going to start with the Bills. What state are the Bills in?
New York.
Correct.
I'm hoping he doesn't miss a single one.
The Dolphins.
Florida.
Correct. The Patriots.
This was it.
Massachusetts.
Oh.
There we go. The Jets.
New York.
There we go. The Cowboys.
Texas.
The Giants.
New York.
The Eagles.
Pennsylvania.
The Commanders.
Well, that's technically not a state. It's a district, Washington, D.C.
Good job. The Ravens.
Maryland.
The Bengals.
Ohio.
The Browns.
Ohio.
The Steelers.
Pennsylvania.
He played that one up. I like that. That's good. That's good radio.
The Bears.
Right, Illinois.
The Lions.
Michigan.
The Packers.
Wisconsin.
Oh, that was one we thought he might.
The Vikings.
Minnesota.
The Texans.
Texas.
Colts.
Indiana.
Oh, he's scared, man.
The Jaguars.
Florida.
Titans.
Tennessee.
Falcons.
Georgia.
Panthers.
Oh, I forget which Carolina.
We do. You nailed this one.
Oh, man. South Carolina.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Incorrect. That is North Carolina. They are in Charlotte.
We have a point of order, too, by the way, from one Joseph Starkey. Are the Giants and Jets not really the New Jersey Giants and Jets?
That is true, but I'm going to give it to Callis.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to Callis. That is true. We could have we could have used that
we're
one.
going to tic-tac. It's the same tri-state area.
Yes.
Come on now.
Okay.
Jeez.
Ready? The Saints. This is one, too.
Oh, he made a face.
This is the one, too.
New Orleans is in Louisiana.
Okay. The Buccaneers.
Florida.
The Broncos.
Colorado.
The Chiefs.
Actually.
Yeah, you knew this one, Doran. You knew we'd get him.
Missouri.
Wow. Good job, Callis.
Like he's 4 years old.
Wow.
Would you like a Tootsie Roll, young lad?
You can have an extra scoop of ice cream.
Yay.
The Raiders.
Raiders of Nevada.
Chargers.
California.
The Cardinals.
Arizona.
The Rams.
California.
49ers.
California.
And the Seahawks.
Washington State.
He missed one.
We have one more point of order. FedEx Field is in Maryland.
30 out of 32. You did good.
Get the hell out of here.
You did good. That was a softball one for you, but you did good. I'm proud.
I would argue he didn't.
Why? He only missed one.
You got to know them all.
It's tough. It's a lot harder than you think, I think. I mean, he didn't know the conferences of
No, I think this was a good
college
one.
teams.
Because we have said for a while that we need to do one that's going to gas him up. And I thought this would be one that gasses him up, and I feel like he's pretty happy with his performance, but we still got the comedy of him having no idea. Do you remember which Carolina the Panthers
North.
are in? Okay, there you go.
You suck. You suck as a judge. I don't care what your opinion is. You thought I was going to get Kansas City wrong. And you're trying to be tic-tac. Oh, I'm Adam Crowley. Technically, it's in Maryland, Washington. Even though they're Washington, D.C. Commanders. Get the hell out of here. Who do you think you are? You're afraid to throw a first pitch, for God's sakes. Get the hell out of here.
Is that it? That's all you got? Think he's spent?
Yes.
Took a lot of brain power to get that one done. All right. Doesn't sound like the Steelers are going to trade George Pickens. Should they, though? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls, texts, tweets on that. And then we'll talk to Jeff Hathorn about the brouhaha at the Pirates game last night at the bottom of the hour. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates. The Nationals are in Washington, D.C. as well. I don't know if they technically play in Maryland, but they're playing at Pittsburgh. The Pirates and the Nationals. Game 4 of the series is today at 12:35. Pirates can win the series if they win the game. If not, it'll be a 2-2 split. If you want to listen to the game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. No matter how and when the Dallas Mavericks season ends up coming to a close, they need to waste little time and move on from their GM, Nico Harrison, as soon as possible. This level of self-sabotage he's created for this team is historic. Ask yourself this. If he wanted to completely destroy the team and its relationships with the fans, what would he have done differently this year? Or maybe that was the point all along? I'm Bart Winkler.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Discover unbeatable value at Get Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We've got all the well-actually people on the text line saying that Callis got 28 out of 32. And you know what? I was driving that bus in the last segment. I got Callis's back here. He missed one.
Yeah.
He missed one.
Yeah.
The stated prompt was the state. The state.
The state of the listed team.
Correct. And we got Doug Whaley texting us. The
Commander's address.
Yeah, the commander's address. It's in Ashburn, Virginia. But I think, I don't know, the address, the listed address is in Virginia. FedEx Field is in Maryland. But the team is, it's D.C.
Yeah, I'd like to take a poll on how many NFL fans you could take and tell me that they could list the address and the official state the stadium said, get the hell out of here, people. There's no way you're not going to look on the internet. Right. Everybody's looking on the internet. Oh, how many did the Cows actually get right? Where's the address of the stadium? Get the hell out of here, people. I didn't have the internet. I was asked to list the state of where the team name put them in, not where the stadium is.
Right.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you're good.
He finally has a good round, and then people are trying to take it away from him.
Oh, technically the Jets are in New Jersey. Come on, people. They're the New York Jets.
Bechtold's crushing you right now, saying that the Jets.
Bechtold posts everything, anytime, everywhere. He posts meals. He's at the big night out. I don't care. I don't care what Bechtold says. Get the hell out of here.
Donnie did it, too.
Yeah, well, Donnie can. Jeez, Donnie.
We got something from Joel Nelson over here.
Yep.
All the producers are ganging up on you.
Where? On X?
Just texting me and Doran.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. You got anything to say to the rest of them?
I'm here and you're not? I don't know. Ooh, that was. I guess there's that.
Wow.
I made all that up, but we got his real feelings there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they didn't actually all text you? Well, then I wouldn't have said that then if I would have.
We know that.
Just Bechtold. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Like, we get into this, I think we're in this period here, man, of the NFL offseason where it's in vogue to trade all your good players. Like, oh, you got to trade Pickens. Oh, you got to trade Watt. And I can understand the merit of the Watt trade. I mean, the cap's going up. They can absolutely afford him. Like, that's not the issue. I just don't think that they're going to be in a place to truly contend for a Super Bowl with T.J. Watt. And I do think you'd be able to fetch something for him. I don't want to trade away all the team's good players, though. I still want to be entertained on Sundays. And maybe I'm the only one who feels this way. I want to see Aaron Rodgers throw the football to DK Metcalf and George Pickens.
Yes.
Maybe it sucks. And maybe they all murder each other with pool cues. But maybe they don't. Either way, I'm not going to be able to turn away. And you know what it's good for? Us.
Mm-hmm.
If Aaron Rodgers can't get along with George Pickens, who can't get along with DK Metcalf, it's going to be good for our radio station. And I'm sorry if I'm a little bit selfish in saying that, but I want my team to entertain me. And what's not going to happen this year if Mason Rudolph's QB1 and Will Howard's QB2 is us getting entertained. It's going to be 3 yards in a cloud of dust, some deep shots down the sideline, winning with defense 13-9. I'll throw you a bone there. And I just don't want to sign up for what, the 4th consecutive season of that? Give me the aged Hall of Famer, give me DK Metcalf, and give me the talented malcontent, and entertain me for 3.5 hours every week. That's what I want.
I want to see it because I think that they could be good with Aaron Rodgers. I think that he still has a lot left in the tank, and I don't think it's going to take much for an aging quarterback to have to throw to the people he's going to have to throw to. I think it's going to look completely different if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, and I think it's actually going to look pretty good. And I actually think that they might have a chance to be competitive, I should say. Competitive.
Like win a playoff game.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, let me give you a hypothetical. Let me play your game here. Jeff Hathorn at the bottom of the hour coming up. If they had Aaron Rodgers at quarterback last year and things had gone right for them down the stretch and they played Houston in round 1, could have won that game. Could have beat Houston, right?
Okay, we add in DK Metcalf to the fold too?
Yeah, I mean, sure. If you put DK Metcalf on the team last year and Aaron Rodgers, yes, they win a playoff game. Because if George Pickens went down, you still have DK Metcalf. When George Pickens went down, you had Calvin Austin.
You're not going to win games in Van Jefferson. You're just not going to win football games whenever your receivers are those guys.
Are you excited like I am to see DK Metcalf standing next to Calvin Austin?
Yes. I want to see them race.
Calvin can go.
Yeah.
It's going to look a little different. How many strides for DK Metcalf down the field as compared to our little buddy Calvin Austin?
Yep.
Calvin Austin's player comp was me.
No.
No, but we are exactly the same height and weight. Did you know that?
Yeah. Way different people.
I never understood that until recently. How you could be the same height and weight. And then who had the same dimensions as Donald Trump? Was that Donovan Mitchell?
Yes.
Same height and weight?
Yes.
I was like, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to have to look into body composition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think from a matchup standpoint, that matters a lot. And if they get Rodgers and let's say they get Harmon in the first round, whom I love, a lot of people love, you get the right matchup, you can win a playoff game. I don't think I'll pick them to do that until they show me that they can, until they show me that they can be competitive. Then I'm not going to pick them to do that. But who cares about that? They could, depending on the matchup. And in a stopgap year, I'll take the flyer on that. Like, I understand people getting mad because everyone's speculating on what the hell Aaron Rodgers is doing. And really smart people, like Aditi, is, giving an educated guess. And, we do it, at least for a little bit, every other day. People are sick of that. I understand. I'm sick of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sick of it. But I don't know, if I boil it down to this, would you rather watch Aaron Rodgers throw to these guys or Mason Rudolph throw to these guys? And it ain't your money, and it's not going to keep them from signing anybody at this point. What's the harm?
You're kidding yourself if you rather see Mason Rudolph throw to these guys than Aaron Rodgers. You're absolutely kidding yourself.
I had said it way back earlier in the offseason when there were still good players to be acquired. Like, I never thought they were going to win this year, so you might as well go with Mason at, 2 years, $8 million, $4 million a season, build up the roster around him. But now it didn't take very long for that to be too late in the game. So at this point, you're not missing out on anybody because you're waiting around for Rodgers. I'll be annoyed if it doesn't happen by next Thursday, which I've said over and over again these last few days. But, yeah, I think you're right, man. Starkey put out a Twitter poll the other day. Would you rather watch Mason Rudolph this year or Aaron Rodgers? I think that's a joke. I like Mason.
As a backup quarterback?
Yeah, and right, exactly. Like, if he has to play 4 games,
that's fine.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
He showed you that. But no matter who the quarterback is, we're sick, man. We're massive Steelers fans. It's the best, one of the best fan bases in North American sports. It's habitual. It's cultural. People go to church wearing their Steelers jerseys. We are a captive audience. It could be the cast of The Replacements out there. Not who they were playing, but the actual cast of The Replacements out there. And we're watching. No matter what, come hell or high water. And you're telling me, captive audience, you would rather watch Mason Rudolph for 17 games than Aaron Rodgers? You're right, man. You are out of your ever-loving mind. I don't happen to think I aren't even as bullish on Rodgers as you are. Like, you think Rodgers still has it? I don't know. I think can be better than he was last year. I'm not sure what that means, but I know this for damn certain. I'd rather watch it for 17 games. Mason Rudolph. Love you, Mason. Thank you for taking us to the playoffs a couple of years ago, but for 17 games.
Yeah, not subscribing.
Throw a spear through my eye.
Not subscribing.
I would rather eat liver and onions.
What is it?
Blood pudding.
Yep.
For 3 hours every week than have to watch that. Even though it's our job and we would watch it anyway. All right. Big story from last night was Andrew McCutchen almost taking one off the gourd. Jeff Hathorn joins us next. Could this be the spark that the Pirates needed? That and draft stuff with our sports director when we come back. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight in their final regular season game of the year. It'll be at 7 o'clock against the Washington Capitals. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
And the puck goes today in the afternoon, and you can bet on individual performances in baseball on the BetParks app. like player hits, home runs, RBIs, strikeouts, and much, much more. The BetPark Sportsbook and online casino app has got you covered. But whether the Buck goes win or not, whether the Buck goes score or not, there's always another way to win on the BetPark Sportsbook and online casino app. The only app I ever use, the only app I ever recommend to bet on sports and to play all your favorite classic casino games all in the palm of your hand. You can play hot online slots games based on your favorite streaming shows, and new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm PJ Glasser, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Even though the Masters is over, it doesn't mean the golf bets don't stop coming. Colin Morikawa has a strong history at RBC Heritage with 1 runner-up finish and 2 top 10 finishes. You can bet Morikawa to be in the top 10 at -118. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs, all breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've represented many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit sullivanservice.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's a Fan Morning Show. Lot went down to the old ballpark last night.
From Lopez, and he's hearing it from the Pirates dugout. Here come the Pirates! They're coming for him!
That's going to get me every time, Doran. Here come the Pirates! They're coming for him! Followed shortly after by this.
And here's Cruz with the bases loaded. Swing, fly ball, deep right field. Cruz has hit a grand slam. That's how you answer. That's how you answer. Grand slam for Cruz. 6-0 Pirates.
It's a good thing there were fewer than 9,000 people there last night. Someone would have taken that one off the dome.
Yep.
Andrew McCutcheon almost did, and Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, joins us right now. Jeff, A, good morning to you, and B, do you think that Jorge Lopez had any intent there on either Brian Reynolds or Andrew McCutcheon?
It's funny. We were getting out of the elevator after postgame, and one of the Nationals writers was just like, listen, he didn't try to do it. He's just, well, to rephrase it, not good.
It seemed like
and
Andrew McCutcheon thought the same thing, Jeff.
Yeah, I think in the moment, Reynolds just gets hit. A couple pitches later, he's been around the game enough. He's probably thinking in the back of his mind, all right, is this retribution for what happened with Mitch Keller and DeJong a day prior? So in that heat, and then Lopez took a little exception, and now Kutch, after being relatively quiet, was like, well, wait a minute. You're not going to start talking. And then Cruz kind of got in between. The funny one to me was watching Tommy Pham. It was the ultimate baseball brawl where he all of a sudden is talking a lot, but he's the last one in the back.
Yes. And he started backpedaling.
Hold me back. Yeah, I'll get you. And there's like 50 guys between him and the pitcher. But that's kind of how that works in these brawls. Thankfully, nothing happened. And what's the Pirates' best weapon? A cannonball, right?
Jeff, could something like this give a spark to a team like the Pirates? Like, could something like this kind of bring everybody together, galvanize the team to maybe start winning some games?
Kutch talked about that after the game. He said sometimes you try to force these things, like maybe they did on Monday with the necklaces, with the fightins. This one was organic. And what Shelton could show them in a video was as soon as it started to escalate, like the Pirates ran out. I mean, the Nationals kind of came out, but the Pirates sprinted out. Now it's McCutcheon, so that probably plays a part of this. But you're looking for anything that can galvanize. And the fact that not that all the guys just ran out, but then Cruz did hit that home run. And to Joe Block's point, that is how you answer that. But really how the Pirates are going to win is what they did yesterday. Unbelievable starting pitching. Bailey Falter faced the minimum over 7. And if not for the brawl, may have came out for the 8th, but there was just too much time in between the innings, which is kind of funny. Of course, he didn't say, like, I was worried about fighting. It was like, yeah, there's a lot of time in between the innings. So, yeah, I think they're looking for something. Maybe this does. But ultimately, they just got to be more aggressive at the plate. Because they did it Monday. We're passive Tuesday. Didn't hit much on yesterday. It was just that, the Davis home run, that was the only run up until the 7th inning. But maybe this will get them to get that mindset of being aggressive. Like, it's not that they're afraid of striking out, but just, like, think everything. Even if you overrun a base like they did on Monday, if it's out of aggression, you live with it. Because that's the way this team, has to approach and have that approach every day offensively.
Yeah, and we did see first 4 Pirates up to bat all struck out, and there was a level of being passive there. And then the next 4 guys, swinging at the first pitch, which you like to see. I do want to talk about Henry Davis, but not to be lost in the whole brouhaha there, Jeff, for me was Derek Shelton. Derek Shelton ran out real quick to get the umps to gather up and was pretty much, I'm guessing, like, yo, WTF. Like, you can't throw one over Andrew McCutcheon's head.
Right.
Like, in a way, he kind of started it by running out there implying that there might have been some ill content.
Don't you get the feeling? Imagine all the pent-up frustration in Derek Shelton. Like, if that would have gone south, if there was one person that would have loved to have just unloaded, you got to think it would be him. I'm not saying he would have, but you hear all this stuff. You're seeing what's happening. You tell them to do one thing, and maybe they're not doing it to the extent that you want. You got all this, I've got an outlet. Like, it'd be like during in football, it makes it a great sport because you have an outlet to release your frustrations.
Yep.
You don't have that in other sports, in most other sports. But in this one, like, I'm glad. I'm also glad that he was pretty strong afterwards. Like, if they're throwing at him because of what happened with Keller, then that's the wrong. Like, he wasn't going to say, well, let's see. Like, he was firm behind his guys. Doesn't excuse any of the other stuff that's happened while he's been manager, but I thought in that situation he kind of shown like, hey, I got my guys back. I'm going to be there for them.
Jeff, Henry Davis, it was nice to see him poke one out yesterday. This is a great opportunity for him. I think we all know that with Joey Bart being down and Andy Rodriguez being out as well. Henry Davis, you think that he's going to find some of his confidence after what happened last night?
And, guys, you could probably picture them. Like, he's hit a couple of balls long and foul. So as that thing is going down the line, you got to be thinking in his mind. And you could see the smile as we were talking to him afterward. He's like, man, yeah, I was sweating it a little bit because he hit a few long foul just to have that happen. And then you see him get a break. He gets a broken bat, RBI. Like, just little thing, you have a kind of a blast and then a bloop, if you will. And he's put in so much work. I mean, the guys rave about how hard he's trying and how much pressure he puts on himself. Maybe just seeing a result will release some of that pressure to where he can let his ability take over. And hopefully he can, if he can go on some type of run, then all of a sudden, while Indy recovers from that finger, and we don't know how long that's going to be. I mean, you can imagine how much you use an index finger in baseball. And that's going to be, that could be considerable time.
Yeah, it looked like it exploded, so that's never good. Jeff, switching gears here to the Penguins, news that took us all by surprise yesterday, Chris Letang undergoing a heart procedure and then out 4 to 6 weeks, but he was around the guys yesterday, and it doesn't sound, at least right now, like he is going to retire. I mean, it doesn't even sound like that thought has crossed his mind.
No, and think about all the things he's been through, and I don't think that's ever crossed his mind in any of these scenarios. The guy just loves to compete. And I think he probably realizes not only does he feel like he could still play at a high level, but how he would fill that void of the competition. And he loves that competition. And not just the competition, but the other 200 and some days leading up to those games. He's famous for his workouts. I mean, he'll be in that gym maybe he'll take the weekend off and then he's right back in the gym. Like, and that's part of his thing. Like, he finds his solace. Like, that's his world. His peace is on the ice and in a gym. And if that's taken away from him, or he's not able to work towards that goal, I think he'd probably, in his mind, feel like he would struggle with what he would want to do. It sounds like this is going to be okay. He would be back in a month if he were, still playing. And man, this guy's endured a lot. I remember as a young guy when he lost his best friend in a motorcycle accident and had to come out at like 19 and address it. And it's just like he's persevered through a lot, and hopefully this is only a hiccup for his off season.
Absolutely. Jeff, one final thing here for you. Jerry Dulac in his chat yesterday said that what he's hearing basically rule out the Steelers trading George Pickens. Are you hearing the same stuff? Do you think that they've ruled it out?
I don't know that they've ruled out anything because you don't know what the return is. Like, if someone were to make a crazy offer for him, how could you say, no, we're just not considering it at all? I mean, I get it. You want to have two receivers. But what's odd, guys, is you look at all the people that visited, so many of those guys are slotted around the second round. And they don't have a second-round pick.
Right.
So you think about how could they get in there, and the easiest one would be, well, you trade George and see if you can get a second-rounder for George. I don't think they're actively doing it. But I don't think they would close the door if someone made a crazy offer to them, because I don't see a scenario where he's with this team next year.
Jeff, this was fun. It always is. We appreciate your time, and we will talk to you draft week.
Happy Easter, boys.
Happy Easter, Jeff. Take care, buddy. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. It is Easter. Snuck up on me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
You only have one more day to be nice to cows, I think, right? One more day.
You suck. I don't like you.
I actually feel like it's been good for us because we're chummy. We're buddies. I look at him as a little big brother, But there's been some barbs I've left out.
I hate you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It'll take place June 5th and 6th. This year, the broadcast will take place at Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. We are currently looking for 25 fire departments that'll benefit from this year's fundraising. Register your fire department now at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Aircraft Management Group, Firehouse Subs, 1-800-BOARD-UP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, and Guardian Protection. We'll react to some of what Jeff had to say coming up next as we wrap up the show. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Washington Nationals play tonight, or today, rather. 12:35 is the scheduled start time of the game, so they play this afternoon. If you want to listen to the game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In North for sales, crews on scene with a multi-vehicle accident tying up the intersection of routes 30 and 48. Watch for delays as you make your way through the zone. Meanwhile, inbound on the Parkway West, you remain jammed around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound, an earlier accident off to the side between I-79 and Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, you are heavy at Wilkinsburg, then jammed at Edgewood Swissvale down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with Two Men and a junktruck.com.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 2025 Lincolns in stock.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Man, you're watching a game, someone gets hot from three early. You know those games sometimes turn into a shooting contest. Try to find those trends. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have two nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Just got this text from Mark Cavalli, our friend from the Pat McAfee Show. Says, Bechtold dumped me yesterday for saying I ate Long John Silver's and got diarrhea. I don't think you have to dump him for that, right, Harry? Yeah, and Harry's always on top of that over there. Although I don't picture the actual act, but I do feel like if you're eating Long John Silver's, you are kind of asking for it.
Yes. But I could see Caboli eating Long John Silver's.
Do you ever go, I can too, do you ever go to Long John Silver's, like, to seek it out? Or is it just one of those, I'm hungry, I'm driving past a Long John Silver's, and so I'm going to get Long John Silver's?
I've only been there like 3 times.
Me too.
But, like, it's been decent.
It's great. I mean, they got the hush puppies,
right?
That whole deal.
Yeah, like, I actually kind of like it. I actually kind of want to go get it now.
Free advertisement.
You know, like, you forget about it, and then it's like, oh, there's a fish fast food restaurant. I mean, that's a great idea.
Does that not sound like the worst? And listen, it's fine. Like, I'm not, like, don't sue us. But just that sentence doesn't sit well with me.
No.
A fish fast food restaurant? No.
No.
And then Caboli gets diarrhea, and you're like, you know what I could go for right now? Is some Long John Silver's.
Yep.
Just the mere mentioning. I'll tell you what looks good are these new Taco Bell chicken cantina bowls.
They're good. I've had them.
Are they?
I'm a big Taco Bell guy.
Buddy.
Yeah. I throw it back.
I'm a sober Taco Bell fan.
Both.
Like, drunk Taco Bell
is elite.
Back in college was the move.
Yeah.
But sober Taco Bell is good, and it's actually affordable. It's like 99 cents.
Yep. I'm a hungover Taco Bell guy, too.
Oh.
Love it. I mean, I'll eat 10 soft tacos in 10 minutes.
I just get the beef and cheese.
Yep, same.
And I usually get 5. You
Yep.
get fire sauce.
Fire sauce.
And then they have the words of wisdom on the front. Make you chuckle, those little fire sauce
Very
packets.
good.
Yeah. All right, that's how you end a show right there.
Yep.
Caboli's diarrhea and Taco Bell fire sauce packets. Tomorrow, got a fun show planned for the people as we inch ever closer to draft day and draft week. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Jason Mackey in for the guys today, coming up at 10 o'clock on the Pomp and Joe Show. Talk to you tomorrow. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2025 Jeep Compass Limited, payment starting at $259 for 27 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Shiloh Plate and Pour on Shiloh Street in Mount Washington. Mount Washington's favorite neighborhood spot is back. Catch the game, enjoy an ice-cold beer, and dig into some great food. Open till 2 a.m. every Friday and Saturday. And the kitchen's cooking a full menu until 1 a.m.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Spring weather means Totteridge Golf. Hi, I'm Patrick Sundis, owner of Totteridge Golf Course and Residential Community. This spring, play Reese Jones's finest design. Totteridge is an 18-hole link-style layout with panoramic views that will take your breath away. Totteridge has hosted countless PGA competitions, yet is accessible to anyone with 5 sets of tees. Named a top 15 residential community by Pittsburgh Business Times, Totteridge residents can enjoy golf and miles of walking trails. Visit totteridge.com to book your tee time today.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that I use them for my home project, so visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared the earlier accident from the outbound Parkway West between I-79 and Campbell's Run Road. All lanes back open there. Inbound, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. In North Versailles, crews clearing an earlier accident, the intersection of Routes 30 and 48. Watch for delays there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. It's National Safe Digging Month. So if you're planning a home project or you're an architect, designer, or engineer planning a major excavation, visit pa1call.org or call 811 before you dig and have underground utilities marked. Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Nationals 6-1 yesterday. Trying to take 3 out of 4 from Washington today. 12:35 first pitch. Andrew Heaney on the mound for the Pirates opposite former Bucko Trevor Williams. Listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, it's actually not Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey in here. It is Jason Mackey and Tyler Kennedy, but it is still the Pomp and Joe Show. Hello and a happy Thursday to you. It is a hockey night in Pittsburgh. We're thrilled to be here to talk a lot of pucks with you. Happy to do this. TK, what's going on, my man? How are you?
Not much, man. Just it's nice to see the sun. Nice to see some nice weather coming,
That's
man.
What that
it's
thing
just
is,
like,
huh?
oh my God. When you wake up and you see the sun, it feels good. And, the only bad thing is like, when I was playing, the weather was so good at the end of the year, and it's because we went so deep in the playoffs and the weather changed. Now it's like this is like the first nice day in a long time, and it's our last game of the year, and it's crazy how quick it came to an end. It's a long year, but it comes quick.
I want to get into a lot of that, this feeling around here with the weather. I agree with you. Like, you guys have spoiled us. You've spoiled us. That I feel this weather, and I feel like we should be preparing for a playoff series because that's just been the expectation around here.
Oh.
And it's just a bummer that it's not.
Yeah, it's like my whole time here was like the last 20 games, you're just trying to get through it because you're going for a deep playoff run.
Yeah, you're trying to conserve, probably.
Yeah, like there's a couple times we were getting, like when the Terrian thing happened, when he got fired, we were like, oh, we got to make a little push to get in the playoffs. But like, we always had a team that was a wagon. Everyone that came in, we always got their best game.
Yeah.
We always had a phenomenal core guys. And again, the playoffs was like starting our second season all the time. And that's like you play for the playoffs. That's what you get hyped up as a player. Every game means so much, and it's kind of crazy to say, but there's no bad in playoffs. You win, you keep going. If you lose, you get to go home. You start your summer a little early. But again, for a player, there's nothing better than coming out that first game at home with the crowd going nuts. The jitters you feel that you don't feel very often during the season.
That's awesome, man. It's honestly the same way journalistically. Like, it's not, well, I shouldn't say that. It's never on the same level as.
I was going to say, wow.
No. I said that poorly. That's not what I was going for. It's nice to just have that intensity ratcheted up.
Yeah.
You know that, like, what you're writing, there's the eyeballs, the focus is there. It's a different type of thing. Yeah, I could have said that a lot better. That's on me. All right, so off the top, it's presented by JP Roofing and Siding. I want to talk a little bit about what we're going to get into, but a whole first hour, ton of hockey talk throughout the day, honestly. 11 o'clock hour, we're going to get into some Steelers stuff. We're a week out from the draft. Want to touch on that. I've got some thoughts on the quarterback situation. I don't know necessarily what we're doing here, trying to reach for every quarterback under the sun. No, thank you. Kevin Gorman from the Trib will be along at noon. We'll talk some baseball there, get back into a little bit of football, maybe some Major League Baseball and some bigger picture storylines in the 1 o'clock hour with Jeff Hathorn before wrapping up with some hockey talk. Tyler Kennedy sitting across from me, of course, is brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, injury settlement planning attorneys. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, TK, I know you didn't have many of these in your career, but you've got a quote-unquote meaningless game. None of them are meaningless, right? Like, that's a stupid term. You're always playing for something. You're always auditioning. You're always, nothing's meaningless. But what's the vibe like a morning like this? Like, I would feel, from an outsider, it would kind of feel like a last day of school kind of vibes. You get out, probably a little bit of awkwardness. Just what's it like in there?
Yeah, it's identical. It's like the last week of school for you. You take it a little lightly, but this game tonight means a lot for a lot of different players, right? Like for Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, those guys, it's like a meaningless game, but those guys have that pride to end on a good note. And then you talk about the other parts of the team, the guys that are on one-way deals, the Hayes, the guys like that the young guys with Koivunen and those guys. Like this game tonight, it's still a tryout. It's still like a time where you have to show what you have, because when you look at what happened last year with Pushinin, he had quite a good opportunity and he did very well, but he didn't do enough to keep his job for this year. And with the guys that play tonight, the guys that have been playing the last couple games, I hope they realize how much these games mean, because that training staff, those agents, all that stuff, well, not agents, but, like the Kyle Dubas group, the scouting staff, they're watching these games going, can this guy bring this for an 82-game season? Can this guy fit in? And there's guys that I think Koivunen, he's done a great job with being able to play in that top line. He's got the speed. He's got the hands. And when a guy gets called up, I always say, like, how does he handle the puck? Especially going up, playing with Sid, playing with Malkin, a lot of guys go up and they just dish the puck. They're like, here you go, I don't want to touch it. Because those guys...
Hot potato.
Yeah, like...
Koivunen's not like that, though.
Yeah,
he's got great poise with it.
Exactly, and that's what shows he's ready to make the jump. He's able to make plays. I hope he scores a goal just to get off his back and say he scored a goal in the NHL this summer. But, again, these games are a little tough. They're a little bit more relaxed, and especially with them, they just had 3 days in between games. Those must have been the longest 3 games. And you watch, what Mike Sullivan was doing in practice, the shootouts, the having fun, the taking it a little serious, but making sure, they're still having fun out there, because this has been a tough year for them. They all know, it's not the outcome they wanted. But, again, this morning would be a very different vibe, a lot of relaxed players, but there should be also a lot of players that this game is like a Stanley Cup game or a playoff game, because this is like their mini tryout for next year.
Yeah, I mean, right or wrong, I feel like a lot of people are going to go into the season with this impression. And I think in some ways that can kind of cloud the truth. If we look at how the Penguins have played, I think they're like 9-5-2 in their last 14, something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
they're buzzing.
Probably isn't that, it's not representative of the season they've had.
Right.
But if you look at a guy like Koivunen, you want to go into the summer with positive momentum. It kind of hurts McGroarty being out of the lineup, but I don't know. So let's take that to this. What sort of things that you see out of this NHL team? And I mean, Koivunen, McGroarty, Jack St. Ivan, he was not up here a whole lot. We got a nice dose of Owen Pickering. Joel Blomqvist, not necessarily, I think, what you'd want to see, but foundational pieces, guys that are going to be here, guys that might have gotten something out of this season that can take it into the offseason. What did you see that encourages you for next year?
Well, I like McGroarty. I think I'm not sure if he's a top 2-line guy, but I think he's definitely a third-line, good, solid player. There's nothing wrong with being a good, solid third-liner. They make a lot of money, too.
Yeah.
I've really liked him. I think he's...
You don't say, huh?
Yeah, I think he's a piece of the future. I think he's obviously got to get faster. I think that's the biggest thing around him. I think his first 15, 20 seconds of a shift, he does a good job, but the last 20, you can see he gets slowed down pretty quick. But you can fix that with, off-ice training, all that, having a big summer maturity, all that stuff. Koivunen, I've liked him a lot. I think he's ready to step into the top 2 lines as a young guy that can bring his speed. Blomqvist, I'm not even sure what to think. They were very high on him, and I liked him at the start, but there was a couple goals that I was like,
Yeah, I know what you mean. You got to stop that. You need that one.
Yeah, if you're going to be in the NHL, and then Pickering was good, but no one's blown my socks off that I'm like, we can build a team around this guy, or this guy's going to jump up and make a huge impact. And when you think of the last 15 games and going on the other side for a team coming in and you're seeing a team that's not in the playoffs, like it changes the intensity of the game. Like these last 10 games, they're pressureless. You know what I mean?
If you're going to the playoffs.
If you're going to the playoffs,
Yeah.
or even anyone, right? Like when they play the Chicago Blackhawks, like that wasn't a pressure-filled game.
Good point.
You know what I mean? And like you want to see guys how they perform when games mean something. When games, you need to stack points on stacking points. And those are the games where the players figure it out. That's where the depth comes in. like when you think of some of the problems the Penguins had, like once you get rid of that top line, there's not too much scoring going on. Like it drops off quite a bit. And when you think of great teams that push through, like they have their fourth line scoring goals, they have their third line. And yeah, there's guys putting up points, but just not enough points to push you to the games to win an extra 3 games. You know, when I played in 09, I felt like my line, we'd win 4 games just because we scored multiple goals in a game.
Yeah.
And we pushed, you know, I'm not saying we did all the time, but there was times even the fourth line, they got that goal that we needed in a 2-2 game in Philadelphia. That was a huge 2 points, a 4-point swing. And that's what I felt like they didn't have. But when you see these young guys coming up and they do change the team because you can see they're faster, they support the puck with more speed. But again, I want to see these guys in more of a pressure-filled game. And I think this summer is going to be an interesting summer for the Penguins with, you know, who are they going to bring in? I think they got to bring in a top 6 guy. They got to bring in some speedsters. You know, we need to
get faster, man. Need to get faster.
Well, we need to do what Washington did, right? They surrounded their old guys with these little speedsters that they chip the puck in, and they go do all the hard work. Kind of like, honestly, but that was like what
You're right.
That's what me and Max and, you know, guys like the young guys did for the older guys like Billy Guerin. We were like the worker bees, you know, and we got the puck and we played with speed, and that's what made us a fast team. But right now, we don't have enough guys playing with that kind of speed. And hopefully, you know, next year they bring in some of that youth.
Yeah, and they have some of it too. I mean, that's what we're talking about with Koivunen. I think Puustinen stands to maybe get something. Tristan Brose. Yeah. I mean, there's some guys in Wilkes-Barre, but I agree with you. I mean, that I was going to ask you at some point in this conversation, what are we going to look into the offseason and try to do, but we might as well go there now. I mean, I look at Gino. He needs somebody to do the worker bee stuff, what you're talking about on his line.
100%.
I'm not as down on Gino as I think some people are. I think he has game left. I think he has a lot that he can contribute. I just don't want him having to work as hard.
Yeah.
I don't want him carrying the puck as much.
Yeah, like I don't think Gino's the guy. Like he played his whole career being able to pick up the puck and go through everyone and do everything.
Right, that's not going as well now.
No, it's just obviously he gets more attention than ever, right? Because like everyone looks at him. He's like one of those statures that you look at the other team, you're like, this guy's been around. He's like a Hall of Fame guy. Like we need to watch him. And even when he gets the puck, you still respect him a lot more than when he was younger. But like you said, you need someone, like if we can find another Brian Rust to play with Evgeny Malkin, that would be ideal. Because then you got a guy that can take the puck wide, and Gino's becoming more of a shooter, and we know he can score goals, right? Like, and we do need, I think we always need a tough guy on the team. We need one tough guy. Like it literally boils my blood. I know another couple guys that blow, like, guys should not be able to punch Sidney Crosby in the head without getting jumped.
Yep.
You know, like that drives me nuts. And then I wanted to go back on Puustinen. You know, he stole my number, which I wasn't happy about. You know, it's like I'm trying to tell Tags, don't give anyone my number.
You want to retire your own number?
Yeah. Well, I tell my kids I was a superstar. You know, but the problem with him, and like I don't know if it's Mike Sullivan not giving him a chance, but I do like the way he plays. But he's like in that in-between, right, where he doesn't have enough high-end skill to play on those top 2 lines, but he's too skilled and too small to play in the third and fourth line. You know, he's that in-between because I like how he plays. I wish he was a little bit more physical, a little more gritty, like a little bit of more hate in his game, but he does produce. He does, like, you know, he's been up for 2 or 3 games. He's already got a goal. You know, like I go on production. You know, I like him, but I just – He's that in between that you need to find what you want from him, you know, and it's like, dude, like you got to figure out what you are. You got to find your niche on that Penguin team, because if you do, there's going to be a job for you, because they're looking for guys that can bring something different than what they have. But again, that top 6, like when you think of Gino again, what do you have? 15 goals this year? Yeah. Like, I think if you put a guy that can skate and wheel and deal, like he's going to score 20 next year. You know?
Oh, no doubt.
Like
I think he can still score.
Yeah.
There's enough there.
Yeah. Oh, and like, again, you see
but you can't have a question mark next to him. You need to have a legit playmaker to play off of him. Yeah. And they haven't had that.
And, you know, like, obviously Mitch Marner's up. Imagine putting a Mitch Marner with Evgeny Malkin. Malkin would score 35 goals next year, but you're never going to get Marner.
Right.
But you need someone.
I don't know. There's a relationship there, TK.
Yeah, is he going to come to play with Sid for how many years?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Come on, it's fun.
Yeah, and then, the third line, it's okay, but
they need more scoring depth.
Yeah,
man. I mean, the teams you were on, the teams, most recently, the most recent Penguins successful teams, they had depth. They had threats in the third and fourth line. That's why I like the Tommy Novak acquisition.
I don't even know what happened to him.
Injured, never came back.
He got that slap shot, right? And it hit him in maybe an odd spot. And he went back on the ice, and then it looked like he kind of I can't go, know, and you don't know what happened. I'll be interesting to see what Kyle Dubas, what the real ruling is, because it didn't look that bad, but I also didn't think Bonkos was that bad. And then he's like, he tore his bicep off his arm. It's that's
you
bad.
Hockey players are crazy.
Yeah,
you're absolutely crazy, man. I this is something I talk about with people all the time. I haven't gone from covering hockey to covering baseball.
Yeah.
Right? You got a hockey player, you never hear about anything. Yeah, my leg fell off. We just put it back on. It'll be all right. And then baseball, this guy's on the IL with he got a cut in his finger.
Yeah.
He can't play for 3 days. Finger hurts. I understand the baseball side. I mean, it's hard to swing a bat with a broken finger. I'm not diminishing anything over there. It makes hockey players seem even more insane.
Yeah.
Than what you guys play through.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's because you have someone always kind of trying to take your spot, and I feel like baseball, you either can play baseball or you can't, where I think hard work and tenacity plays a little bit more of an aspect of it.
I've always wondered that. You think it's how you guys are raised too?
Oh, yeah.
It's the culture throughout the sport. Never focus on the individual, focus on the team, help the team. Yeah. I don't know. I love the culture. It's amazing.
It's in junior, when you're 15 to 20, if you haven't lost a tooth or got stitches, you're not a player.
Yeah.
It's just part of it.
When did you lose your first one?
Probably 17.
Were you freaked out? Or did it feel like a badge of honor?
It's like a badge of honor. Even getting your first cut, stitches under your chin, it's it's the coolest thing to show everyone.
Yeah.
At school. You're legit, And then
how many are you missing now? Teeth.
4 on the bottom, and then my front 2 are cracked in half, and it's sucks, you know. But I remember this is so I went to hit someone in the AHL, and he followed through, and he hit my chin, and I almost bit my tongue off. But I pulled my mouth guard out, and all my teeth were all scattered through it.
Oh my God! And it was your mouth guard. You had to pick them out of your teeth.
Yeah, and then
pick your teeth out of your mouth guard.
Yeah, and I was this is so stupid. And then I was squirting water, and the water was going through my tongue because I bit through my tongue, and it was the grossest thing ever because I was bleeding, bleeding, everywhere. And then you go to we're in Portland, so we're just it couldn't be somewhere pretty nice, it was in Portland. And
Portland, Maine, Portland, Oregon.
Oregon.
Okay.
No, Maine.
Okay.
And so I go back to the room, and you lay on the medical table, and the guy comes in. It's a dentist, and then a person that stitches you up, And every time you try to grab someone else's tongue, it automatically goes back. So the lady was pulling my tongue out by the inside because she couldn't touch my tip. She was pulling it by the inside, pulling my tongue out. Well, the guy, or the surgeon, was stitching my tongue. I had 23 stitches in my tongue, and your eyes are watering. You are I was ready to quit hockey. And what put me over the top, the guy was he was looking over me, stitching me from his chin was near my hairline, looking over me. And he was sweating, and it was dripping on my face. And I was just you know what? I hate hockey. I want to quit. This is so gross. This is the worst. And then, it healed up in literally 3 weeks because your tongue heals the fastest. But that was a big one. And then I've always kind of had when you're a hockey player, your teeth are never secured in your mouth. They're always you see the videos of Pascal Duper pulling his teeth out on the bench and all that stuff. And I remember I got hit in Pittsburgh, and knocked my tooth out. but the nerve was showing, and I was like, it was the worst. So after the game, my parents are here. They take me to the dentist. Like, there's always a dentist at the Penguins game, so if anything happens. So I go there, and he's like, I got to pull this out. And he's got, like, the pliers. And my parents and my wife now, Brandy, were in the other room. And I am like, dude, like, he's pulling my head up. And I'm like, dude, just pull it. Like, I'm tough enough, pull it. And my eyes are watering. And I go, what, you can't get it out? And he's like, he got that smirk in his eye. And he goes, oh, yeah, I got it. And, he grabbed the pliers, and he just, when you break the root by twisting the tooth, he broke the root and twisted out. And
it's like pulling a weed.
Oh, dude, yeah, and like
did you have Novocaine? Were you numb at this point?
No.
Not that I think that would help much.
So when you have a nerve, it's hard. You can't numb a nerve.
Okay.
So it was like the most pain. That's like, when you go to a dentist, you can still feel the nerve getting touched with like the whatever it is, the drill.
Yeah, it just doesn't hurt.
But I came out of there. My mom almost passed out because I was white as a ghost. My mouth.
I might go down soon.
Oh, it was. But that's like, when you think of guys that are tough and like hockey players, we just kind of put the pain in the back because I think you deal with it so much. And like in an 82 game series, like I would think you'd feel good for 40 games, if that. Like good, like feel really good.
Wow,
I know.
I mean that's
and then after your career, you never feel good. But yeah,
23 stitches on your tongue and a tooth pulled out by the root that sounds like twisting a weed out of your garden.
Oh
my goodness!
We should talk about this. Listen to this one. This is
I think we touched on a nerve here, quite literally.
Yeah. So I pulled up like what Tanger's like big serious like injuries. This is without talking about stitches, losing teeth, anything. So Chris Letang had 3 concussions, 2 strokes, which is like, oh my God, a broken foot, a broken hand. Those hurt. Neck surgery, a herniated disc, like that herniated disc that ends guy's career.
Yeah.
And then heart surgery. And he played 1,161 games. Like, you want to talk...
If they had a career Masterton, it should go to that guy.
Yeah, like, when you talk about a warrior, like, Tanger's a warrior. And, like, I play with, like, a lot of guys that were strong. Tanger was the strongest I've ever seen. And there's another guy, Anders Lee, the captain of New Jersey. He was probably the biggest and strongest guys. And I play with, like, Orpik. I play with some big boys. But pound for pound, strongest guy I've ever seen, Chris Letang. He is, in the gym, it's insane how strong he is. It's scary.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Sid and Gino around here, and we've been so blessed as hockey fans. But, yeah, you're right, 58 doesn't get talked about enough for what he's gone through, the level of play that he's achieved, the longevity, I mean, it's absolutely incredible.
It's mentally, right? Like, when you have a bad back for a week, but he's out for a while, and, just to stay motivated and get back to the level that he was at, like, that's that fortitude. That's, like, all the stuff that makes Chris Letang one of the best defensemen ever to play for the Pittsburgh Penguins.
All right, so we got to get to a break. I Starkeyed the clock a little bit. That's all right. Jason Mackey in for Joe Starkey and Bob Pompiani, joined, of course, by Tyler Kennedy. Great discussion there about hockey players and their toughness and losing teeth and getting your tongue sewn up and everything else. But the Fan Text Line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline's presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusting plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. We're going to take a short break. I want to get to TK and talk a little bit more about the offseason. I want to talk about 87, too. Sidney Crosby getting a bunch of respect, obviously due from his peers, but I want to talk to TK a little bit about Sidney Crosby, the person. We'll do that and more when we get back on the Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Final game of the season for the Penguins tonight. PPG Paints Arena playing against the all-time NHL goals leader and Alex Ovechkin in the Washington Capitals. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. I don't know what the New York Football Giants are doing. They have the number 3 pick in the upcoming NFL draft, and they have a general manager and a head coach who may not be there next year. I know the decision's got to be made whether they're going to take a pass rusher or a quarterback. I would think that the owner, John Mayer, would want it to be made by people who, might be around next year. Color me silly. This is Andy Gresh.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
At Columbia Gas, safety is their #1 priority. Remember, if you smell the rotten egg or sulfur-like odor of natural gas, or see or hear any sign of a natural gas problem, leave the area immediately and call 911 from a safe location. Never try to find the leak yourself. Light a match or candle or operate anything that could cause a spark, including cell phones, light switches, or garage door openers. Learn more at ColumbiaGasPA.com.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is underway as we continue to see the teams separate themselves from the rest. Texas has had a resurgence, returning to form after winning it all in 2023. They will be tested in an early season series against Los Angeles. Will Texas be able to wrangle a couple of wins in the series? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus Awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2024 Jeep Wagoneer S. Payment starting at $399 for 24 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same
Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, pro basketball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SC all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Discover unbeatable value at Get Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bombiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the Pomp and Joe Show, but Pomp and Joe are off today. I'm the substitute teacher, Jason Mackey, joined in studio this hour with Tyler Kennedy, Austin Bechtold, Limits, City Limits, Limitless Wonder. What do you prefer?
All the above,
what
Jason.
Do you prefer?
Yes. I prefer my first name,
then
Austin.
I will call you Austin.
That or Limits, which I've adopted and have taken in stride, which a lot of people do call me City Limits or Limits when I see people out in public. It's like a half and half thing, Jason. It's kind of odd.
So here's the dilemma that I have as somebody who works with you. As a friend, I would call you just Limits.
Yeah.
Privately. On the air or in this setting, I want to call you Austin so people know you are Austin Bechtold. You are a person. This is your brand. But at the same time, your brand might be Limits, and you might prefer that. So anyway, I twist myself into a pretzel not knowing exactly what to call you.
How'd you get the name? Like, tell us the backstory on City Limits.
So Joe is known for giving everyone a nickname.
Yeah.
Everyone that either works with him, he knows. And he decided that he was going to try to give me multiple different ones and just see what stuck. And eventually, I guess he was watching TV one day and saw that there is a Austin City Limits Music Festival TV show.
Yep.
Based in, I think it's Austin, Texas, which would make the most sense. And he decided one day to just call me City Limits based off of Austin City Limits. And I was like, oh, Joe, you've given me 4 or 5 different names before that never really stuck and weren't very good. This might actually be the one that does because it's a little bit catchy. It kind of sounds cool, and it flows. And it has to – you have a nickname, it has to flow. And I'm glad that this one, out of all the other options, like Wonder Twin, Mr. P, all kind of weird things that were thrown out there, that Limits is what ended up being the main nickname. So
TK, I was complimenting hockey players up and down, and I meant everything I said. You guys are the toughest, craziest. It's so respectable. But you know what? Your nicknames stink.
Why?
Because they're unimaginative. If he was a hockey player, he'd be Bechty. He would. It's everything just adding a Y on the end.
Yeah, I know.
Limits is an actual nickname.
Yeah.
Doran and Crowley do call me Bechty, and I kind of do like it.
Nickname.
I think it's fun.
I think it's terrible.
I was always called A-Man by my family. Always called me A-Man.
City Limits is great.
Or AB, but then Antonio Brown kind of went crazy, so AB had a derogatory term to it.
No.
So AB, I haven't heard that as much frequently.
All right.
I like City Limits. You got to put that on a T-shirt.
There is an Austin City Limits T-shirt that my uncle bought me months ago. So it's pretty cool.
All right.
I'll have to wear it soon.
Okay. All right, let's talk about Sid, whose actual nickname is Daryl, correct?
Yep.
I don't know the backstory there. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole because we have other Sidney Crosby stuff to talk about. TK, he was voted, I believe, for the 6th consecutive year the most complete player by his peers. I would imagine, you guys aren't in this for awards, but the same as on our side of the fence, somebody in journalism thinks a lot of your work. I'd imagine fellow players thinking a lot of your work means something. Is Sid more of a specimen or more of an incredible talent on the ice or off the ice, in your opinion?
That's pretty close. Just the way he treats people, like he's got all the bases covered. The way he's just thoughtful, he cares about his teammates, and obviously his on-ice performance is his on-ice performance. And you see he gets picked by his peers that he's an all-around player, this and that, and it's like when you get okayed that you're a good player from like your buddies means so much more than anything else. It's like when your brother says you're a good hockey player or he can golf, when you're in your golfing group and they go, well, who's the best one, and they all point at you, you're a legit, and that's probably what it means when all the NHL guys pick him. It's got to make him feel good. And he's been around like 20 years.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah,
crazy.
like he knows so many people in the league. Like he's like the grandfather in the league that everyone looks up to, everyone respects. And I would say probably 25% of the guys in the NHL had a Sidney Crosby poster in their room growing up, and now they're playing against him, and he's still scoring, 30 goals. He's still getting 90 points. Like, they must be like, this is insane.
Yeah. What's the most absurd story, and I mean absurd in a good way, about like Sid off the ice? Him waiting for somebody, some charitable endeavor you might have witnessed. Just a couple examples for myself, like covering the team. I remember being in the dressing room once, and there were visitors from like the Penguins marketing side, and I forget how I knew these people, but I did. And Sid was not supposed to see them at all. Like, there was nothing arranged. This was not planned. Sid just randomly goes up to them, starts like chatting them up and like giving them a stick and taking care of them. I remember Jen Bolano from the Penguins telling me a story about Sid, how he visited a kid in the hospital and did it like, on his own. There's no cameras. He's not trying to do anything. And they started talking about some specific toy. And Sid went to Toys R Us, bought a bunch of this toy, and then asked Jen, like, hey, I need to get back to the hospital. Like, me and so-and-so were talking about this, and, like, I got him that. And these aren't publicized events. He's not looking for credit. It's just crazy, the stuff he does.
Yeah, and he does it because he's got a great heart. He's
just a fundamentally good person.
Just a great person. Obviously, a lot of respect to his parents because they did something really good, but he just does stuff like, writing letters to staff, handwriting letters to staff, stuff like that is just different. It makes it that much like more special. But like, on the player side, I always thought this was probably the coolest thing ever because it's such a competitive sport, but I was struggling to score. I couldn't score, and you can probably see in the way I was playing how I was like acting and just gripping my stick. And this is when Sid was having his concussions. And I remember like after practice, he called me over and he was just talking about like how to score more goals. He's like, "Hey TK, he was talking about his thought process." And he's like, "TK, when I grab the puck, I think of like the offensive zone as a funnel to the net. Every time I make a move, I go to the net." He goes, "Right now, what you do, you play outside that funnel. I always try to get inside that funnel." He goes, "Where's the puck always going, TK?" I go, "Well, it's always going to the net." He goes, "Do you ever hang around the net?" And I was like, "No." And he just thought different. But like after every, we did this for like 2 weeks and just like showing me some of the things that like, making moves, that quick move to the net or like kind of getting open in front of the net. And then
he's trying to like program your mind too, I'd imagine. Right?
Yeah, like just a different.
You have that idea, that thought.
Yeah, and like really like not many other guys would ever like help you because it is competitive. Guys are trying to steal each other's spot. That's what makes it good. That's what makes you play so good. But him just taking that extra time, he didn't ever need it to. And then I ended up scoring 2 big goals in Florida. And when I came off the ice, he was the first guy to like give me a hug and like congratulate me because he knew how much those 2 goals meant to me. And just like,
that's awesome.
And when you see him, it's just like, you don't have to say anything. You're just like, this, thank you. You know what I mean? Like that's Sid, just like even just taking care of like some old teammates. I don't want to get into it, but like guys he played with like, great, like 15 years ago, and he still like helps them out. And again, I can text Sid and I know he's getting back to me. Like he never big dogs anyway. And then like, again, like that's what makes him so special. Like, Sid can say jump through a wall. I'd probably jump through a wall and not ask questions. That's the respect I have for him. Like he's everything everyone writes and more. And every team I went to, from San Jose to Long Island to New Jersey, not average players were asking about their best players. The Joe Thorntons, the Joe Pavelskis were acting like, what's Sid do? What's Sid like? What's he do? And I was like, guys, like, you guys are Hall of Famer too. Like, like Sid's like Sid. You got to be around him, and everyone always wants to know what Sid's doing. It's been like that for 20 years.
I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty special.
Dude, I've told this story before, but when I was on hockey, it was 14-15 season was my first year on the beat, and you guys played, it was a back-to-back on Long Island, and so Josh Yohe was at the trip with me at the time. He covered the home game, and then I was at the second game, so I'm in Long Island Marriott. You've been there 1,000 times. And then the morning of the game, I go for a run or something at like 11 o'clock. It was like morning skate time. I get down into the fitness center, the gym at the Long Island Marriott. There's one person there.
Yeah.
Sidney Crosby.
Yeah.
In the public Long Island Marriott thing, I think it was actually exactly at 11:30, TK, because it was like the road time of a road morning skate where he had to like get a workout in, get a stretch. That was his availability. Or that was like the time he had to do it, and it had to be right on schedule. And we ended up just like talking for the next 30 minutes, like while each other was working out.
Yeah,
it was just I knew well before, but that was just like, this dude is so different.
Like, when's the last time you seen Sid pull like one of those like stupid like injuries, like a bad groin or like just like a hip flexor?
I mean,
it's hamstring. Like he never like.
Not only that, he's getting better. He's like Benjamin Button. I forget who called him that on one of the broadcasts.
Yeah.
Might have been Emily Kaplan. Or no, it was Leah Hextall after the last time. Yeah.
Well, it's like, Sidney Crosby's playing better hockey right now than he did at the beginning of the year. When I think of guys at the end of their career, like I knew I was coming to an end when the last 5 games I was hanging on by a shoestring, and just trying to get through them. This guy can play, and he's just getting better with time, and it's pretty scary what he can accomplish. And, I love talking about Sid because he's like the best of the best, and I love some of the things because Sid would always like play games too. Like he likes to have fun with the boys too. And we would go for these team dinners, and it's where everyone throws their credit card in the hat and, you hope you don't get it because the bills are pretty big, and he'd let the rookies sweat a little bit and already give the card to the waiter, and take it over for the rookies because, like, they're not.
Oh, he paid for it.
Yeah, he paid, but he let the rookies sweat because, like, a $2,000, dinner bill is a little more pricey for a guy who just got called up that was making that every 2 weeks in the A. Sure. But that's just him having fun, and he's such a great dude, like just awesome.
That's awesome, man. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at the 937.com fan contesting page. All right, so let's solve some problems, TK. I want to jump into some actual hockey talk, and then we'll finish with some fun stuff.
I'm not getting paid enough to get solved problems for the team.
Well, too bad, buddy. Too bad. We're going to have to negotiate that deal. I don't know, because there's some problems we need to solve. What do you do with Erik Karlsson this offseason? What can you do with Erik Karlsson this offseason?
I don't think you can do anything.
Okay.
I feel like his price tag's obviously big, and I don't think
prohibitive.
I think that's going to handcuff you to get rid of him unless you want to keep a lot of money, unless you're going to swallow.
You're going to have to eat some, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to swallow some. And, then when you talk about another guy like Graves, what do you do with him? You can only make so many moves. And when Kyle Dubas talked about after the trade deadline, he's like, we're done trading. We're going to start building now, and that means he couldn't get rid of some guys, and now he's got to deal with what he has. But Karlsson, he's not going nowhere.
You're depressing me with that one.
But
all right.
You just have to get him to rein it in a little bit. Like, understand, hey, you're not the same player you were 5 years ago. Like, just play.
I don't know
simple.
if it's in his DNA, TK.
No,
I understand what you're saying. You're 100%. Absolutely right. I just don't know that it's happening.
But that's the only way the team's going to be successful. Because if you have everyone on their own page, or even a couple guys, that's a recipe for disaster of giving up goals. And that's where guys have to sit them down and be like, dude, we don't want you to be that guy that used to skate all over the ice and go for a 2-on-1 when you're a defense. You need to play defense. Let us try to get in the playoffs. Your legacy will be more important when you go and make a playoff run than a guy that just puts up numbers. Again, when you look at guys' career.
You've done that. You've put up numbers. You've won awards.
I know.
Do the team thing.
It's like Ovechkin, right? He didn't get respect until he literally won the Stanley Cup. Then it was like, okay, because you got to win. I think winning helps your resume a ton. If you go through a career and you don't win, it's not as meaningful unless you win a cup. And, Sid having 3, Ovi having 1, but he still got 1. You need to win. You need to show that you know how to buy into a team and produce and to do whatever it takes for the team to win.
Tristan Jarry. My own opinion, I think he might have helped his trade value.
Yep.
The way he's bounced back, and I don't think it is in the Penguins' best interest to keep him here. I would like to see them give some opportunity, give some runway to some of the young guys they have in the A. I think Murashov might be pretty darn good.
Yep.
Blomqvist, Larson, I don't know. What would you do? What can you do with Jarry?
Well, first off, after him being called up from the AHL, he's come back and he's played a lot different than I've ever seen him play. And
yes.
And the swagger, the little bit of hey, I'm a good goalie. And the second part of that is his ability to turn the page and not let one goal turn into 5, and that's the biggest difference. And when I think of him, it was never his physical ability. He's got NHL starting physically ability, and he's been to all-star games. He's been to all that. It was between his ears, and that's the biggest thing I've seen change in Tristan Jarry, which is a huge positive, which is huge. But when we talk about these games they don't mean anything. So I want to see him in a pressure-filled game. I think he probably wants a new start. He probably wants a new start because, you're starting fresh. You can do it you can make any persona you want going to a new team. That's why sometimes, when you leave a team, a guy comes in and becomes a third liner, becomes a first liner and a goal scorer because he had an opportunity to change the way he plays or even the way he thinks of himself. So I think it's going to be hard to get rid of him because I think this is how a lot of GMs think too. But I wouldn't be opposed to keeping him either. I think I want to see. I'm a guy that gives guys second. I want to see if he can continue this, turning the page on bad goals, bringing that swagger. But then, what do you do with the young guys? What do you do with Ned? Like Mershoff, like I think from what I'm hearing, like he's every bit of the maturity, the being able to like battle and stop not every goal, but the goals that make you win games. All that. Bloomquist, I'd like to see him a little bit more. I think maybe they called him up too early and he didn't make the stops I'd want to see. But when you talk about goalies, like this is the difference between the NHL and the AHL. In the AHL, I was like a 30 to 35 goal scorer. In the NHL, I might have got 10 goals.
Yeah.
And then when you think of the guys that score, especially now, everyone gets like 20 goals. Like the shot velocity, the thought process on shots, the guys that score goals, it's a whole different animal from the AHL to the NHL. So he can do as good as he wants down there, but I want to see him have a guy like Raquel coming down or a guy like Brian Russ, Sidney Crosby. Let's see if he can stop him in a pressure-filled situation because it's different.
I'm just not buying it. I'm not 8-4-2 since he's come back, a .904 save percentage. Like you're talking about, TK, some stuff that, it's not high pressure. It's not down the stretch competing for a playoff spot. It's not high leverage is what the term they'd use in baseball. But at the same time, I think there's enough there. I don't know if you read this story. You probably see it with your eyes because you watch hockey differently than us. But Tristan recently talked to Matt Venzel from the Post-Gazette about moving differently a little bit. Not so much like stop and start, not focusing as much on technique, more of like a free-flowing and feeling the game, which I think is a little bit more Tristan. I am intrigued by like playing differently, that idea. I hope it's enough to do something, and we'll finish up this part of the conversation with Graves this way. I feel like they have to do something with one of those three guys, right? Like you're going to have to eat some money on Carlson, Jari, or Graves.
Yeah.
Maybe multiple. Maybe you trade one. I think it's probably a sunk cost with Graves. Where do you go with that? Same?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like what I hope to see when the team comes back, like a different team. We just haven't made the playoffs in 3 years, and I know it takes time to rebuild a really good team to consistently make the playoffs. But you would hope they would give other guys opportunities to do something and build for 2 or 3 years. Like you got to give Koivunen first line minutes. You got to give McGroarty time after time ability to make mistakes and keep playing, like all that. And then Graves and that decor, like when I look at Shea and St. Ivany, they played so good at the end of last year together. Like you got to just put them out there and let them figure it out because they've done it before. Can they do it again? Like I want to see that, but what are you going to have a guy making 6 sitting in the stands? Like that doesn't look good either. So they're in a tough spot, but they do need to change something. That things need to happen, and it needs to happen probably this summer. Again, they need to pick up a top 6 guy. They need to pick up. I don't know what's the story with Bonko. Like, he's out like 6 months, like 7 months. Like, so he's just coming back at September, October. Like, that's going to be tough for him to jump in and be like him. So you're going to have to find a tough guy. One tough guy, like a bottom 6, a top forward, a top 6 forward, a bottom 6 forward.
Probably a left side defense, right? If you're losing Grizzlick, or maybe you bring him back.
Yeah, I would bring him back. Like,
I would too.
For like probably his price tag. Like I can't see us not bringing him back. I think he's.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see them get out from under Carlson and balance out your pairs a little bit. They need more depth on the left side.
Especially like with Timmins playing on the opposite side.
Yeah.
With Carlson, like that was hard on him, and you can't let a younger guy play on the opposite side to let a veteran guy play on his good side, like that doesn't make sense. Like, again, there's got to be some moves this summer for sure.
All right. So it's WrestleMania this weekend. I don't know how big of a wrestling guy you are. Of the guys you've played with, who would make the best professional wrestler?
I would say either Brent Burns or Bobby Farnham. Remember Bob?
Oh, Bobby Farnham.
Yeah.
Beautiful Bobby.
Bobby, I feel like he had that personality to walk in and do like, the Hulk Hogan and all the crazy stuff. Like I think he would be a guy that would be able to put on a show and enjoy it and run with it.
Boy, Burnsy's a good one too.
Oh yeah.
That I might go with Brent Burns there because Bobby Farnham, I feel like, would come into the ring and then somebody would grab him and throw him out.
Yeah.
But he'd be a gigantic pest in the meantime.
Burnsy had the best tattoos too. He had the coolest tattoos.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he had his back's completely tattooed and he's got this big like African or safari tree and he's got all these like tigers and all this stuff.
Nice.
And it's just born to be wild. And that's what he is.
I love
Burnsy's
it.
wild. His back is really cool.
All right, I'm going to keep going. So you saw the McAfee thing with Sid? We're talking about Sid. Could you make that throw?
Not in front of that many people.
I don't think I could either.
No.
And you're going on vacation, right? You're going away?
Yeah, I'm going to see my parents.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What kind of vacationer are you? Good vacationer, bad vacationer? Can you unplug?
Well, it's cold up there, so it's
not the same, huh?
Yeah, it's different. So.
All right, man. Good stuff. Thank you, TK. Appreciate it. Tyler Kennedy was brought to you, of course, by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. A lot of fun.
All right. 50-minute mark on the fans brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Going to take a short break. We'll be back, get into some Steelers and draft talk. Lemons and I are going to kick a few things around. Thank you again to Tyler Kennedy. Don't go anywhere. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buccos in action today. It's a day game. Final of the 4-game series against Washington. The Nationals will send former Pirate Trevor Williams to the mound as Andrew Heaney will pitch for the Pirates. Buccos at 7-12 overall, last place in the NL Central. It's a 12:35 first pitch. Listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, you have a message for the people.
West Shore Home. You know the name. Yes, you do. But did you know the owner, BJ? He's from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Man, it's pretty close proximity to where we are here, and he's had a great business going. They're Pittsburgh's most admired home improvement brand and install 15 jobs a day. Now, think about that. So why are they so popular, you may ask? Well, here's why. You're going to work with West Shore employees from design to install and any follow-up service you may need. There are no subcontractors. They take care of themselves, and they have full-time people to do it. And this week, really good news for you. Their successful buy one, get one event is back. And if you get a full bath remodel, they will do another shower in the home completely free. You need new windows? All right, good. Replace your windows. And guess what? You'll get a brand new door or patio slider completely free. If you go to westshorehome.com/fan, you can also save $500 additionally. So that's right. Go to westshorehome.com/fan and secure $500 in addition to what I just told you about. All the information is right there on their website.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hey, it's Paul Alexander. You know when the best time to lose weight is? According to everyone I know, never. Hey, Paul, I have a birthday coming up. There's golf tournaments all summer. There's cookouts, dinners out. Seriously, how about sometime in February? Trust me, I get it. When I dropped 30 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, my schedule was so loaded I could have written a book of excuses. 2 golf tournaments, 3 cookouts, dinners out. This is every weekend and every week out. You know what? I didn't miss a meal. Why? Because Awaken 180 isn't a diet. It's practically a navigation system for real life. They gave me menus, cheat tips, even beverage suggestions so I could enjoy every moment. Seriously, weight loss with drink suggestions? Genius. That was 3 years ago. And guess what? Those 30 pounds, still gone. Not even 1 pound came back. Stop waiting for that mythical perfect moment. Losing weight can and should fit into your actual life. Call Awaken 180 because life's too short to wait it out.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You don't know how you gonna make it. Things getting rough now. Electric just got shut off. When it happened, you couldn't believe it. You went outside to look to see if everybody else's electric was off. It wasn't. It was just yours. Getting hard now. See, that accident messed up everything. You was doing so good. You got light at the end of the tunnel. You called Top Dog. You getting top dollar. You know the money coming. In the meantime, know what you gonna do. You know the money coming. The pain hurt, but you wanna know what hurt more? Your friends, the ones you always help, always been there. Now they can't help you. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You always make the call. You always call the dog. Any accident, it's Top Dog Law.
Here come rock and roll Hall of Famers. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. The Last Encores. July 20th at Heinz Hall. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Reserved seats on sale Friday, April 18th at 9 a.m. at HeinzHall.org. Winner of the Recording Academy Lifetime Achievement Award, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Live.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right
here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates Nationals today as Trevor Williams will pitch for Washington. The Pirates are 7-12 overall. Buccos in yesterday's game against Washington grabbed a 6-1 victory. It's been an up-and-down affair for the Pirates, scoring 10 runs in the first game of the series, no runs on Tuesday in the second game. Then 6-1 winners as Bailey Falter was solid. 7 innings, 2 hits allowed, no runs, 2 walks, and he did walk 1. Henry Davis hit his first home run of the season. Also an RBI ground out in the bottom half of the 7th inning drove in a run, but Oneil Cruz broke it open with a grand slam in the bottom half of the 7th, his 3rd homer of the season. Listen to the game at 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, first pitch, 12:35. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And welcome back to the Pop and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey in for the guys, along with the limitless wonder, Austin Bechtold, producing behind the glass. Thank you so much to Tyler Kennedy, former Penguins great, current budding broadcaster. I don't know. Back when I was on the Penguins beat, TK was just starting out on this broadcasting voyage, and now the man's everywhere. He's polished. He's done a great job. So thank you so much to Tyler for joining us. Great stuff there. Limits, how freaked out were you by the idea of Tyler Kennedy getting 23 stitches in his tongue? I was significantly freaked out.
Yeah, saying a little freaked out is definitely not the case. I was kind of squirming back here, trying to just half listen to the story because, look, I don't think either of us are nearly as tough as a hockey player could be. And that would absolutely destroy my confidence and everything. I feel like I would be dying in that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's... I can't imagine one stitch in my tongue, let alone 23. I mean, what he was talking about was absolutely insane. Like, I can handle the bodily injuries a little bit better. I get, maybe that's not the right term, but like, I had my kneecap split in half and playing baseball. I was okay with that, but I don't know, 23 stitches in my tongue just sounds absolutely brutal.
I hope there's no pictures of what TK's tongue looks like, because if so, I don't want to see it.
There has to be, right?
Do you really think that a dentist or a doctor would really want to document that?
I don't know, but I would want to document it.
Here's how bad it was.
Dude, if I got 23 stitches in my tongue, you bet your you-know-what I'm taking a picture of it.
For what? You can pull it up at the dinner table and show everyone that night?
I would hold that against everybody for the rest of my life.
Just because I'm tougher than you, look what I was able to withstand.
Oh, my gosh, yes. Oh.
I don't know if I would want to relive that memory or nightmare, depending on how you look at it.
I mean, just in this situation right now, like if I had ever done that, I'd keep that on my phone. And you'd be like, oh, man, my tooth hurts or something, or I've got a headache. I got 23 stitches in my tongue.
Yeah, try this. Look at all my teeth knocked out in the bottom. Look at my mouth guard with 4 teeth in it.
Right. He said he was literally squirting water to pull his teeth out of the mouth guard.
Yeah, you ever see the movie Tooth Fairy? Where do you think they got those teeth? Me.
Oh, my goodness. And now I'm regretting that I don't keep a picture of my knee in my phone. It doesn't have the same cachet, though. It's not like, here, look at my knee injury. But if you say, look at my weird tongue, I feel like it's a little bit crazier. I don't know. That was good stuff, though. Enjoy the conversation. I enjoyed the Sid stories. I'd never heard some of those. I love swapping good Sidney Crosby is a ridiculously wonderful individual stories. We don't appreciate it enough. Him being named the 6-time NHLPA most well-rounded player, whatever you want to say. I guess it's not a true MVP. You can give that to somebody else. But the most well-rounded player, the most well-rounded human, the most well-balanced human, Sidney Crosby just continues to score off the charts. It's absolutely insane, the stuff that he does, the care that he shows, just a good time to appreciate all of that. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. Want to get into some draft talk here. Want to get into some Steelers talk in general, but frame it around the draft. There's something that has been rolling around in my head about the draft sphere and what we're doing, and just some stuff that is out there, sort of an assumption, a narrative. Maybe it's a bit of a straw man. I don't know, but I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of hearing about this quarterback situation and shoehorning somebody in here where I don't think it fits. They're going to trade up to get Shedeur Sanders? Why? Especially if they also sign Aaron Rodgers? Why? Former NFL GM Mike Tannenbaum was on with Andrew Stockey from WTAE, and they were. This is where I started thinking about this. He said he could see the Steelers trading up to number 10, getting in the Chicago Bears spot to take Shedeur Sanders, even if they sign Aaron Rodgers. And Tannenbaum certainly is not the only one here who seems to want to intimate or suggest that the Steelers sign a quarterback in addition to bringing in Aaron Rodgers and maybe moving up to do it. Ryan Clark, I love Ryan Clark's opinion. I think Ryan Clark is fantastic. He's somebody else. I think he said he would, quote, sell the farm to move up and get Shedeur Sanders in here. I just don't understand that move whatsoever. None of the available quarterbacks are worth giving up what you would have to give up to move up. And I don't think the Steelers right now are in a position to do that. I would much rather see them, if they're going to bring Aaron Rodgers in here, you might dislike that. I certainly understand that opinion. I would cling tight to the idea of improving the 2025 team as much as possible. And there's a lot of ways to do that. We can sit here and debate defensive line, wide receiver, running back. I mean, it's a pretty quick debate for me. I think it might be for you too. Limits, so we know we're on the same page here. Where do you go in the first round as of now? Do you have a hard and fast opinion, or you have like one or two options?
I was always just because you allocate so much on the defensive side of the ball doesn't mean that you have to do the same in this year's draft with a defensive lineman. Now, that was before they traded for Metcalf. And seemingly, at least according to your colleague Jerry Dulac of the Post-Gazette, doesn't seem like they're willing to trade Pickens at this point. Wide receiver and D tackle are the two main clogs for me. Yeah. Unless Tyler Warren of Penn State is there, and he's a talent who I think is probably the best all-around weapon in the draft. If you can get him, take him. Don't think he'll be there. So either I like Luther Burton, I like Emeka Ibuka at wide receiver. That's if you trade Pickens. Even so, if you want to pair 3 different wide receivers, load up on offense, where they've done, over the last 5 years, spent the most amount of money as anybody on the defensive side of the ball. That doesn't excuse that they need help at defensive tackle. They could do it in the 3rd round. But I think it's most likely that they go D-tackle.
Yeah, to me, it should be easy here. This should be a fairly basic discussion, and maybe that's the idea of our society. We have to overcomplicate things, or we're attracted by flashing lights, which in this metaphor is a quarterback. To me, this is such an easy move. You have 4 gigantic, talented, first-round worthy defensive tackles staring you right in the face. You've addressed your wide receiver position. You theoretically have addressed quarterback. If not, you have an offer out to Aaron Rodgers where you're comfortable allocating a pretty good amount of salary, whether that's 20 or 40, whatever it is. Like, you're obviously going to play Aaron Rodgers. You spent heavy on DK Metcalf. If you're keeping Pickens, like, there are all these stars in the sky here. I just don't understand why we're not take a defensive tackle. Take a defensive tackle. Or, as Limits was saying, I don't have a problem with if some of those guys are there. If Emeka Buka is there, which I think he will be, if you think we're going to pivot into wide receiver. Like, we're just going to load up. We have to give Aaron Rodgers weapons. We can get a running back in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, something like that. But I don't understand the obsession with talking about quarterbacks in the draft. Like Jackson Dart, no offense, Joe, we're talking about the Steelers, drafting him being an option. There was a week where he's all over people's mock drafts, which is a separate can of worms for me that really drives me nuts about how a mock draft can change from week to week. I don't understand that. But we're talking about Jackson Dart being a potential Steelers pick. They didn't go in the first round as like a quarterback of the future. They weren't at his pro day. With the Steelers, Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan and how they handled themselves going to pro days and scouting, getting out on the road, are they really going to take a guy and give him the keys to the car, the first-round pick, this like long-term quarterback problem without going to his pro day? Let's just be realistic here. And if Jalen Milroe wouldn't have been invited to the draft, is anybody going to think of him as a realistic option at number 21? No. He was pegged further down the list. He's probably a second-round pick, and they don't have a second-round pick, which is fine. But why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about Shedeur Sanders? Maybe he falls, but again, if you're with Aaron Rodgers, what's the point? If you bring in a 41, soon-to-be 42-year-old quarterback, you should be improving your team. Leave 2026 for that. Let Mason be the bridge. Maybe somebody else is the bridge. I don't know, but you're having both. You're trying to do both things. It's once again the biggest problem that has beset the Steelers for years. You're trying to do both things, in or out. Either put all of your chips to the middle of the table with 2025 and Aaron Rodgers and your aging quarterback, and we're just going to end the playoff drought and get what we can now. Or say the heck with it and don't sign Rodgers and then get your first-round quarterback. That's fine. Why are you doing both? It's exactly what we've railed against the Steelers and tried to get them to avoid. Don't do both. Pick a lane. One or the other. Anyway, we're 1 week out from the draft. I am curious on these opinions. This is someplace I think it would be very good to get some participation here from you all, 412-928-9370. Do you think like me? Are you kind of over the quarterback talk? Do you think it's silly? Do you think a little bit more like Limits, which I think Austin probably has more of a pragmatic approach? You can see both sides. You can see the defensive tackle. You can see the wide receiver. You're not all in on a quarterback, correct?
I mean, the fixation on quarterback, like, I understand it because the Steelers don't have one. So obviously it's just natural to think, hey, could Jackson Dart, could Shedeur Sanders, could lightning in a bottle Jalen Milroe ultimately be the guy here? But the philosophy for me is, even though it's a significant need, if you don't love the guy, don't reach.
Right.
Don't go and get someone who isn't worthy of being picked, whether it be in the first round at all or at 21, or if they decide to trade up for somebody. If they're not worthy and they're not worth it, don't take them. Like, Artie Burns had like a third-round grade on him. That clearly showed its case when the Steelers picked him in the first round. No, it's a little bit of apples and oranges, but quarterback's
the same idea.
It's the most important position in all sports. Don't just take somebody because you need to take somebody and then say, well, now we have to dedicate 2 years to them, because we have to see if they're going to work out or not.
This might be a really weird opinion to have. My favorite quarterback solution in this draft is like Will Howard in the 5th round. If you feel a need to bring in a quarterback and you want to work on a project, you want to get somebody, I would love Will Howard in the 5th round. That would be fantastic. Or somebody like 5th round or later, you just take somebody with like a build, a makeup, aptitude, potential, something like that. You never know. I mean, I don't know how something like that's going to play out if you bring in Rodgers. You've got Mason as a veritable backup. Like, that guy's probably not going to get a bunch of reps, but that's a heck of a lot better than any of the other alternatives. I don't like that. So we'll get some calls on here. I know Austin is in the producer's booth fielding some of those. In the meantime, I want to remind you the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So quarterbacks, do you want one? How early do you want one? I agree with Austin. Don't reach. And that seems to be sort of the consistent theme here. Shedeur Sanders would be a reach if you trade up. Jalen Milroe might be a reach at number 21 as an overdraft. I think it's probably the same for Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. There aren't a lot of people who have him going that high, at least not in a sane kind of way. My opinion, I think defensive tackle is a much bigger thing. I think it's the one area of their team that they have not addressed in a substantive or a adequate way. And you've got guys there, Oregon's Derek Harmon, love that. Michigan, Kenneth Grant. There's a lot of things you can do there. I'm even against a running back in the 1st round for this reason. I think they need more help. They need more help along the defensive line. And you can also make the argument, if you have Aaron Rodgers, you need pass catchers. You need people to do the hard work. You need speed. You need to give him options. So if you want to get a running back in the 4th, 5th round, something like that, that's fine. They should be available. But you want to give Aaron Rodgers options, and you pair Emeka Egbuka with George Pickens and DK Metcalf. And darn it, that's not going to be one of your better wide receivers groupings in the NFL. I mean, that's at least a top 10, maybe a top 5 on paper wide receiver group right there. Do we have people lined up? I cannot see the screen, so I'm gonna lean on you for this, sir.
All right, let's do it. Let's start with DJ in North for Sales.
Yeah, I just wanted to call and agree with you. Go defensive line, and that would also solve the problem that they consider going back to a 4-3 defense. Don't worry about these edge rushers paying them $83 million or whatever they want. Just go back to the 4-3. You can load up on defense this year.
I don't think they're going back to a 4-3. I find that unlikely. But what would you do with the linebacker situation? I didn't expect to get the 4-3 suggestion. What would you do with the inside linebacker suggestion? What would you do there?
Well, you got Queen.
And so you just sit Peyton Wilson?
Peyton Wilson on one side, and what's the name of the other fellow they just picked up last year?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I mean, Highsmith, Watt, Landon Roberts.
Who?
Landon Roberts, but he's no longer with them, but he was picked up last year.
No, there's another guy. Is it Higgins or not Higgins? What's his name?
Limits? Are you thinking of Cole Holcomb, who didn't play last year?
Well, that's one, but there's another guy. His brother was on the team for a while. Herbig,
okay. I think you called him Williams. All right, yes. Herbig, yes.
Yeah, Herbig on one side and the other guy on the other side. Queen in the middle.
Okay, and that's an okay. All right, so you would play Alex Highsmith or T.J. Watt closer to the line of scrimmage, is what you're telling me.
Well, you could do that, but if he's demanding that kind of money, it's time to move on.
Yeah, I've got some thoughts about the Watt contract, and thank you for the call. Appreciate it. We're going to get into the Watt contract next segment. I go back and forth on this. Limits and I can debate this, whether it's a good idea, whether it's a bad idea. Do we have anybody else in the draft situation, Limits?
Yeah,
let's do it.
Let's go to Rick in Saxonburg.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Rick, what's going on?
Good morning. How are you? Hey, I'd like to just throw something out. It's not going to be real popular, I guess, but we don't get Aaron Rodgers. We don't want him. Let's not even worry about him. You take the money that you could pay him, and you spend it on either the offense or defensive line, whatever. You let Mason Rudolph have his day, and either he fails and we move up in the draft next year, or he succeeds and we can put some faith in him. But I think it'd be a lot better if we just didn't try to win everything this year, because that's not going to happen. And I don't like the way Aaron Rodgers, plays the game anyway. So let's just give up on it. And if you want to, like 4th, 5th round, then you pick up a quarterback that you may be able to work with or groom or whatever. And you have extra money now with Rodgers, and you may be able to get a free agent to fill a spot that you normally wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah. I understand your opinion, Rick, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, except that the Steelers disagree with it, and that's probably the only thing that matters, right? Like if they've got the financials worked out with Rodgers, which it seems like they have, and if they've got a deal sitting there that they've agreed to that he can act on at any time, I think whether you, I, Limits, the guy down the street, anybody wants them to do this, they're going to do it. But I understand what you're saying. Take the money and repurpose it. I also question, what sort of talent is sitting out there right now unsigned? How well would they do for themselves?
If I may say one more thing, if you I was going to be Rodgers. I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Rick. Have a good one, man. Appreciate the call. Who else we got, Limits?
All right, here is Jim in North Hills to finish it off.
Oh, hi. Just kind of a radical thought. I remember the phrase, coach doesn't like a shootout. So here's my question. Is he okay winning a game largely because of a genius quarterback? Is he really okay with that? Does he want to have an okay quarterback and win by genius coaching? Just a radical thought.
What's your point?
My point relates to the twice a year suggesting Tomlin doesn't like to be in a room with people that are smarter than him. And then the subject goes away. It's kind of taboo. Does he want to do a genius coaching, or can he really handle having a genius quarterback?
Jim, what are you talking about? He's trying to sign Aaron Rodgers, right?
Yeah, and then when he gets here, what's he going to do? Is he going to let him be a genius, or is he going to
I don't know, but you're loading up on the veiled insults. I don't understand. I mean, they're sitting here. The Steelers are waiting around far too long, and it's because of Mike Tomlin to roll out a red carpet for Aaron Rodgers. Like, I don't think he's going to suddenly have a heel turn once Aaron Rodgers gets in the building. You can disagree with signing Aaron Rodgers, but like,
okay, all right, okay.
Thanks, man. I don't understand that line of thinking. I mean, if you want to be against Aaron Rodgers, if you want to be against how Mike Tomlin has handled coaching the Steelers, or think that Mike Tomlin's not a very good football coach, fine. I'm also the belief that I don't think Mike Tomlin sits in a room and scripts how he wants to win a game, other than we got to limit turnovers, we got to play too cautious. Maybe that's a game script. I don't know, but I mean, if it plays out differently and the Steelers win, I don't think Mike Tomlin's going to turn it in. I don't think he's going to give up. And I mean, yeah, it's a weird move. It's a weird move to bring in Aaron Rodgers. But you know what sort of links the two for me? If you think about Aaron Rodgers as a person, Mike Tomlin as a person, they had a lot of success earlier in their careers. They've also had a lot of dirt shoveled on them, a bunch of people questioning what they can do in the postseason, a bunch of people questioning, are you really that guy that you used to be? There's a pretty good motivation for them to work together and disprove some of those narratives. I don't know if they can do it, but I think that's why Mike Tomlin's sticking with it. And I understand people, who dislike the move, who dislike Tomlin, but, I mean, they're in it at this point. They're a lot closer to this ending than the start of it. All right, the Fan Hotline's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. When we get back, I want to empty my brain on some changing feelings on the TJ Watt extension. I read something yesterday that made me think about this a little bit differently, put it into some perspective, to talk percentages and percentage of the salary cap. Limits and I are going to kick that around along with a few other Steelers topics. Before we wrap it up, we'll get to Kevin Gorman to talk a little baseball at the top of the hour. Pirates and Nationals get underway at 12:35. So we'll look back on last night's game, look ahead a little bit with Gormy. It's Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey. Don't go anywhere. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pretty cool monument right in between PNC Park and Acrisure Stadium was just unveiled. It's a placard commemorating second base where Roberto Clemente stood after his 3,000th hit at Three River Stadium, which conveniently is only about 20 feet away from where the Immaculate Reception happened in the same year. Pretty cool to see as it was just announced and just unveiled, I should say, done on the North Shore today. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the brink of a quarterback reboot, we think. Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are gone. Now it's down to two bold paths. Sign Aaron Rodgers for one last ride or draft their next franchise quarterback. It's a gamble either way. Go all in on a legend chasing one more ring or bet the future on a rookie in a draft class not many are gaga about. The AFC North isn't waiting. Pittsburgh has to make its move now. I'm Maggie Green.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary. The basketball playoffs are here on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on the action. The app is so simple to use. Just pick more or less on at least two players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROAM. Get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get the $50 bonus credit just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for a rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
That's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Pirates fans, the Cleveland Guardians are in town to take on the Buccos on Saturday, April 19th at 4:05 p.m. for the first bobblehead night of the season. And this one is extra special because it features your favorite pitcher and NL Rookie of the Year, Paul Skeens. The first 20,000 fans take home a one-of-a-kind collectible bobblehead featuring the Pirates ace, Paul Skeens, all thanks to PNC. Get your tickets and check out all of the other giveaways this season at pirates.com/promotions.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sunny this afternoon, the high 61.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey, in for the guys. Austin City Limits Bechtold producing. By the end of the show, I will settle on something to call Austin. I should just go with City Limits.
Your pick, Jason. You take the call.
All right, we'll just stick with Limits. That's fine. We're going to get into some Pirates talk in a little bit. Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review will be along at noon. Austin and I were just kicking around some ideas, which I'm excited to talk about this because I think it's an interesting storyline with the Pirates. Want to go a little bit bigger picture off of last night's game to Henry Davis homering, O'Neal Cruz homering, some guys they certainly need to produce. I liken the Pirates a lot to dials, where you can turn a dial, and those two are pretty big ones. Quite literally, Henry Davis comes up here and really finds it, becomes the 1-1 pick the Pirates thought they were getting, which theoretically should happen at any minute, can be very big. O'Neal Cruz has been kind of quiet, been a lot quiet. The center field has not been good, but that bat obviously plays. And you tend to see when the weather warms up, O'Neal Cruz comes alive. He did that last night in a key moment. We'll talk a little bit more about that as well as where this could go, I guess, if it goes the other way. But I wanted to finish off some Steelers topics and get into this TJ Watt, not the Instagram post, because I'm still kind of baffled by that. The fact that it's just out there and we really haven't heard any more. I understand the strategy. You sort of put it out there, get talked about, what's going on with TJ Watt and his contract, and we have to freak out and have a whole discussion point about it. But generally, at some point, you clarify what that was about, or there's some news or something's leaked or whatever. It's just kind of a pretty big matzo ball hanging out there. We're all guessing what TJ Watt might have said, but I was originally, and I probably still am, against the idea of paying TJ Watt $40+ million a year. I don't see, not the value, I don't see the strategy. I'll put it that way. I don't see the logic. What I see is the Steelers doing the same old thing they've been doing, and it hasn't been working. So I don't know why I'm going to cling to it. That's also a useless thought because I think they're going to pay him. I think everybody around the team expects them to pay him. But I read something the other day that made me think about it differently. And credit to Chris Halleck from DK Pittsburgh Sports who wrote this. And it was a really smart look at what TJ Watt makes compared to NFL inflation, the percentage of cap that he's basically taking up right now. And it's not much. It's not that different. And the points that Chris made, basically with the cap being $279.2 million right now, if TJ Watt would come out with a 42.8 average annual value, that's 15.3% of the Steelers' salary cap. Okay, I mean, that's a lot. That's actually less than the final year of Myles Garrett's deal. You're also going to manipulate that. TJ Watt last year was at about 12% of the Steelers' cap. It'll be closer to 11% this year. You can move things around. Point number one, contracts aren't guaranteed. Point number two, Omar Khan's really good at the salary cap thing. So just because it says 42.8 average annual value doesn't mean it's 42.8 every single year. So maybe you slice and dice that, you can move it around, but bottom line, percentage-wise, because of how the cap has changed so drastically, it's really not that big. To me, that was a massive number. I see over $40 million. I think it's insane. At the same time, a little bit of perspective. In 2021, the league salary cap was $182.5 million. In 4 years, it's grown a lot. So, yeah, that money's going to go up with it. Watt's going to make more money. But the highest his cap hit has been about $30 million. It goes up 10, something like that. Again, I still think I fundamentally disagree with lumping that much money into one defensive player. Because it's also true, I did a bit a few nights ago, that if you look at defensive players who make a lot of money, there are a lot more that are playing on bad teams because of how that money is appropriated. And if I look at what could be gained by trading Watt, again, these are useless thoughts because they're not going to do it. I would rather have that than take the gamble that paying $40+ million a year is going to work out. I'm worried there's just far too much mediocrity in there. There's far too much of what the Steelers have done and not enough of changing their habits. The rest of the NFL changes to more of an offensive league, and they're still spending on the defense. We're still looking at Minka Fitzpatrick with a bloated cap hit, playing 35 yards from the line of scrimmage. Why are we doing this? Think differently. It's actually one reason why I love Limit's suggestion of taking a wide receiver in the first round. Again, if I'm left to my own devices and I'm going to make this decision on my own, I'm still going defensive tackle. But I think it's a highly intelligent and smart way of thinking. You're going to beef up your wide receiver and say, here, I dare you to cover Emeka Egbuka, George Pickens, and DK Metcalf. Go ahead. Go ahead. And here's our aging quarterback. You might think he's aging, but you know what Aaron Rodgers can do? Deliver the ball to the right guy. Probably deliver the ball quickly to the right guy, smartly to the right guy, and let them go make plays. It's a smart way to run your team. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop the run. Baltimore might run for 200+ late in the season. We'll see. Maybe it's okay. Maybe you get a defensive tackle late. Maybe somebody really surprises you. I don't know. I just want anything that is thinking differently and throwing another, that much money, $40 million. I still don't like it. But it did, again, make me think differently about it if you look at it in terms of percentages and how much it really is or could be in terms of, what's a signing bonus, what's kicked ahead, what the actual dollar amount is percentage-wise compared to the cap. Second point with the Steelers and the draft stuff, and this is in no way related to TJ Watt. It's more back to the quarterback stuff that we were talking earlier in the hour, is running back. In which route they go and what the Steelers have been telling us about their plans, about how they view running backs, how important they view running backs. Their pre-draft list of visitors is something. And I mean that in a good way. I like that they've kicked the tires on a lot of running backs. I think there's a lot of intriguing guys out there. They also have an opportunity here to do something. I think there's an opportunity for a guy to come in here and play right away. We've talked a lot about Jalen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell. And I don't think we're going to see the Steelers take, Omarion Hampton, Ashton Genty, something like that. I don't think they're going to go first round with it. They could go third round. They could go fourth round. And I think you could see them draft somebody who's a really good complement to what they already have. Like you bring in an Ollie Gordon II from Oklahoma State, big, powerful back. I'm all in on that. I like that skill set mixed with Gainwell, Jalen Warren, not putting too much tread on anybody's tires. Bishal Tootin. Limits, how do you say that name? I keep killing it.
Yeah, I think it's Bishal Tootin.
Bishal.
Tootin, I know, is the last name.
Well, the Tootin's the easy part. I keep wanting to say Bishal.
No.
Bishal.
Bishal?
Bishal.
I think it's Bishal. I'll make sure.
I almost had it. Bishal. Bishal Tootin. It's one of those things I kept meaning to. I'm going to look this up. I'm going to look this up. I'm going to look this up. I'm going to get a pronunciation. And then I went to say it, and darn it if I didn't do that. But either way, the kid from Virginia Tech, super fast. I believe he had the fastest 40 time at the combine, can fly. Put him in an all-speed backfield, third down capability, something like that. I go back and forth on a guy like Travion Henderson. Can do a lot of things, probably the most complete back who's out there. Henderson, of course, from Ohio State. I just don't know how quickly, how much. If that's the option, if you can get Henderson in a later round, sign me up. I just don't think they're going to. I don't think he lasts that long, and I don't think I would use a first-round pick on him. I think it's probably an overdraft at 21. Probably the same thing with Hampton. If you had a second-round pick, those might be guys worth looking at. One scouting service I was looking at had Tootin going as a 7th rounder. Sign me up for that, too. Absolutely on board there. There's a lot of... But my point in this segment, or this little dissertation, was that I think that the draft is much more interesting when it comes to running backs. I think it's maybe an underplayed storyline, something that's not talked about here, where that's an important piece of the puzzle for the Steelers. It's a marquee position. It's somebody they're screaming that they're going to take. They're going to do something there. Let's listen to them. 50-minute mark on the fans brought to you by Southwest Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Route 19 in Peters Township. Also want to tell you 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. So a lot going on with the Pirates. We'll shelve the draft talk for a little bit. 12 o'clock hour, going to get into a lot of Pirates topics with Kevin Gorman. What did Henry Davis' performance mean for him last night? The future, Endy Rodriguez on the shelf, Joey Bart, same deal. Henry Davis has a pretty good opportunity here in the immediate future. O'Neal Cruz, suddenly a leadoff hitter, was a home run hitter last night. What does that mean for the Pirates? Also talk a little pitching, where Kevin sees them going with Carmen Mlodzinski, and also the kitchen has been hot a few times recently. Maybe you've noticed. We're going to talk about all that, Austin and I, as well as with Kevin Gorman from TribLive.com. Don't go anywhere. It's the Pump and Joe Show. Jason Mackey in for both of them. Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin meet in the season finale for the Penguins as Washington wins the Metropolitan Division, and the Penguins ultimately are going to end up finishing in 7th place. Alex Nedeljkovic will start in net for the Penguins. 7 o'clock tonight, PPG Paints Arena. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And our six-pack earlier was brought to you by Bet365. And now, Bob, you have a message for the people.
West Shore Home. You know the name. Yes, you do. But did you know the owner, BJ? He's from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Man, it's pretty close proximity to where we are here, and he's had a great business going. They're Pittsburgh's most admired home improvement brand and install 15 jobs a day. Now, think about that. So why are they so popular, you may ask? Well, here's why. You're going to work with West Shore employees from design to install and any follow-up service you may need. There are no subcontractors. They take care of themselves, and they have full-time people to do it. And this week, really good news for you. Their successful buy one, get one event is back. And if you get a full bath remodel, they will do another shower in the home completely free. You need new windows? All right, good. Replace your windows, and guess what? You'll get a brand new door or patio slider completely free. If you go to westshorehome.com/fan, you can also save $500 additionally. So that's right. Go to westshorehome.com/fan and secure $500 in addition to what I just told you about. All the information is right there on their website.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The home for our Pittsburgh Pirates.
Whoa! That came near the head of McCutcheon. Here come the Pirates. They're coming for him. The umpires try to hold him back. Now the bullpens are emptying. Everyone's sprinting out onto the field.
You don't touch McCutcheon.
Turn down for what? Cruz with the bases loaded. Cruz has hit a grand slam. Turn down for what? That's how you answer. That's how you answer. Turn down for what?
Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7
Turn down for what?
The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
2 Men in a Truck.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at Verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Security deposit waived. Tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel, get on there today, and you're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. A couple of teams I'll be watching in the play-in tournament. Miami, they're the last team in. However, they have a history and a propensity of coming up big in these games. Their coach, Spoelstra, has a way of getting things done. So even without Jimmy Butler, don't rule out Miami winning a couple of games here and getting themselves in the regular playoffs. And also on the Western Conference side, Sacramento has a bad record, but I could see them winning a couple of games and making it into the playoffs. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
All while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that?
I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we have news based off of the rumblings that occurred yesterday at PNC Park, and the bench is clearing after Jorge Lopez threw at Andrew McCutcheon's head. He's been banned for 3 games, but he's eligible for today's series finale after filing for appeal. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Kevin Gorman joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Joe and Bob are out today. I am Jason Mackey in for them, the substitute teacher. City Limits producing. We'll go out to Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review in just a second. First, want to tell you the Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's talk a little bit about that game from last night. They're getting started to play another one, but a lot of storylines with the local ball club. Gormy, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, Jace.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Let's start with last night. Thought it was a pretty big game for Henry Davis and an interesting situation for him. You have Joey Bart back in the lineup today. Just number one, what have you made of Henry Davis's time up here so far, and how do you think this situation will play out going forward?
Well, I mean, with Henry Davis, with the combination of him coming up with Joey Bart being out when his back locked up, and then Andy Rodriguez having the laceration on his finger, which is going to take a little time to heal because it's right on the top of his knuckle on his right index finger. I think Henry's going to get some runway here. I think he's going to get a chance to play quite a bit. And I think it's an interesting development that he started to hit the ball. And even though one of them was a broken back ground out, it was an RBI. The other one was a home run off the foul pole. So this is a guy who'd been making hard contact but hadn't straightened it out. And he finally kind of got lucky that one stayed fair for him. But I think the more impressive thing is how Henry has handled himself behind the plate, and especially in his first chance to make some history and catch Paul Skeens, the first time a pair of number one overall picks formed a battery in the major leagues, that Henry Davis wasn't sitting in on the pregame pitchers meeting with Paul Skeens, but he didn't go in blind. And I think that's made a very powerful impression on the pitching staff, is that Henry Davis was very prepared, even though he wasn't the starting catcher that day, and even though he had to go in after, the second batter. The level of preparation, the level of understanding the game and being able to frame pitches, call pitches, and really figure out things for the pitchers as they go has been something that has drawn praise from not only Paul Skeens, but Mitch Keller and Bailey Falter as well. So, all of them have been very complimentary of how Davis has performed behind the plate, which is a big development because that's the thing that kind of stalled his development coming up from the minors, is that the Pirates didn't feel like he was ready to contribute but wanted to get his bat in the lineup. So I think that speaks very well of Henry Davis right now.
Yeah, we'll get into Bailey Falter. I was really impressed with him last night. 7 scoreless, was around the plate. Curveball looked good. Fastball, he's getting it over, all that stuff. I want to ask you about that in 1 second, Kevin. But first base, they still haven't found a solution. I know Spencer Horwitz is going to be going to Bradenton fairly soon to get some live ABs there. He's going to need some time. Obviously, he's been out for a bit. In the meantime, do you think they try Joey Bart at first, Henry at first, somebody at first? I mean, if Henry's going to get some runway, they're not going to bench Joey Bart. They've got a DH situation on their hands with Kutch, or do they try to rotate DH with Bart and Kutch? Like, how do you see that playing out, specifically kind of at first base?
Well, the other thing that I've heard about Henry Davis is that he's their best defensive catcher at the moment. And that's not singing too high of praise because I don't think any of these guys are Gold Glove candidates. But so I would think that Henry Davis would have a chance because not only with the things we talked about, his calling and his framing and his receiving, but also that he's got a really strong right arm. And he could throw out some base runners like he did yesterday. So I would think that if there's anybody that's going to – if they're going to give somebody a look, I have no idea if Joey Bart's ever played first base. That's not a discussion I've ever had with them. But I've talked to people in baseball who think because of his size, because of his athleticism, that he could make that transition. I have no idea whether the Pirates are contemplating it, and why they haven't to this point is kind of what's beyond me. I know that based on his 80 games with the Pirates last year, that they felt like he'd earned one of the 2 spots out of the catcher spots on the roster. I feel like, that Joey Bart, they want to keep his bat in the lineup because there's a lot of power potential there. And whether it's as a DH or as a first baseman could be a possibility. We've talked about Brian Reynolds and Jack Sawinski and guys that they've given some time there. I've not seen Joey Bart over there taking grounders or anything, but I would imagine that, that's something they should explore because I've been an advocate that as much as you want to see Andy Rodriguez and Henry Davis get a chance to play every day, those are really the catchers of the future for the Pirates. And I think the Pirates probably feel like, Bart's bat is his carrying tool more so than his play behind the plate. So, I mean, that's to me one that should be explored, and maybe the sooner the better.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you can, even when Spencer Horwitz comes back, you can kind of platoon those guys, gives you some flexibility. If Henry can hit, can keep his bat in the lineup. So it's an interesting thing to monitor. Bailey Falter, Gormy, looked like the Bailey Falter they want to see. What were your observations? I think he walked 1, struck out 2, maybe could have kept going. Thought he was really good. What did you think?
I liked his composure. I liked his pitch mix. That I guess Henry Davis said that he threw more 4-seamers than maybe they gave him credit for. So it wasn't as sinker heavy as maybe the StatCast numbers showed, but he mixed in the curveball. He seemed like he was very comfortable with that pitch. What I liked was his composure, that the 3 runners he got on base, 1 was caught stealing, 2 others were followed by double plays. I mean, this is a guy who faced the minimum number of batters through 7 innings. And he was poised to go out for the 8th before the whole incident with, Lopez throwing at Kutch's head and the benches clearing that extended that inning. I think that the shame of it is, one, he was overshadowed by not only that play, but O'Neal Cruz's first career grand slam, but also that he didn't get a chance to – that might have been Bailey Falter's best chance to go after a perfect game. I think he had 83 pitches. That threw 7. And he had 1 inning where I think he only threw 5 or 6 pitches. So, Bailey Falter was very sharp. To me, he's kind of the perfect type of guy to be at the back end of a rotation. He's right now slotted in the middle, but to me, he's a guy that should be your number 4 or 5 pitcher and a good one at that. And I like that. I'm not sure how much I love the Pirates going lefties back to back, but if it's working, you don't have to mess with it. But I think it's only a matter of time before maybe a month from now, Bubba Chandler's up here and slotting into the middle of that rotation or between those 2 guys. So I don't look at the staff, this team or this pitching staff, as what you're going to see from the Pirates a month or 2 from now. I think when you get Horwitz and Gonzalez back, in And not just that, but also Andrew McCutchen has shown that he can play some right field. And it's not going to be an everyday guy, but it could allow the Pirates to use him in the field and open up that DH spot to give somebody else a break, whether it's Reynolds or Joey Bart or someone else, you want to get their bat in the lineup, whether it's a Henry Davis or maybe an Andy Rodriguez. So I think this team, as much as it's been disappointing through the first three-plus weeks of the season, I think the potential is there for this team to be much improved in about a month or so from now, whenever they get their full complement of lineup back.
Pump and Joe Show, Jason Mackey in for the guys. We're chatting right now with Kevin Gorman from Trib Live. You can follow Kevin at Kevin Gorman PGH. Read his work, of course, at triblive.com. Kevin, I wanted to talk a little bit more about that changing rotation. I wanted to talk specifically about Carmen Mlodzinski and kind of some feelings there and where they might go with him. He starts Friday night against Luis Ortiz as they open a series against the Guardians. Right now, Carmen 1-2 with a 6.23 ERA. I like Carmen a lot as a reliever. The jury's still out for me a little bit on him as a starter. Is that somebody you see as maybe, as this rotation changes shape and Bubba Chandler comes up, might that be an area where they're looking, if Carmen doesn't show a little bit more as a starter, they might put Bubba Chandler into that spot?
Well, certainly. I think the number 5 spot in the rotation was always going to be a placeholder for Bubba Chandler because we know this is the Pirates' number 1 prospect. He's a top 10, 15 prospect in Major League Baseball. And this is a guy who's got a ton of talent. He's got a 4-pitch mix, and his fastball was at 101.5 this past start. So Bubba Chandler is going to be in this rotation at some point. He may deal with his ups and downs as well, but I think his stuff is going to play at the major league level. And so, whether Carmen Mlodzinski is a long-term solution or not is really going to depend on him. He's got to prove that he can get through the lineup a second and third time because right now he's a guy who's showing that, the first 2 to 3 innings, he can be really sharp and look really good. And then hitters are going to make adjustments the second time around, and that's where he's got to show that he can adjust with them. I think, you're looking at a guy who has a pretty good pitch mix. I think he's got a good 6 or 7 pitches that he can use in his repertoire. The issue is that he just doesn't have that starting experience at the major league level or even at the high, AAA level. They converted him to a reliever. And he was very good in the relief roles, whether it was as a multi-inning guy or whether it was a high-leverage guy. I could see Carmen slotting into different roles, but I think probably the role that's best suited for him is to be a multi-inning guy who goes out there and is lights out for 2 innings. But, that's up to him. And I could also see, just to get further into the rotation, is that, some of these guys are on 1-year deals like an Andrew Heaney, that they could be trade candidates at some point this season, although, the Pirates today celebrated his 10 years of service. So, right now they're worried about the here and now with Andrew Heaney, a guy who has, pitched in a World Series and won that game and brings that type of experience to the rotation is a valuable thing, especially early in the season.
Gormy, let's talk about last night's hero. O'Neal Cruz hits his first career grand slam, as you said, kind of a tense moment. I did not like that pitch. The suspension for me is completely warranted with Lopez. You don't throw at a guy's head, but nonetheless, O'Neal Cruz takes care of business, puts one in the seats. Do you like him in the leadoff spot? Would you keep batting him there? I think Shelty said, correct me if I'm wrong, that he's going to get some runway in that spot too.
I mean, traditionally, no.
Okay.
But, O'Neal Cruz, and it has more to do with, whether he's going to get on base or whether he's going to go up there and strike out. The consistency has always been the problem with Cruz. He certainly has the talent to be a superstar in baseball. If he's been reluctant to talk about batting leadoff because he's only done it a few times so far this season and wants to get a little runway before he discusses it to see if it becomes a regular thing. But, I mean, I like the idea of O'Neal Cruz being able to drive in runs. And so you're putting him at the top of the order. That could reduce that, at least early in the game. He's not going to get the opportunities. But I don't know. I'd kind of like to see the Pirates find a 1 through 4 or 5, regardless of who it is. I understand fans get frustrated with the ever-changing lineups. And Derek Shelton is kind of unapologetic about this is just how baseball is. He's going to be matchup-based regardless. But I think when you see the best teams come into PNC Park, that typically their 1 through 4, 1 through 5 are consistent. And I'd like to see the Pirates find some consistency where that Brian Reynolds is slotted at second. If he could have some kind of a semblance of an idea of who's going to bat in front of him and who's going to bat behind him. I think that would be beneficial to Brian Reynolds. And I also think that, whoever's, batting in front of him, that they're going to benefit from having Reynolds behind them. I think, the same as, if you know that Joey Bart is your cleanup hitter, regardless of whether he's a catcher or DH. I think those things have an effect where the guys get comfortable and they kind of know what to expect behind them. They know that they can kind of, as they like to say, pass the baton. But I really feel like that's the one thing that's been missing. And as much as people can blame it on Derek Shelton, it also has something to do with the inconsistency of the Pirates at the plate. They have to prove that they belong in those spots. And so I'd like to see O'Neal Cruz batting third. I'd like to see Ke'Bryan Hayes batting in the top 5 on a consistent basis. But it's up to those guys to prove that they belong in those spots as well.
The Pomp and Joe Show, Jason Mackey in for the guys. Couple more minutes with Kevin Gorman of the Tribune Review. You can follow Kevin on X at Kevin Gorman PGH. Read his work at triblive.com. Gorman, wanted to ask specifically about one of those guys you mentioned, Ke'Bryan Hayes. I don't know whether to make heads or tails of his season so far. He's moving around well. He's healthy. Looks as you would expect him to look at third base. The batting average is low. The expected batting average is high. He looks, traditional baseball-wise, like somebody who's going to break out at some point. What have your observations been of Hayes? And are you, I guess, more encouraged or discouraged by what you've seen by him so far?
I'm encouraged. Even though the DRS isn't where he wants it to be right now, it's very, very early. His play has been mostly excellent at third base. And even though the batting average is low, I see Ke'Bryan Hayes doing things that he did in 2023, like hitting to the gap opposite field. Those to me are indicators that this is a guy who's finding some comfort at the plate. And, I think it's, once again, we're talking about a guy who has to prove that, one, he can stay healthy. That's the most important thing. He looks like he's in good shape. He looks like he's moving around well. And just seeing him, he looks more comfortable. Like last year, it looked like a guy who was miserable. Whether you saw him on the field or you saw him in the clubhouse, he just looked like a guy who was playing through something. Whether it was pain or distractions or just poor performance, he did not look like a happy ball player. I see Ke'Bryan being back a little bit more toward himself. So I kind of look at the indicators. I'm not dwelling too much on the numbers right now because it's early and these things could change pretty dramatically with somebody getting a hot couple weeks, which, Brian Reynolds is usually does in June, where he just has a monster month. But, Ke'Bryan Hayes, to me, needs to be closer to that 2023 version where he was a Gold Glove infielder and a team MVP because of his offensive output, which I think he had a career high. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was like 31 doubles, which tied for the team lead, and career highs in home runs and RBIs.
Kevin Gorman, thanks so much, man. Enjoy the game today. I appreciate the time.
Hey, thanks for having me, Jason.
All right, Gorman. Follow Kevin Gorman at Kevin Gorman PGH. Of course, read his work at triblive.com. A lot to unpack there. Some really good stuff from Kevin. Limits, let's get into this. Where do you stand on O'Neal Cruz batting leadoff? Are you pro Cruz in the leadoff spot, or would you like to see him in the 3-4-5 territory?
Before I answer that, there's some news that I have to get to real quick that we have to let the people know about. Could today be decision day for Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, boy.
We will find out in an hour when he will join the McAfee show. How about that? He's scheduled to join the McAfee show at 1 o'clock. How about that?
Well, how about that?
How about that?
What if it's most anticlimactic? What if he says, I'm just thinking. I don't know yet. I'm still mulling.
I'm still wondering. I'm still taking calls. I'm still available this Valentine's Day. If you would like to call up my phone and inquire about me, I'll tell you everything you need to know.
There's no way that goes without a vent, right?
I would imagine that, especially for how radio silent he has been for the last month or so, how quiet
him to
this has
emerge
been.
From the darkness retreat
today. I think this might be the day.
It's going to be Aaron Rodgers Day.
It might be Aaron Rodgers Day, yes.
Okay, well, here's what worries me, Limits. All right, if we pivot quickly, because we should, this is a good topic. If it's Aaron Rodgers Day and he announces his intent to sign with the Steelers on the Pat McAfee show, do you like that? Do you dislike that?
I don't see why not. I thought he was going to do it in this very city on that very show at the big night out. I thought that was the most realistic. Did he not, just because, hey, maybe it was too obvious, whatever.
Yeah.
Every insider imaginable has just tweeted, oh, well, this is very notable. What could be happening here? Wonder if they were tipped off, and this is just Rodgers and his agent wanting to make the announcement on their own, where Adam Schefter, who he told to lose his number, isn't going to break it. Or the same thing with Rappaport. This is going to be a Pat Rodgers joint announcement on their show.
Oh, boy. No, I didn't think it would. Okay. I didn't think this was going to be the type of thing that was broken by Schefter or Rappaport or anybody else.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
It is, Jason. Maybe that's what he needed. Maybe that's
he needed a fortnight?
He needed Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 4 nights, 4 days of complete darkness to be able to get to today on Thursday and make a decision.
Okay. I get that. I don't like him announcing it on McAfee's show. I just don't think that's, like, you strung everybody along this much, and this is how you're going to do it? I mean, I guess it's better than announcing it at McAfee's Big Night Out. I just feel like it's the tail wagging the dog. It's like he's going to...
tail wagging the dog.
Isn't it?
That's a good analogy. I like that.
I mean, the Steelers should announce this. If you want to react to it on McAfee, this isn't like a, too many times we have like spurned media members who's going to be upset. I want to talk to or something like that. No. I mean, the Steelers have shown you an extraordinary amount of patience. You should theoretically announce it to them, react with them. I don't know. This next 38 minutes or whatever until the McAfee show is going to be quite interesting. You and I are going to be glued to the TV in here. I don't love the premise of him doing it on the McAfee show.
Well, I don't have a problem with it at all because think about how many announcements of players do the Steelers typically make when it's like, oh, we didn't know this was going down.
Yeah.
Like DK Metcalf, reported by the big insiders. Russell Wilson, reported by the big insiders. If Rodgers wants to do
none of those guys took this long to make the decision.
Right,
it's like 6 weeks.
If Rodgers is going to go on the McAfee show and further explain everything, then I would be completely fine with that. Then the Steelers just putting out a press release, we have signed Aaron Rodgers. I mean, this is Rodgers tell-all pretty much.
It is, and if I'm the Steelers, I'm saying I want this tell-all to be with us. Saying we have granted you an enormous amount of patience, and we have stuck by you. We could have pulled this offer. We could have been real jerks about this. We haven't. So, you know what? We want you to do our in-house media. We would like you, even if you're not here, we would like you to do a Zoom call with Rob King or Missy Matthews or Bob Labriola or whomever, and maybe they will. I don't know. I'd be like, I don't want you giving that away to somebody else. And we had this problem with the Ben Roethlisberger show that it created an issue. Like, are you going to do this the whole season? Is Aaron Rodgers going to go do Pat McAfee show right before Mike Tomlin, and then Mike Tomlin's going to have to answer a whole bunch of Aaron Rodgers said on his show questions?
What if Tomlin pops out into the screen from behind Rodgers like Devontae Adams with Rodgers? What if Tomlin just appears and he gets a little look at the camera at McAfee? Him and Rodgers wink at each other like they're on the sideline in the Green Bay Steelers game.
It would be gold, Jerry. Gold. Gold, I tell you. What a day.
I think today is going to be the day.
Okay.
But who knows? I mean, it's Aaron Rodgers. We can't officially believe that until it is actually said from his mouth.
Very true.
Or maybe this is Rodgers announcing his retirement.
Well, okay. I didn't get that far, but no, that's a different story altogether, right? Like, we're saying if Rodgers is announcing his intentions to go with the Steelers, he should do it with the Steelers. Obviously, if he's announcing his retirement, he's not going to do that with the Steelers. Is that what he's going to tell us today? That he just said, and he's going to use that forum to explain his thought process and what he's doing? Or if he's not going to sign with the Steelers, is he going to use that forum to explain his thinking?
See, I don't think so. I don't think he's retiring. It would.
Why not?
And I know
I agree with you, but why not?
I know Aditi came on with the PM guys and said that retirement is a real option for him. I can't see somebody with the mindset of Aaron Rodgers, with somebody that's won 4 MVPs, that has taken the effort to meet with the Steelers for 6 hours, has taken the effort to throw with DK Metcalf, to ultimately just decide, I'm done. No, I'll pass. I'm okay. I feel like that the decisions that he's made and the somewhat commitment that he's given to the Steelers and just some of his actions shows that he does want to play and finish his career, regardless of how it ends, on a higher note than what happened with the Jets, which was a total failure. And I do wonder if he contemplates the end of Brett Favre's career, which is why maybe he wanted to go to the Vikings. Bookend it similar to Favre. Because when he came into the league, it was Favre that didn't really treat him well.
Yeah.
But they had the similar tendency of Green Bay, won Super Bowl, successful, go to the Jets, completely flop, and then a third team, Favre was able to rebound and finish it out pretty strongly with the Vikings. Is that something that Rodgers could be? I mean, it's just all speculation. But could Rodgers have a similar mindset? I failed with the Jets. Brett failed with the Jets. I don't want that to be my last calling card. I don't want this to be what I'm ultimately remembered for on the 18th hole. One more team, maybe one more season, potentially two, and try to finish off my career the right way.
All right, so this is going to be a newsy day. It seems like I'm looking down at the ballpark. According to Noah Hiles' Twitter feed, I did not know this was happening, but I guess Travis Williams spoke to reporters as well. I'm seeing some quotes. Pirates president Travis Williams, when asked if he is concerned with the low attendance numbers so far this season. No, I'm not concerned. Obviously, the weather has not been our friend. We'll bet team performance has had some impact on that as well, both of which I'm confident will get better. I'm looking forward to better weather days like we have this afternoon, and I'm looking forward to better performances on the field as well. Some interesting stuff there. Austin and I will react to Travis Williams talking. That's not all Travis Williams said. We will get into that. About the current relationship that the Pirates have with their fans. Obviously a hot topic conversation with the Bucco bricks, the removal of the Clemente statue, a bunch of stuff to unpack there. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So a busy Thursday all of a sudden here at 93.7 The Fan. I'm Jason Mackey, in for Pomp and Joe. We'll react to Pirates' big picture storylines, as well as Aaron Rodgers going on the Pat McAfee Show next. Don't go anywhere at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, it could be decision day with Aaron Rodgers. Could he be signing with the Steelers? Could he be announcing, yeah, I'm just going to keep waiting for as long as possible and continue to let everybody just kind of wait in the darkness? Or will he retire? We're going to find out not long from now. Pirates and Nationals, first pitch in 10 minutes. Listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Andrew Heaney takes the mound. O'Neill Cruz will lead off in center field. Brian Reynolds back in the field. He'll play right. Andrew McCutcheon will bat third and DH. Joey Bart returns to the lineup. He's catching and batting cleanup. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucco Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucco Talk is presented by Mike Kellen Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Legion Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucco Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. If LeBron James wins a fifth title, the GOAT debate hits a new gear. At 40 years old, still carrying teams, still rewriting records, another ring would put him in rare air. It wouldn't just be the total number of rings, it would be how he did it. 2 decades, 4 teams, no slowing down. For some, Jordan will always be the standard, but 5 titles with this longevity, that's not chasing greatness, it's redefining it. I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Men with ED, if you think taking old, outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, NuFlow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call NuFlow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour Downy in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com. SportsMedicine.com.
Wash off winter with the new unlimited package at WetGo. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, an extensive network of local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything. Plus, digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history, so take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pomp and Joe Show. Joe and Bob are both out today. Jason Mackey, the substitute teacher, here with you until 2 o'clock. Austin Bechtold producing behind the glass. Suddenly turned into a bit of a newsy day. It has. Aaron Rodgers will be on with Pat McAfee on ESPN at 1:10, I believe. I would presume that we learn about Mr. Rodgers' fate. Does he come to the Steelers? Does he retire? Does he do neither of those things? I'm not sure. I go back and forth. Austin and I were talking off the air. I find it hard to believe that he would announce this way and that the Steelers would be okay with it. Maybe this is a no news update. That also seems hard to fathom given how long we've waited. Aaron Rodgers at some point should make up his mind. Maybe we see something at, I don't know, 1:45, 1 o'clock, something like that. The Steelers announce something, and then Aaron Rodgers immediately goes on with McAfee and reacts to it. What do you think? 412-928-9370. I think our opinions are as such. And Limits, please correct me if I'm getting yours wrong. I don't like him doing this. If Aaron Rodgers would sign with the Steelers or announce his signing with the Steelers on McAfee, you don't really care. You're good with it.
I don't care. I don't think that the Steelers, maybe McAfee is holding them up to the fire here and just saying, this is the way I want to do it. I'm loyal to McAfee, and this is the way that I want to make this official announcement, just like the Devontae Adams thing officially went down and all the other decisions that he made. I want to go and I want to play for the New York Jets. I don't know how much of a say the Steelers really have in this. I'm sure that they would prefer that Rodgers announced it a different way, but what also is that different way? I don't think that...
But the team announces it.
How often do you see that, though? It just doesn't happen.
How often do you see a team wait 6 weeks to see if a player wants to sign with them?
Right, I get that this is a different case, but it's not like we always see it. Everything is broken by sources, high-level reporting, stuff like that. The team doesn't break anything anymore unless it's, we have signed... insert defensive lineman that you've never heard of before. Right. That will be somebody that's added for camp. Those are the only things where, Schefter, Rappaport, Garofolo, even the likes of Jerry, Cabali, those guys aren't putting out there first. Small little things like that.
Very
Something
true.
As big as this, as big of a platform that McAfee has, as much of Rodgers might say he doesn't like the spotlight, he does. This just fits the bill where it would be the right occurrence where this would go down. At least for me, the dots are all aligning.
Yeah, I hear you. I just don't I still don't like it. I understand what you're saying. I understand all of that. I just look at this and say, if you're going to do this, there needs to be sort of a mutual understanding of what works for both parties and how we go into this. And that's not the quarterback driving the bus. You still are a part of a team. And I'm also not naive to the media climate and the way stuff works now. And I don't want to be an old guy yelling at the cloud. I get it. I get it. I kind of wish it would be a different way. I think you're probably right. I think he's probably going to go on there and say he's signing with the Steelers. But it is interesting. What are your thoughts? 412-928-9370. Is this the Aaron Rodgers day that we've been waiting for? I'll say this, that if there's some finality to it, it's long overdue. Really been waiting for this to be finished. It's gone on far too long. So if there's any good news here, it's that. But I don't know. I see one of three possibilities. Again, he announces that he's signing with the Steelers. He announces that he's retiring, or he announces that he's still thinking, considering, isn't sure what he wants to do, just checking in with Pat. I understand, guys and girls, people want to know about what I'm doing, just haven't reached that, give me some space, that sort of deal. I think that's probably a distant third there between signing with the Steelers and retiring, but we will find out soon enough. We'll get to a few of your calls in a minute. In the meantime, just a quick detour on Travis Williams. There was a dedication of a couple different pieces of Three Rivers Stadium, including, I don't know what you want to call it, a display outlining all the different things they have on the North Shore, different parts of Three Rivers Stadium, the pitcher's plate, second base, home plate, all this stuff, the home plate that existed before, but now there's a commemorative explainer and all the many moments that we saw at Three Rivers Stadium. Anyway, Travis Williams, Pirates president, talked at this thing, and he was asked a couple different things about Pirates' relationship with fans and also about the low attendance numbers that the Pirates have seen so far this season. I think it's 5 crowds under 9,000, something like that. It hasn't been good. The weather hasn't been good. The baseball hasn't been good. There's very clearly not a lot of desire for fans to see what they've been seeing at the ballpark. They seem perfectly content to listen to it or read about it or watch it on TV or whatever. Another thing I think is interesting, though, this is kind of a bigger picture conversation topic with the Pirates right now. What about their relationship with fans? They've had some issues so far, and this is what Travis Williams said. At the end of the day, our fans are first and foremost in our minds. That's my job, to make sure that we build that relationship and that trust with them. Obviously, in the last couple of weeks, we've had a couple issues with that, but we've obviously owned up to those mistakes. They were mistakes on our part, and we're very sorry for those, but we're looking forward and hoping to build that trust and build that relationship back with our fan base. Interesting. It's interesting that the Pirates are owning up to their mistakes, and I will give them credit for it. This far into a regime, there should not be, this is my opinion, that level of mistakes. You've brought in someone like Travis Williams, who was an accomplished executive with the Penguins, was at the Islanders for a little bit. Very good resume coming in here to restore a relationship with fans. And as much as we've criticized Derek Shelton for the on-field product, as much as we've criticized Ben Cherington for the roster, the depth, development, the identification of players, signing them, the trades made, etc., roster management, they shouldn't be dealing with issues of fan trust, of fans wanting to see them, of the brand being favorable. All of those things are issues right now in Pirates land, so much so that the team president, at a dedication that should probably be about something other than that, it should be about these things honoring Three Rivers Stadium and the many, many wonderful events that happened there, is having to answer questions about this. And what does that mean? And if you're Bob Nutting, and I understand people's feelings about Bob Nutting, I feel like anytime I have to talk about this, I have to add kind of a disclaimer that this isn't defending it's Bob. It's just if you're thinking like Bob, you're probably not thrilled at all that's going on underneath you, right? Like, he brought in Travis Williams to take care of this problem. I would imagine that in year 6, you would think that problem is solved. He brought in Ben Cherington to fix the roster, to deepen the farm system, add more talented players, acquire players a different way, make smart trades, all of that stuff that plagued the Pirates in the former regime. You brought Ben in here to fix that. It has not been fixed. The Pirates didn't use players properly. The on-field stuff, the in-clubhouse culture, feeling, vibe, whatever word you want to use, had gotten rotten, had gotten stale, and so they bring Derek Shelton in here to fix that. Obviously, the Pirates are well aware of the type of baseball they need to play to win. Good fundamentally, pitch well, small ball, that sort of deal, and they haven't done that well. So, if you're Bob Nutting and you're looking at this, there's basically problems with everything that you've tried to fix. One of the things I find sort of surprising, mind-blowing, I don't understand, something Travis said about the fans. Obviously, the weather has not been our friend, and we'll bet team performance has had some impact on that as well. True. But here's what he said, both of which I'm confident will get better. Yes, the weather will get better. I'm confident in that. What, based on what we've seen recently, what we saw last season, what we've seen so far this season, what tells you that these fundamental issues are suddenly going to be behind the Pirates? What tells you that suddenly this offense is going to turn dynamic and score a bunch of runs? And nobody's expecting the Pirates to finish in the top 10 in terms of runs scored, but you'd like them to not be the worst. You didn't add to the team because you thought a hitting coach and a different philosophy could improve things, and it hasn't. There have been a lot of different checkpoints along this journey. When you think about, okay, this would show progress, this would be encouraging. Well, we got this. You can point to a guy like Paul Skeens and say, okay, yes, this is a very good pitcher, very possibly the best in Major League Baseball. This is a sign that things are getting better. You can even point to the starting rotation and say a starting rotation with Skeens, Jared Jones when he's healthy, Bubba Chandler, maybe Thomas Harrington, Mitch Keller, some other arms. Yeah, that's progress. The bullpen, after a rough week or so, has actually been pretty good. I'm out of options. I don't think the relationship the Pirates have with their fans has gotten better. I think it's gotten worse. Now, I will give them credit. At the same time, I will give them credit for handling the Bucko Brick situation the way they did. That's the exact right move that they should have done. They've essentially set up a website, a way of fans to say, look, I had this brick, this is what it said on it, and the Pirates, free of charge, they're going to send a brick with that, and they're also going to incorporate that brick into a new structure. It's not going to cost fans any money. All they have to do is go online and say what was on their brick. Good. You have an opportunity to honor that person in the way that you see fit, both in your own home and at the ballpark. And it's not going to cost fans money, nor should it. And Travis Williams is also right by saying that we hope through our actions we're going to show you that we care. Good. It's exactly what you should say. My problem, again, has been all of these issues bubbling to the surface 6 years into a new regime. We shouldn't be seeing them. All right, let's go out to the phone lines. If you have any thoughts, again, 412-928-9370. Happy to take some calls on this. Marty in Frick Park, you're first up on the regime and issues facing the Pirates right now. What's up, Marty?
Hey, Jason, how you doing? I listen to you all the time, and you kind of talk in generalities about, quote-unquote, fixing the problems of the previous regime. What were the 2 or 3 biggest problems of the previous regime?
Sure, they had a lot of problems. One was completing players' development at the major league level. Tyler Glass now would be an example of that, where he's really good in the minor leagues, and then they never they're never able to translate that into the major leagues. I would say development was another huge problem with the former regime. They were trying to force everybody to sort of play the same way. They didn't emphasize enough individual skills on players. They were treating Austin Meadows the way they did so many other players. Poor trades were a part of it. They made, I don't need to tell you about the Chris Archer trade. That was awful. You can look at
but they weren't successful. Sorry to interrupt, but they were successful over a 6 or 7 year span. And Neil Walker did come through the system. Pedro came through the system. They drafted Garrett Cole. Josh Harrison was a big success that they acquired.
Sure.
I mean, they did have a tremendous amount of quote-unquote success, relative success. They did make the playoffs 3 years in a row. I mean, I think there was what I'm getting at. There was a problem that didn't need fixed. I think people overreacted to the Chris Archer trade, which was largely driven by panic. Remember, everybody was saying this team never makes a big move. They swung and they missed. That happens with every regime. Not every trade works.
I disagree with you, Marty.
By the way, Shane Baz may end up being the best player. I realize Tiger got a big contract because the Dodgers are betting on that. The Tiger's actually going to finish the season someday. But Austin Meadows, is he even in baseball now?
I don't think he is, but he also dealt with some mental health issues and vertigo and stuff that I'm not going to chalk up to anybody, and I just hope he's okay. I'm not going to downplay the Chris Archer trade, man. It was terrible, and it was terrible on a lot of levels.
Everybody loved it at the time, though, Jason.
Okay.
Everybody loved it at the time. The Pirates are going for it. Remember, they were above 500.
Okay, so am I supposed to celebrate it now? Am I supposed to say that's not a bad trade now because they went for it?
You're not supposed to say the problems of the previous trade. I mean, like they swung and they missed, but they also made a lot of good moves, right? They didn't swing and miss on Russell Martin, correct? The 2-year contract.
No, they didn't. Have you ever looked at their? Have you ever looked at their drafts, Marty? Like what that regime was getting out of the MLB draft over time?
Well, they drafted Pedro. They drafted Garrett Cole.
Right. After that.
I mean, Neil Walker was before that.
Yeah, after that. After that.
Well,
they shouldn't be allowed to work in perpetuity.
Well, they drafted Glasnow, Meadows, and Baz.
Right.
And
what about after that?
Apparently, they're on the way to Hall of Fame stats. Right?
Who's that?
Glasnow, Meadows, and Baz. The worst trade of all time that ruined their tenure. Apparently. It was a bad trade. It happens. They went for it. I mean, Archer was...
Okay, I don't think you're going to get a lot of people that agree with you, Marty. And my point about the drafts, 2013...
You're not going to get a lot of people to agree to me that Cherington was brought in to fix something? And the guy who had one winning season in his previous regime at a loaded franchise, Boston? I mean,
that's not what I said.
Good.
You keep cutting me off when I'm trying to make a point on my show. Reese McGuire, 2013 was a first-round pick. Cole Tucker in 2014 was a first-round pick. Connor Joe in 2014 also was a first-round pick. Kevin Newman, Will Craig, Nick Lodolo. They trade away Baz, Travis Swaggerty, Gunnar Hoagland. Like, those are the types of players that former regime was getting out of the first round. That's not enough.
Right, but half of those guys did play in the league, though, correct?
Okay, I mean, that shouldn't be a prerequisite. It sounds like you're arguing.
Baz is in the league. I'm sorry.
It sounds like you're arguing that the former regime should have been allowed to stay. Am I wrong?
I think that it was an overreaction. Yes, I do think they deserve another couple years.
Okay,
I do.
Okay, that's fine. You're allowed to have that opinion. I disagree with you, and that's okay. Reasonable people can disagree all the time, but I don't think they did enough stuff well that I think the Pirates were well within their rights to change. It hasn't met expectations. It hasn't been good enough. I'm not saying that it is, but I don't think the Pirates were wrong for changing after 2019. And thank you very much for the call, Marty. I appreciate it. The Pirates, this would all look different. Nobody would be questioning the former regime if the current one had produced a better on-field product. That's the problem. And the problem, I'll tell you, is that they're behind schedule. You can look at what the Pirates did. And they're behind schedule for a lot of reasons. But let's trace back a little bit. Let's trace back to Marty's point. When they cleaned house after 2019, I have no problem with what they did, or at least the action of getting the people formerly here out. 2020 happens, the COVID season, whatever. It's 19-41 was their record. Wasn't good. They make a bunch of trades that offseason. They unload talent that they probably weren't going to be able to keep anyway. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is the execution of those trades. They didn't get enough back. You trade Josh Bell for Will Crow and Eddie Yean. Eddie Yean, best case scenario, is going to be a middle reliever 5 years later. That's not getting enough back for Josh Bell and what he was at the time. Jamison Tyone, go look at that trade tree. Michael Escoto, you're probably going, who? Roansy Contreras, that didn't work out. Trying to think who else was in that trade. Kanan Smith-Njigba is not in baseball right now. There was another right-handed pitcher, Miguel Yajure, was in that. What have they gotten out of that? And you can say the Joe Musgrove trade, that may be a wash. I mean, they gave up Clay Holmes, and they got back Diego Castillo and Hoy Park. And maybe Marty and I are saying the same things. I don't know. But, I mean, I don't have any problem trading some of those guys. You weren't going to sign Joe Musgrove to a next contract. You probably weren't going to sign Josh Bell to a next contract. So you make the decision to trade him. The problem is not getting enough back. All right, let's go out to Joe in Robinson. Wants to talk about the former regime as well. What's up, Joe?
Yeah, I don't quite understand what Marty was getting at there. Pedro Alvarez was a number 1 pick. He was mediocre at best. He had 1 or 2 good years. Garrett Cole was a no-brainer. Everybody in baseball would have taken Garrett Cole with the first pick. Neil Walker was, if I can't remember the second baseman, the Japanese guy, if he wouldn't have gotten hurt, Neil Walker would have gotten traded and never made it to the major leagues underneath the old regime. People forget about that. The only thing I'll say with Marty is the old regime, if he says that they should have had more time, yet another mistake the Pirate organization makes. Put that on every mistake they've made this year. They signed nobody. Their PR team is horrendous. The general manager can't make a trade. The manager is terrible. Montour Spartans baseball high school coach is better than him. The organization throws bricks away, another PR disaster. They haven't developed a fielder or a hitter, and I don't even remember when. This great complex that they built in the Dominican Republic was supposed to produce all these players. Name one. Name one. Tell me one thing that they've done, this organization has done right. And then you put in the owner who says, I've done everything I can. And what fantasy world is he living in? And another thing, if they're losing money, like that report, I don't know what the name of it is, if they are losing money, move the Pirates then. If we're losing money with absolutely putting no money into it, then we don't deserve to have a baseball team. Or get a new owner or management who knows how to run something. Name a worse run organization in any sport.
Joe, I need you to breathe for a second. I just need you to breathe. It's okay.
It's mind-boggling to me to think that anybody in this region could stick up for the old regime or this regime. It's unbelievable to me. It's mind-boggling to me. Name one good thing this organization does.
Yeah, I mean, you're yelling at me, Joe. I'm not sticking up for either one. I've criticized both of them.
Listen, I'm not yelling at you. Trust me. I just don't understand. Name one thing this organization does well. One thing.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted Paul Skeens. I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
yeah, and then Paul Skeens. My niece is 3. She would have drafted him. That's a no-brainer.
My 6-year-old was going to take Dylan Cruz. I'm glad he didn't get the pick.
Well, you know what?
I almost got you to laugh, Joe. I almost did it.
If he would have been with either, if your 6-year-old would be with the Pirates, he probably wouldn't have taken either one of them if they had the choice again. Honest to goodness, I want somebody to tell me one thing this organization does well. One thing.
All right.
There's nothing. Nothing. They don't do anything well.
All right. Appreciate the call, Joe. I'm a little worried about his health at this point. I hope he doesn't have a heart issue. All right. Here's where I was with that discussion, though. And the Pirates, 1941 and 2020, they lose 100 games in back-to-back seasons. Then they jump to 76 wins 2 years ago. At that point, your progress is fairly linear. At that point, fine. They should have blown it up. That was the right move, and they did. They didn't get enough back. They win 76 games. Okay. The problem with the Pirates, where they veered off course, at least, the bigger way. I understand everybody's going to say there are other things that you can point out. I understand that. Just try to go with me on this point here. You go from 76 wins. Last year should have been the year where they finish over 500. Last year should have been the year where they win 83, 84 games. Maybe you miss out at the end of the season, whatever. You flirt with the wild card spot, but people see progress. Nobody's going to be mad if you go 76 to 84 wins. That's an 8-win improvement. You're going to see some things that they're going the right way. Okay, I got it. Where it veered off is not doing anything about that. And there were things they could have done, and they didn't. You fire the manager, you fire the GM, people understand, okay, we're going to small market our way to something, and this is not good enough. This is not working. Or you say, you know what? We're bereft of talent. We're going to spend some money. We're going to improve our payroll, improve our roster, and we're going to go buy a couple actual major leaguers and plug them in here. The problem in veering off course is they never course corrected. They just kept going. They just kept drifting. So until they do that, until they do one of those two things, I'd love to see them spend more money. If you're going to spend more money on actual major league players and plug your roster holes, great, let's have a conversation about that. Or if you're going to be more like the Tampa Bay Rays or the Cleveland Guardians, we're going to get an up-close example of one of those at PNC Park this weekend, you don't need to spend the money. You can get by with making smarter decisions. The problem with the Pirates, and our past two callers honestly have hinted at this stuff, or they've done more than hint at it, is that it hasn't happened. They haven't gotten players internationally. The trades they've made have not been good. The development has not been up to snuff. There's been a bunch of stuff, a bunch of shortcomings, honestly similar to the last regime. You can even look at the drafting. Right now, it's why I brought up Henry Davis earlier, because I think it's an ultimate test case of you have this guy, you take 1-1 in 2021. Does he add anything to your major league roster? I don't know. We'll find out. I want to get to some more calls on this. We'll finish out some Pirates talk and then get into whatever the heck Aaron Rodgers says after the break. The 50-minute mark on the Fan, that happened a little bit ago. I missed it. It's brought to you by Southwest Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. But the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So we've got two topics going. Travis Williams talking about the team and the relationship with its fans. Also Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers and what's going to happen at the Pat McAfee Show. This is the Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jason Mackey in for the guys. Got to take a short break. We'll be back with more of your calls next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, bottom half of the second inning as the Pirates are currently leading 1-0. A leadoff home run by O'Neal Cruz gets the scoring started. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Now, a message from Joe.
You can hit the jackpot when you bet the NBA on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book. Because with FanDuel's Downtown Jackpot, you have a chance to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. All you have to do is place a bet on player-made threes using your exclusive profit boost. And if your player has the most threes on the night, you win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. So as we move ahead in the playoffs, Quentin Post for the Warriors is a really nice option. 7-footer stretch three who gets a lot of attempts. They shoot, you score. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkit to get in on the action. FanDuel.com/Starkit. Enter the $1 million Downtown Jackpot. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the home for our Pittsburgh Pirates.
Whoa! That came near the head of McCutcheon. Here come the Pirates. They're coming for him. The umpires try to hold him back. Now the bullpens are emptying. Everyone's sprinting out onto the field.
You don't touch McCutcheon.
Turn down for what? Cruz with the bases loaded. Cruz has hit a grand slam. Turn down for what? That's how you answer. That's how you answer. Turn down for what?
Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. KBK FM. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And, as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you have roof problems? Well, call Weather Seal now and get your problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system with no money down and 100% financing available for 24 months. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. That's zero, zip, zilch, out of pocket for 24 months or until 2027. Plus, that free gutter upgrade. Call 877-351-SEAL today or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. That's WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more... This doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rash? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SC all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pittsburgh is pumped for this jaw-dropping new event with something for every sport and fitness fan. 200 booths of nutrition, apparel, exercise equipment, and fitness celebrity appearances. Witness 20 sports featuring bodybuilding, martial arts, and strength competitions. Be a part of sports history at the first ever Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival, May 10th and 11th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Get your tickets now at pittspowerfit.com.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL Draft 1 week away. It will be in Green Bay, Wisconsin, as the first round is 1 week from today on Thursday. NFL has announced former and active players who will announce picks in the second and third round. Lynn Swann will represent the Steelers and announce the Steelers' third-round pick. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. The guys are off today. Jason Mackey here with you for about 45 more minutes. Austin Bechtold producing behind the glass as we wait and have the Pat McAfee Show on the screen here in the studio. Aaron Rodgers will apparently be appearing momentarily to talk about, well, who the heck knows? But we're going to find out soon. In the meantime, let's go out to the fan hotline where we find a couple people who have waited patiently to weigh in on Pirates topics. Brian in New Brighton wants to talk about the Pirates lineup. What's going on, Brian?
How's it going?
Good.
I think, and it's kind of a beating a drum, but them not going out to get a somebody to protect Cruz, I think, is where they keep missing the ball, where they can develop anybody in the minor leagues, but when they come up to the major leagues, if they don't have pitchers are just going to pitch around your best pitcher, your best hitter, and if your best hitter is a young guy, he's never going to be able to fully develop into a good hitter. So you can put him 1 to 9, but if there isn't somebody to fully protect him so he can see some good pitches, he's going to struggle no matter what, developing into a great hitter.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're saying a couple different things there. I mean, their development has not been good enough. I certainly agree with that. O'Neal Cruz has not had necessary lineup protection. I agree with that. I also think it changes if you bat O'Neal Cruz leadoff. Changes a little bit better, or it's a little bit better if Brian Reynolds is hitting behind him. Maybe Kutch is hitting third. I think bottom line, Brian, you'll probably agree with this. They just haven't had enough professional hitters in their lineup. Just not good enough.
No, and there's a big difference between. I know I've never played in the major leagues, but I'm imagining from playing small ball that there's a huge difference between the minor leagues hitting and hitting in the major leagues. And yeah, your coach can only do so much, but if you have people around you in that clubhouse that are teaching you how to approach at the plate and teaching you how to be that professional hitter, goes way longer than, just a coach telling you what to do at batting practice.
Sure, I agree with that. And they also shouldn't be counting upon guys fresh up from AAA to anchor the meat of their batting order. They should just, you want to sprinkle in those guys later in the order where you can. And yes, they should be more productive. Thank you very much for the call, Brian. I appreciate it. Let's go out to Paul. Somewhere in Pittsburgh wants to talk about Pirates attendance. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's not thrilled with it. What's up, Paul?
Hey, how you doing, Jason?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm good. I have a very novel idea. You might be a little young to remember festival seating at rock and roll shows, but you would pay one price and sit wherever you want. And I'm thinking if the Pirates would charge $10, festival seating, they would pack the house. $10, you get into the game, you sit wherever you want. And like I said, a novel idea, but I haven't heard anybody bring it up before. And I'm just thinking, wouldn't you rather have 38,000 people at $10 a head than 4,000 people at $45? Because the concessions stay the same. Like everybody will buy hot dogs and Pepsi and whatever, and the money will be spent at the ballpark, but it'll be packed for $10. Everybody would go. And if nobody goes, then what does that say? You know what I'm saying?
Paul, I'd like to introduce you to something called the secondary ticket market, where you can buy tickets that if there's not a lot of demand, people will be looking to unload them. You can also buy them cheaply. And in the inside of the ballpark, when you have 8,000 people there, it's already festival seating. You can go where you want to.
Well, that's true. And it used to be that way at Forbes Field. I mean, I'm an old man. And my big brother, would take me and we would move down. Without a doubt.
Right. I'm sure people do that all the time now. I don't think I don't think there are going to be 38,000 people flooding the ballpark. And I think you're going to have a tough time convincing Bob Nutting to lower prices when you can charge more. And the Pirates don't gouge their fans with ticket prices. Like if you look at the rest of MLB, their prices are relatively on the low side. Now, so is their winning percentage, so I see why.
Right. Well, there is that, and there's back and forth. And like I said, it's just a novel idea. I think if you could go to the ballpark for $10 and sit wherever you want, it would fill it up. It's better than looking at a TV screen with nobody there. Like, it's just sad. And, like I said, I'm an old man, and I've been a Bucco fan forever, and I always will be. But it's just sad to see. Even when I go to the games, there's nobody there. It's just it's empty, and that's sad. That's all.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the call, Paul. Here's another idea: play better. That would be my solution. If you don't have the right people in here to play better, find them. If you don't have the right people in here to put together a roster, to maneuver your lineup in game, to relate to your fans, whatever. I'm trying to use general ways to describe the jobs of Travis Williams, Ben Cherington, and Derek Shelton. They blew things up a long time ago to try to build back stronger. And they have not done that. And if I'm Bob Nutting, I'm saying I'm not changing my ticketing policy. I made these moves. I hired these people. I paid them money to do a job. And I look at other teams like the Guardians and the Rays, and they're spending what they're spending. How are they doing that? Well, they're doing that by drafting, by making smart trades, by developing guys, by signing them internationally for not a lot of money. Why is my organization not doing this? I mean, that's the truth of the matter. Like, a lot of people have attached themselves to that quote from Bob Nutting saying, I've done everything, given everybody the resources. And I'm not defending the quote. It's bad. He shouldn't say it, and I understand why people get upset by it. But I do understand this line of thinking, and I think this is what was in Bob's head. It didn't come out of his mouth. But you say, look, other teams have won on a budget. Why can't I win here? Why can't we act like the Rays, act like the Guardians, when the people I've hired have convinced me that we can? And they can. The Pirates can win without spending a lot of money. Now, that a lot of people also take that as some defense of a puny payroll. It's not. It's just it's baseball. It's logic. It's looking around the league and seeing what it takes to put a winning product on the field. That's playing fundamentally sound baseball. That's not making the first or last out of the inning at third base. That's fielding routine balls. That's pitching well. That's putting together a bullpen. That's seeing value in players that other teams don't see. That means putting together enough of an offense, having an overarching offensive philosophy that works. And the Pirates have not done those things. And it's sort of maddening that they haven't. I don't need them to change their ticketing policy. I need them to operate like a better small market club. All right, a couple things we need to get to. First, though, Fan Twitter. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Last one, the Fan Hotline, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Austin, do we want to link up Jeff? Jeff is good to go? All right, so Pat McAfee can have Aaron Rodgers all he wants. We have Odyssey Sports Director Jeff Hathorn ready to go from PNC Park. Jeff, what's going on, man? How's the ballpark today?
I think I got to further connect, Jeff.
Okay.
Let me give me 1 second here, Jason.
That's totally fine. It is interesting seeing Aaron Rodgers. I don't know where he is sitting, wearing a black T-shirt. He does not own AirPods, does he? He's got the wired headphones, although the audio is better on the wired headphones. Maybe that's what it is. I use those for my own podcasts. Or maybe he's just anti-AirPod. I don't know. But so McAfee and Rodgers are talking. I don't know exactly what they're talking about. Nothing has flashed on the screen so far. He clearly has not shown up wearing a Steelers jersey, so there's no bold proclamation made just yet. I'm sure on Twitter we're going to start to see a whole bunch of quotes from this trickle out. From Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Rodgers said on the McAfee show that making a commitment to a team is a big thing. He said he's not about the money. He said he'd play for $10 million. Still no questions or answers on the Steelers. Go ahead, Austin. I'm sorry.
I was listening to it and took a couple of notes. And Rodgers said that he currently has some personal commitments, that he's in a serious relationship. He's had a few things in his inner circle. Few people in his inner circle that have been battling some things right now, and that's where most of his attention has gone to right now. He also said he's had some good conversations with teams, but he has not specifically said what teams they were. And he also said that the conversation with the Jets was not very pleasant.
I can't imagine it is. All right, then you know what? So we have ascertained that he's not going to pick a team right now. Right? Like he's not announcing the Steelers. He's not announcing retirement. He's on here to explain what's going on and why we haven't heard from him. Correct?
So far, yes, that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a heck of a turn if all of a sudden he said, you know what? Let's just do it. It's so fun. Let's just do it. All right. Do we have Jeff?
I'm still trying to connect with Jeff. Why don't we hit the break and then talk to Jeff?
All right, let's do that. Back after this with Odyssey Sports Director Jeff Hathorn of the Pomp and Joe Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Aaron Rodgers saying that he also would play for as few as $10 million. Rodgers also said that it's not accurate that he's waiting around for the Minnesota Vikings. Still waiting to see what Rodgers is ultimately going to say about the Steelers. Pirates in a 1-0 game going to the top of the fourth inning. Listen to it on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. Bob has a message for the people.
West Shore Home. You know the name. Yes, you do. But did you know the owner, BJ? He's from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Man, it's pretty close proximity to where we are here, and he's had a great business going. They're Pittsburgh's most admired home improvement brand and install 15 jobs a day. Now, think about that. So why are they so popular, you may ask? Well, here's why. You're going to work with West Shore employees from design to install and any follow-up service you may need. There are no subcontractors. They take care of themselves, and they have full-time people to do it. And this week, really good news for you. Their successful buy one, get one event is back. And if you get a full bath remodel They will do another shower in the home completely free. You need new windows? All right, good. Replace your windows, and guess what? You'll get a brand new door or patio slider completely free. If you go to westshorehome.com/fan, you can also save $500 additionally. So that's right. Go to westshorehome.com/fan and secure $500 in addition to what I just told you about. All the information is right there on their website.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Trotter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider at the PGA Tour, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The age-old debate for NFL teams is, do you draft for need or take the best player available? The Giants might face this dilemma head-on next week. They're still looking for their quarterback of the future, but the best player available by a long stretch will either be Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter. Do you pass on a potential superstar at another position, take a shot at QB? The Giants need to get this right. If they don't, they're in danger of finding themselves back at the top of the draft next year and beyond. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
AAA Travel is calling all aviation lovers. The ultimate summer getaway for air enthusiasts across the Midwest to the Liberty Aviation Museum, Aerozoo Aerospace and Science Museum, Griffin Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, the famous and exclusive EAA Air Venture Show, National Museum of U.S. Air Force, John and Annie Glenn Museum, July 20th through the 25th. Road trip motor coach and a 5-night hotel stay is included. $18.85 per person, double occupancy. 1-800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. Is away
got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just 1 day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
The April wine selections at Fine Wine and Good Spirits are so good, you might wonder, what's the secret ingredient? Here's the secret. There isn't one. Just organic grapes and just in time for Earth Day. Natura Organic Rosé, made with 100% organic grapes, is now $2 off. Bonterra Vineyard Chardonnay from America's #1 organic winery is $4 off. No tricks, no magic, just really good grapes. Shop more organic wines at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Now at Verizon, they have some big news for your peace of mind. For all customers, existing and new. They're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan and my home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Papa Joe Show. Jason Mackey in for the guys. Austin Bechtold producing. He's currently sifting through the Pat McAfee show to listen to Aaron Rodgers' comments on there. Nothing specific about the Steelers so far, but Aaron Rodgers, boy, does not sound like he is in a hurry to make a decision whatsoever. Talking about his personal life and that taking most of his attention away. He has been, I might get this quote wrong, but entertaining everything attached to nothing, something like that, having a lot of conversations with teams. He's also saying that he's not holding anybody hostage. I would disagree. The Steelers have to decide in a week if they're going to take a quarterback in the first round. You'd like to know if you have a 41-year-old quarterback, you probably need some weapons around him. You are kind of holding a team hostage. Maybe nobody else, but the Steelers kind of need an answer. What do they do here? Aaron Rodgers is on national TV basically saying or putting up a giant alert that he's not terribly close to making a decision and that he has other things that are a priority for him, and he's saying retirement is still a possibility. If you're the Steelers, how can you wait around on that? Like, I understand and respect the guy might have a personal situation. We all do. We all sort through stuff in our personal life, and sometimes that overrides work, and that's okay. But, like, they have to make a decision. They have to know in or out. I just don't know how long you can expect to drag somebody out without giving them an answer. We're going to get to Odyssey Sports Director Jeff Hathorn in just a minute. First, I want to tell you, though, the second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union will take place on June 5th and 6th. This year, the broadcast will take place at Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. We're currently looking for 25 fire departments that will benefit from this year's fundraising. Register your fire department now at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Aircraft Management Group, Firehouse Subs, 1-800-BOARD-UP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, and Guardian Protection. I think we have Jeff Hathorn now, correct?
We got him.
Let's do it. Jeff, how are you, sir? How's the ballpark?
I just had one of those, 2024 moments where I'm at the ballpark watching the game while listening to a guy from Plum in Indianapolis talk to a quarterback from California about the Pittsburgh Steelers. So
makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I've been enthralled in it, and he just talked about his relationship with Tom, and he loves Arthur Smith and likes Mike Sullivan, and he and Tom Arth, the quarterback's coach, actually did a camp together years ago with Mike McCarthy. So, but I think to your earlier points about that, he seems like he's got other things on his mind right now, and he's not ready to make a decision on what the team is, and it doesn't seem as I'll just say it this way. It doesn't seem as evil as people are portraying it.
Sure.
Or as greedy as people are portraying it. Now, the reality is he is kind of holding up what the Steelers want to do in 2025.
Yeah, Jeff. I mean, how do the Steelers navigate that? How should they navigate that? Because they need to know who's going to play quarterback. If you say, okay, the heck with you, we're going to draft a quarterback, that's fine. But I just don't understand how you can do both. You can't, right?
Yeah. I mean, listen, could you wait until after the draft? Yes. I mean, the draft probably, because he's only 2 years max, so the draft probably shouldn't be impacted by what you do. And remember this, and we saw it with Kenny Pickett a couple of years ago, the Steelers are not like some teams that are going to throw a quarterback in to start right away, even if it's a first-round pick. They have their ways. And it's not just – and it comes from, Bill Cowher doing it with Ben – and Mike Tomlin doing it with Kenny. Like, even though Kenny was probably better than the other two quarterbacks, he wasn't going to start right away. And I don't think if they were to draft a quarterback in the first round, they're going to start anyhow. So it can be an independent situation. For me, I look at the deadline more of OTAs. He needs to be in there for some of the offseason to be around the guys. Mike Tomlin had said he could show up in July in Latrobe. I don't think that's a situation that's healthy for anybody. So I think there is a deadline looming. I don't think it has to be the draft, but they've kind of committed to him. So they're held hostage is probably the wrong term, but they have to kind of sit and wait and let Aaron's situation or his decision-making play out.
Yeah, they're just kind of gumming up the works. Maybe we'll say it that way. I just don't think it's the best process of team building. Like, if you have Aaron Rodgers here, you should want to surround him with as much talent as possible while you have him, because otherwise, why would you bring him in here? You bring him in here because you think he gives you the best chance to win this year. And so shouldn't you draft a player who gives you the best chance to win this year?
Well, and that doesn't have to be a quarterback, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. That should be a defensive lineman. That should be a wide receiver.
And I'm with you there. I look at it back to 2003. This was a team 2 years removed from an AFC championship game. An AFC championship game they probably should have won. And they still had a really good core, but they went to battle with Tommy Maddox at quarterback because in the 2003 draft they decided not to reach for a quarterback, but to continue to rebuild their base. I look at this very much akin to that. In fact, it's probably a team not as close as that one was to winning. But then when they got their quarterback, they were able to 3 Super Bowls in 6 years because they had that base ready. There's a couple of pieces of this foundation they need to shore up. Do that this year. If you feel like Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders, if they're there at 21, is that person, fine. But you've got to make sure, especially without a second-round pick, you've got to get that first-round pick right.
Jeff, let me ask you one off the board. I just wanted to ask you this because I thought it would be fun, being a proud Ohio State alum. If the Steelers could draft one of your fellow Buckeyes, which one would it be?
Emeka Egbuka.
Okay. First round?
I think he is Hines Ward to me. The guy blocks. He does everything. He had 2 different receivers come and take the spotlight from him, and all he did was continue to play, be a team player, do everything right, block his tail off, do the best he could with the passes that he got. Even though he could have been a number 1 receiver anywhere else, he didn't transfer out. He didn't whine when they brought in, Marvin Harrison Jr. and obviously Smith, the freshman, this year. I admire that. Along with that, he's a slot guy who will fill a need. I know they have some slot receivers. They don't have anybody like him. So that would be my guy. I think Henderson is a value in the second round, but they don't have a second-round pick.
Yeah. Well, here's one way they could get it, Jeff, if they decided to trade George Pickens. Now, I know Jerry Dulac reported that he doesn't expect him to be traded. Is that the right move? And do you think that's final? Like, do you think they could be swayed by a really good offer for Pickens to maybe get back in the second round?
And I trust Jerry's reporting, but I would say this: the Steelers don't want it out there that they want to trade George. If anything,
they want the opposite.
Exactly. Hey, we're going to hang on. We need him. He's going to be part of this dual threat. And then someone says, well, we'll offer a second-round pick for you. Well, okay, I guess we'd get rid of him for that. So just keep that in mind when all of this stuff gets flown out here. It has for the last month, but especially over the next few days. When you look at who they brought in, there are a number of players of the 30 that slot into that second round. Why would they spend their time with those guys if they weren't at least thinking about getting back into the second round?
Fine point, Jeff. Fine point. Last one with Odyssey Sports Director Jeff Hathorn. Let's go TJ Watt, his Instagram post. Jeff, are you surprised that he hasn't followed that up with any sort of Aaron Rodgers type comments? No?
Not at all.
Why?
Because it's exactly what he wants. He put it out there. He hasn't had to say a word, so he could refute anything. But he isn't. Because what their camp has decided to do was, we need to put some heat on the Steelers. We need to get these negotiations moving. We need to get these talks moving. And in today's world, you can do it with a picture on social media, which is brilliant from their standpoint because they're not tied to anything. But the point is out there, and it got across. And now, whether that, speeds up talks or, after the draft, if this becomes a priority, who knows? I would expect it to be like last time. We're probably going to be sitting there game week for week one wondering if they're going to get a deal with TJ done before kickoff.
Jeff Hathorn, Odyssey Sports Director. Enjoy the ball game, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, take care, Jeff. Good stuff from Jeff Hathorn there. Just to wrap that up, I would take Travion Henderson. Doesn't really matter. But there's some good picks as well. Quinshon Judkins, Emeka Buka, Henderson as well, Tyleek Williams, Will Howard. Who would you take, Austin? You had one Ohio State player you could take from this draft.
Ibuka. Yeah, it would definitely be Ibuka.
That's fine.
I think Jack Sawyer could end up being a decent NFL player.
He could. Where do you play him in the NFL? Outside linebacker?
That's the thing. I don't know if he's fast enough to play outside linebacker.
He'd probably be big enough to play inside, though.
I don't think he is. He's more than likely a rush defensive end, I guess.
Yeah. 50-minute mark on the fan. It's a few minutes early, but that's okay. Brought to you by Southwest Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. And social media's biggest loser, Malzy, is brought to you by Awaken 180. You can visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. And what's cooking? It's brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Carrying on the tradition limits.
Very kindly.
I love it. So what are you going to do after the show? Pour into some Pat McAfee?
I'm probably going to follow up with a bunch of this Aaron Rodgers stuff and try to get to the bottom of what he's saying about the Steelers. What's going on here with any potential decision? He's not going to announce anything today. That's pretty clear and obvious. What's the holdup here? He said that there's some personal things that are hampering his time right now and that he is more concerned about. And he also said that if you're a team that's kind of waiting and you have to move on, then move on. He understands. The more and more I hear from Aaron Rodgers, the more he sounds like a guy trying to talk himself into retirement. But at the same time, there's a part of him that still wants to play and that he's conflicted. And he's trying to, maybe he's going on McAfee to talk about it to the point where he talks it out with someone else that's outside of his inner circle. And that's where an answer comes to him. Like maybe there's a point of reflection after this, after he's put it out there into the open. There's national reaction, local reaction in different cities and people that he talks to. Maybe it gets ramped up more. And that's what influences the decision for him. But right now, I'm pretty convinced that he does not know what he's doing.
Yeah, I am too. And at least I'll give him this. He has the wherewithal to not enter into some sort of agreement with the team if he's undecided.
Right.
Give him that. The worst thing you could possibly do is fake it, sign with the team, have them orient their plans around you, and then this just all blows up. But, yeah, I'm watching this. I'm reading the quotes. I'm not seeing a guy who really sounds like he wants to play. Because I think what Cam Hayward said initially was dead on. Either you want to be here or you don't. And he took some flack for it. He had to walk it back because it sounded insensitive, which it wasn't. It was just logical. If you want to be here, you'll be here. If you don't want to be here, you won't. That's okay. And everybody understands you need a process. You have to go through things. Like everybody, all of us, we have stuff happen in our personal lives. Sometimes it obfuscates decision-making at work. You know, at the same time, there's part of my brain that gets mad about this too because, like, do you think you're dealing with something that the rest of the world's not dealing with, Aaron? Do you think everyday people don't have to deal with, like, their kids having problems or their parents are sick or, you know, some health issue or whatever? Like, they're having to get up and work. They're having to go make decisions that affects people. Like, you've had a long time to make a decision. You're having an organization that needs to make a decision here a week from now on whether to draft a quarterback, how to build their team. They kind of deserve an answer. I'm not trying to be insensitive to it because I don't know his situation. I wouldn't want somebody commenting on my situation if they didn't know everything there is to know. So, like, I'm not an expert on Aaron Rodgers' life, but I do think that's how it comes off. I think a lot of people probably made the joke this afternoon. Hey, man, yeah, I'll play for $10 million too. You don't have to pay me $40. I'll play for 10. You know, and I'm glad that Aaron Rodgers isn't going to ask for $40 million. That's good. It's probably, you know, a check in the box of the Steelers. I really hoped we would get this and there would be some ending that this soap opera would be finished. And it's just not.
Something else I mentioned, Joe Rutter of the Trib. Rodgers said that there is a deadline with the Steelers, but did not mention when the deadline is.
Mm-hmm.
So
2029.
Possibly. Just like the next time that Minkah Fitzpatrick will have an interception before he ultimately did against the Ravens. Remember that one?
That was, oh, gosh. All right. Well, I'm going to pass the baton on to the PM team. They can have a great time. Austin, this has been a great time. We'll be back at this tomorrow.
Let's do it, Jason.
Let's do it. Good stuff. Papa Joe Show. Jason Mackey in for it. Enjoyed our 4 hours together. PM team next.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bottom of the fifth, 1-0 game. Buccos in front. O'Neal Cruz leadoff home run. 2 runners on for the Buccos. Runners at the corners for Brian Reynolds at the plate and 1 out. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And I want to remind you that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And our friend Joe has a message for you.
You can hit the jackpot when you bet the NBA on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book. Because with FanDuel's Downtown Jackpot, you have a chance to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. All you have to do is place a bet on player-made threes using your exclusive profit boost. And if your player has the most threes on the night, you win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. So as we move ahead in the playoffs, Quentin Post for the Warriors is a really nice option. 7-footer stretch 3 who gets a lot of attempts. They shoot, you score. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkit to get in on the action. FanDuel.com/Starkit. Enter the $1 million downtown jackpot. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10, presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Bet of the day is taking Cade Cunningham to lead the next Pistons series in points. This is 2-1 over at BetMGM. Feels like a great bet to make, considering Cunningham is the go-to guy for the Pistons, and he's been great against the Knicks. Cunningham has 36 points in each of the last 2 games against New York. Let's take Cade Cunningham to lead the series in points at plus 200. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Employee pricing for all has come to #1 Cochran Ford and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That means you pay what they pay on their best-selling models. Plus, they have lots of vehicles. You'll find more than 350 new Fords and 130 Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram models. #1 Cochran also has lots of great lease and finance offers, giving you lots of reasons to buy right now. And please know that while there is lots of uncertainty in today's car market, they will always put the needs of their customers first. You can shop Ford and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram at their Allegheny Valley Mega Center in Natrona Heights, or visit their other Ford stores in Butler and Monroeville. Don't miss employee pricing at #1 Cochran Ford and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, or online at Cochran.com. Select in-stock models only. Ends 4/30/25.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit sullivanservice.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You don't know how you gonna make it. Things getting rough now. Electric just got shut off. When it happened, you couldn't believe it. You went outside to look to see if everybody else's electric was off. It wasn't, it was just yours. Getting hard now. See, that accident messed up everything. You was doing so good. You got light at the end of the tunnel. You called top dog. You getting top dollar. You know the money coming. In the meantime, know what you gonna do. You know the money coming. The pain hurt, but you wanna know what hurt more? Your friends, the ones you always help, always been there. Now they can't help you. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You always make the call. You always call the dog. Any accident, it's top dog law.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Castee Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise. Fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. The baseball season is underway as we continue to see the teams separate themselves from the rest. Texas has had a resurgence, returning to form after winning it all in 2023. They will be tested in an early season series against Los Angeles. Will Texas be able to wrangle a couple of wins in the series? Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus Awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the final Penguins game of 2025 is tonight over at PPG Paints Arena between the Penguins and the team that is the number one seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs, the hated Washington Capitals. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I said it all straight. I have no problem. From the jump, it's, I'm in a different phase of my life. I'm 41 years old. I'm in a serious relationship. I have off the field stuff going on that requires my attention. I have personal commitments I made, not knowing what my future was going to look like after last year, that are important to me. And I have, a couple of people in my inner circle who are really battling some difficult stuff. So I have a lot of things that are taking my attention, and have beginning in really January away from football. That's been where I've been focusing most of my attention on. To make a commitment to a team is a big thing, whether you're a first-year player or a 20-year vet.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Aaron Rodgers, this bombshell interview, found out about it a couple hours ago, and then immediately all eyes and ears and everybody turned to hear and watch Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee. How close would he come to saying he's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? He wants to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. And much like the first McAfee tease, the big night out here in Pittsburgh that I was at, we didn't get it. And we did hear in-depth conversation about what happened, how Rodgers got to Pittsburgh, who he talked to when he was here, why he worked out with DK Metcalf, details from that encounter, all of those things. And Pat and his boys did press Aaron Rodgers several times. He never once showed his hand or made it sound like he's coming here. That answer you just heard, I think, is by far the biggest takeaway from this. Football is very low on the list of priorities for Aaron Rodgers right now. And if you watched that or heard that and think he's going to change his mind next week and make a decision before the draft or at the draft, you're wrong. When Rodgers first became a free agent a month ago, people started saying this was going to be drawn out, this was going to take a while, this was going to be a protracted thing. The word months got thrown around. Thanks, Bill, bringing over my tea here at the Rivers. Great service. This guy sits front row at Pirates games, and his friends mock him for eating on camera. What do you want him to do, just sit there and fast for 3.5 hours? I don't get that. We rolled our eyes when we thought this could take months, and Rodgers gave you or attempted to give legitimate reasons for why he's dragging his feet right now. Guys, I don't understand how the Steelers could make plans for 2025 with Aaron Rodgers. I watched and listened to this whole thing. First at the station, then driving down here, and I caught the very end of it when I was sitting in the parking lot here at the Rivers. One of the biggest winners today, in my opinion, is Mason Rudolph. Mason Rudolph, I think, unless the Steelers draft somebody with the 21st pick, or Aaron Rodgers has everything in his personal life freed up and it changes in the next few months, he's in the driver's seat to be the Steelers starting quarterback, and I'm not opposed to that, but I really didn't think a week before draft night I would be saying that. Just these quotes from Rodgers. Personal commitments. He talked about his girlfriend. People in my inner circle are going through difficult stuff right now. It's taken my attention away from football. So, what are the Steelers waiting on or waiting for? They're waiting for a guy who's barely outside of a workout here and there with DK Metcalf. He says he's working out. I don't know how much football workouts he's doing. He's keeping himself in shape. But this isn't like Tom Brady in his 40s where every day he spent getting better at football. What can I do when I get up today to make myself a better football player? Aaron Rodgers isn't doing any of that. I mean, he's not going to tell people exactly what's going on with his personal life and his friends. Clearly, they're in enough trouble or there's enough going wrong right now where he can't tell the Steelers or any team, yes, I'm ready to play. Unless he told Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin and Art Rooney, this is what my friends are going through, and this is how long I think it's going to take them to get better. I don't get, sorry, I'm at a loss for words here. I don't get how they could have come out of that meeting thinking, yeah, we're in good shape with Aaron Rodgers. We feel like it's a slam dunk he's going to sign here. He sounded like a guy who needs a lot of things to happen in order for him to shift his attention from what's going on in his personal life to football. It's only April. The season doesn't start until September. But maybe that's why Mike Tomlin said at the owners' meetings, training camp is an important date, because his feedback, his conversations with Rodgers made him think he's nowhere close to making a decision on what to do with his football future. And after watching and listening to McAfee, that's the conclusion I come up with. You know, oh, he's going to announce a big night out. No. Oh, he's going to announce draft week. No, he's not. So we're going to be in this standstill for a very, very, very long time unless the Steelers come up with something or pivot to something that they like more. You know, maybe that's why Art is putting pressure on Mike and Omar to meet with some of these quarterbacks in the draft. You know, he said he's not going to wait forever on Rodgers. He might have to if Rodgers is going to prioritize these things in his personal life first. So I started to feel after talking to Aditi yesterday like this wasn't going to happen and that there was a better chance than not Aaron Rodgers was going to put off football in 2025 or not play. That's honestly how I feel after watching him today. And I wonder about you too. 412-928-9370. Donnie, you were watching with me. Your thoughts on what we saw from Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, I know we have been talking about this now for well over a month. What is it, like 5 weeks we're going on? It feels like much longer than that. And for the last few weeks, I have said, yeah, as annoying as Aaron Rodgers and as dramatic as Aaron Rodgers may be, the Steelers are the team doing this because they could virtually just back out of this thing at any time, and they refuse to do so. They continue to act like and talk like they are in the know and they have full control of the situation. Based on what we heard today, I have zero indication of that. And
Donnie, let's look at this from this perspective. Aaron Rodgers apparently isn't in any control. It's dependent on these people who he's close to.
The inner circle. It sounds like a wrestling faction.
He said the inner circle. Something needs to get resolved with these people before he can concentrate on football again. If it's health related, who knows how long it's going to take? I mean, I thought that's what he was alluding to. This is just me having gone through personal life situations before, having sick loved ones, losing loved ones. That's what it sounded like to me. Somebody very close to me is dealing with a serious health issue. So, I mean, what are the Steelers going to wait for? The person to heal or for them to get worse? I mean, I don't know.
The Steelers continue to look more and more foolish here. And if you're going to be somebody out there that doesn't see it that way, I'm sorry, but I think you're a fool with them.
Donnie, he doesn't even sound – he didn't even want to say – he could have easily gone on there because Pat, to his credit, asked him this question. He could have said, you know what? I'm here to clear the air, which he said several times. I'm here to be open with you guys and transparent with you guys. Once these things get figured out and fixed, I'm ready to go to Pittsburgh and be a Steeler. And he still didn't even want to say that. So that's the other part of it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like he really has much of an interest at all in playing football. And I actually think, and I'm glad we put it out there into the universe yesterday, and people can go back on social media and find it, the clip that we had with Aditi yesterday, because I think what she said later in that interview is pretty accurate as to what is going on. Now, of course, Rodgers loves to dispel all of the BS that is out there. But the picture that she painted, Pony, if we go back to that, it sounds pretty accurate as to what the situation is. Like, Rodgers is absolutely contemplating retirement. Now, she didn't throw in the the family stuff or the inner circle stuff or any of that. But he's absolutely contemplating giving up football. And I still think that there is truth that he would rather wait on a true contender, and he may not see the Steelers that way because, let's be honest, they're not.
Well, look, if he knows he's got divided attention and other things going on and can't commit all his energy to his career right now, it would be easier for him to parachute into or get dropped into a situation that's easier, better leaders, offense in good shape, coaches that he trusts, all of those things, than, something that's maybe more akin to the Jets where he has to take the bull by the horns and take charge of the situation. It doesn't look. I mean, he made it sound like it isn't about I need a coach who's wired this way, or I need an offensive line that looks like this, or wide receivers that play like this. He seemed genuinely to make it about his own personal life situation. And that's the holdup, and not, he said, Ben's hypothesis about waiting out the Vikings, he said that was wrong. It's not about the Vikings' preference over the Steelers. It's legitimately about my personal life. Okay, so even if we don't get into argument about, is Rodgers being dishonest? Is he lying? Is he telling the truth? If we even just take him at his word, he sounds like a guy who is very far away from making a decision on the Steelers, and it just blows to smithereens all of this secret deal, secret handshake, the vibe that the Steelers put out now at the owners' meeting baffles my mind, that they would come across both Mike Tomlin and more so Art Rooney, that they would seem so confident that this was going to happen. I mean, Art was practically chortling and giggling with reporters about it, making it sound like he talked so freely, and he painted the impression, or I thought made it seem like this was only a matter of time. It's very, very far from a done deal. And I think, I'm fine with Mason Rudolph. If Mike Tomlin legitimately is not fine with him, then they got to make alternative plans. Early in the draft, or, wait out Kirk Cousins. I don't know. But this does now, I think, have a very good chance of blowing up in their face. They put all their eggs in this guy's basket, and if he really is being truthful and let them know from day one, hey, I'll come visit you guys, I'll work out with DK Metcalf, but I'm very far from giving you any kind of confidence that I'm going to play there because I need these things to get shored up in my personal life. And they're still this committed and this latched onto still desperate for Aaron Rodgers. It's crazy. You know, I thought that he might say something today that made Steelers fans get some level of peace of mind, like, okay, he doesn't want to announce it on Pat's show, but hey, he's coming here. Pat asked him several times, hey, once your personal life gets figured out, are you going to be a Steeler? And he wouldn't answer that question. So how do you feel now about the Steelers' pursuit of Aaron Rodgers? You can tell Chris isn't here. He's in Nashville for the Easter holiday weekend. So you've got me and Donnie to sound off with, 412-928-9370. We'll get more clips from Aaron talking about his visit in Pittsburgh and meeting Mike Tomlin and how long it's going to take or what's factoring into his decision, all that stuff. 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. After a month of speculation, we finally heard from Aaron Rodgers today, and let's get some of your takes in on it next at 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Andrew Heaney is dealing for the Buccos as they lead the Nationals 1-0 in the top of the seventh inning at PNC Park. Pirates and Guardians start a series after this. Tomorrow night, 6:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey for Choice Cabinet. Now, I will admit something about myself straight away. I am not the world's most patient person. Just really don't like to have to wait a long time for things. You probably don't either if you're a contractor or you're a homeowner looking to get a kitchen remodeling project done, or you're the DIY type, you're looking to do it yourself actually, and you realize that the average wait time for cabinets right now is 8 to 12 weeks. That would make anybody see red with anger. Good news, though. Thanks to Choice Cabinet, you don't have to wait. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. And these cabinets, they're all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And the best part is that delivery is available in as little as 3 days. They'll even deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to make sure there is no damage. So whether you're a contractor, whether you're a DIY type, whether you're a homeowner, if you're looking to get a project done and you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the home for our Pittsburgh Pirates.
Whoa! That came near the head of McCutcheon. Here come the Pirates! They're coming for him! The umpires try to hold him back. Now the bullpens are emptying. Everyone's sprinting out onto the field.
You don't touch McCutcheon.
Turn down for what? Cruz with the bases loaded. Cruz has hit a grand slam! Turn down for what? That's how you answer! That's how you answer! Turn down for what?
Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Cam Ward has become the heavy favorite to go #1 overall to the Tennessee Titans. But the Miami quarterback hasn't got as much hype as you'd expect for the top guy. Maybe it's because it's such a short thing, or maybe it's Ward's strange journey to this place. He started out a tiny incarnate Word, then went to Washington State, and then exploded at Miami. The Titans fans probably don't care. They need to reset at QB, and hype or no hype, Ward fits that bill very nicely. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano, and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Aaron Rodgers going through stuff in his personal life. People in his inner circle require his attention. Pretty much said that football's down his list of priorities. Asked several times by Pat McAfee about signing with the Steelers and couldn't commit to anything. Said he's leaving every door open and every option on the table, basically. So, I mean, what are the Steelers going to do now? Continue to wait, continue to just hope that those things get better and Aaron Rodgers gives them the all systems go? I mean, that could be in September, October, November. We've got no timeline. He said today he was given no deadline. They've not told him, hey, if we don't have an answer from you by this date, you're out of the picture. We're done with you. So anybody who would hope we'd have clarity, we'd have an answer from Rodgers by the draft, you're wrong. 412-928-9370. Let's start off with our 2025 winner of the Best PM Team Caller Award, and that would be the great Anthony in Oakland. Hello, Anthony.
You know, my son was telling me something about what you guys were doing. I've been incommunicato for a bit, but thank you for
you can
any
thank our
recognition
listeners.
like that.
Well, you got put in the bracket by the committee, and the listeners took you the rest of the way, Anthony. You steamrolled and bulldozed everybody in your path.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, I try to be as succinct and articulate as possible.
Well, let's hear that on Aaron Rodgers right now.
Well, the Steelers are groveling. The organization needs to move on. Go with Mason Rudolph. Trade Watt if you have to. But if you go with Mason Rudolph, then that means you're going to sign Watt. One of the two. But New England is looking for a pass rusher. If you could trade Watt to New England and grab that high pick and get you a second rounder, because Watt's worth both, so you could handle your quarterback situation. But I'm going with Mason Rudolph. I'm going to draft a quarterback. I'm moving on because you can't have. You're in limbo here, and you look like an organization that's desperate.
I would trade Watt too. I would look into it. They won't even do that. I feel like the Watt thing's a complete non-starter. It's like bringing up, I'd love for Bob Nutting to sign Shohei Ohtani. It just feels like something that it's a bridge too far for them. They won't even consider it. They'll have a staring contest with him and hope that he blinks and takes less money than Myles Garrett the day before the season starts. And I think part of it, too, is they want to keep as good of a team together when Aaron Rodgers apparently decides to make a decision on his football future to still look pretty in his eyes. That's what I think. Thanks, Anthony. And it's in the service of what? Feels like it's in service of Mike Tomlin trying to extend his streak of non-losing seasons for another year. It's not in service of trying to win a Super Bowl. I mean, I'm sick of hearing people say that. So now an Aaron Rodgers, who's barely thought about football, is basically, like we make the joke all the time, the guy gets off the couch. He's going to get off, his sandy ass is going to get off the beach where he's playing with his dog and listening to Walter Watts or whoever the hell the guy's, Alan Watts speeches is what he said he listens to. I don't even know who that guy is. Maybe Twitter or the text line or Donnie can enlighten me. He's going to go from listening to Alan Watts. I'd rather listen to Alan Jackson. And he's going to go and he's going to just show up out of thin air and say, guys, I'm here, I'm ready to go, and he's going to be a great quarterback. He stunk last year in New York. Oh, but he threw 28 touchdowns. I don't care about that. What did Russell Wilson's 26 touchdowns in Denver get you this year? It got you a 5-game losing streak, and we couldn't get rid of the guy fast enough. I'm not. By the way, right now, if what Rodgers is saying is true about his personal life, if that's true, I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at him. Because sometimes family or personal life is bigger than your career, especially when you're 41 and you've accomplished as much as him. I'm mad at the Steelers for clinging to hope and praying that everything in his life is going to get figured out so he can be their quarterback, and that's their best plan. That's what I'm pissed off about. Here's Chuck and Sewickley. Hello, Chuck.
Hey, guys. How you doing? So this is the thoughts that I have. First of all, the Steelers are going to trade Watt to the 49ers.
No, they're not. So we can end that. We can end that pipe dream. No, I don't want to hear the rest of it because it's not happening. I mean, you can say Chuck and Sewickley wants them to trade him to San Francisco, and here's what I think they.
Well, I don't. I like Purdy. I'm from San Francisco, and I like Brock Purdy.
Well,
he's
okay,
a good
fine.
player.
I'm saying that's not going to happen. That's not happening.
How much you want to bet?
My entire life savings.
Well, that ain't gonna. I'm making more money sleeping than you make working all day.
So you've called in now to make fun of how much money I make?
No,
doing my
I'm
job.
trying
That's
to
a really
say
nice
something,
thing
and
to do.
you cut me off.
Because Chuck, it's not happening.
I'm done.
Okay, goodbye, Chuck. Go make more money sleeping than I do on the air. Have fun with that. Here's Rob in Newcastle. Hello, Rob.
Hey, guys, I think you're way off base with the Steelers sitting on their hands waiting for Rodgers. I think they made a decision last year that the two guys they had weren't their future. I think they've also made a decision that anybody that was in the league that would be available for next year is not their future. I think they went after Mason, got him, a guy that knows the system, a guy that will fit in with the offensive coordinator. And their future is either this year in the draft or next year in the draft. And if Rodgers happens to, somewhere down the road, say, hey, I'd like to come play with you, they can still draft somebody and pick them up and have three guys and let their draft pick sit. I think you guys, and trust me, I don't believe anything that Rooney and Tomlin are doing is correct. I still have to hope a little bit that the GMs know what they're doing. You think the GM is actually allowed to go out and do the job the way that he wants to do the job? No,
okay.
No, I don't think he is, but I hope that he has at least enough say to say, hey, here's where we're at. There's nobody out there that we're going to go pay for that's in the league right now that makes sense long term. So we got Mason. We're getting by for a year or two.
Okay, fine, but then so why not tell Aaron Rodgers that's what you're going to do? Why even keep a seat warm for him just in case?
Why wouldn't you if he does decide he wants to come? It's not costing you a dime to say, hey, we're still interested in you.
Because he's a 41-year-old quarterback. That's why.
Okay, but again, he's a guy that he's not going to make them a Super Bowl contender, but he's not going to hurt you.
What do you mean he's not going to hurt you?
How's he going to hurt you?
I don't know. He comes in, you give him the starting job, you go 8-9 again, and you're picking 14th in next year's
So
draft.
you're going 8-9 anyway. He could get hot and take you somewhere. You're not going to do anything this year anyway, no matter who your quarterback is. They got too many other weaknesses.
Exactly. So why even leave the spot open for him?
Well, it's not hurting you. Whether they take him or not's another story. Why say we're not interested? Who knows what happens?
Because he's washed up and not good anymore.
What do you mean? The last 6 games he played well.
No, he didn't. Go look at the games he played in his last 6 against good teams. Go look up the Bills game he played the second to last week of the season. You think that's good?
Okay, well, how many quarterbacks did play well against the Bills last year? I mean, you can't pick and choose. I mean, where they're good and where they're bad. He played well. He had some good stats. He can't hurt you, and I don't think they're sitting there putting their entire season on the hopes of Aaron Rodgers. First of all, and you can't believe anything Aaron Rodgers says. He left his family a long time ago. So personal matters don't bother him at all.
So then why would you want a guy like that on your team if you can't trust him or believe in him or anything like that?
Well, because he still has the possibility of helping you win. He's not going to cost you much. I guarantee you they're not going to pay him $40 million. If they do pick him up, it's going to be 15 to 20, which is nothing. You're going to have him for a year, and then you dump him.
He said he played for 10. Thank you. Appreciate it, Rob. Aaron Rodgers, no closer to signing with the Steelers today after hearing him on Pat McAfee. And in my mind, it sounds like it's a lot farther away and a lot less likely to happen. 412-928-9370. Last couple calls sounding like people that are fine with just waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make up his mind. And if he never makes up his mind, not a big deal. 412-928-9370. And the last guy trying to make it sound like there's actually hope for the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers. Is that how you feel? 412-928-9370. Today's just kind of, we're going to just wing it because we didn't expect Aaron Rodgers to talk for 45 minutes for the start of the show. And it's only been the biggest story in the NFL for the last month, and it's happening right here in Pittsburgh. So follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. I want to get more of Donnie's thoughts when we come back, and plus more of yours. Live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's the PM team. Now it's headline time.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Top 8 at PNC Park. The Pirates holding on to a 1-0 lead over the Washington Nationals. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. Their roofing sale runs for the rest of the month, okay? And it's a great deal. You don't make a payment for 2 years. You sign up with Weather Seal, no money down, with approved financing, credit on site, and then they go about their business. They do their job, come back 2 years later, and they ask for the money. They start to ask for the payments then. 0% down until 2027. What a great deal. And free gutter upgrades included as well. So take Weather Seal up on this tremendous offer. Finances right now, people worried about the stock market. No such worries with Weather Seal. WeatherSealHomeservices.com is where you go. That's WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Upgrade your home security with Guardian Protection and get a free Video Doorbell Pro. Right now, when you purchase an essential security package, Guardian will include a high-definition video doorbell at no extra cost. See, hear, and speak to visitors from anywhere with two-way audio and motion alerts. Don't miss this chance to enhance your home security for free. Call 1-800-PROTECT, that's 1-800-776-8328, or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Now at Verizon, they have some big news for your peace of mind. For all customers, existing and new. They're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise.
Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, regripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee said he's got off-the-field stuff to deal with, personal commitments, difficult stuff that people close to him are going through, and that's taken his attention away from football. Does not sound like he's close to making up his mind on where he's going to play next year. Also didn't rule out retirement. And yet the Steelers are still doggedly pursuing him, which I thought was a bad idea from the very beginning. I didn't think a 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers would work here, even if he was dead set and possessed and obsessed with playing football this year. This guy sounds like football is the furthest thing from his mind right now. Why would you still want him? 412-928-9370. Let's get back to your calls. Working some of Donnie's thoughts as well. Chris is off. Our guy, Mr. Old School, is next up. Hello, Mr. Old School.
My guy, what's up? Hey, listen, I agree with you. We need to move on from this guy. You know, people may say, what's wrong with waiting? Here's the problem. We got rid of Russell Wilson and Fields because, you know, Tomlin got enamored that we might get Aaron Rodgers, and he was playing around, let Russell sign somewhere else, and then Fields went over to the Jets. And the other problem is he tied the hands of his Khan because we're trying to wait on this guy, and we're holding on to money that we could have picked up some other picks that were out there. I don't know what we were doing, but we totally shoot the crap on this stuff. I mean, this is horrible.
Thanks, Mr. Old School. Rodgers said he'd play for only $10 million. So if you believe that, then that means that he hasn't kept the Steelers from making any big moves. That he's willing basically to be one of the cheapest quarterbacks in the NFL. And maybe that probably is why they're so interested in him. Because Tomlin can justify it to Khan and can justify it to Art Rooney. Hey, say what you will about Aaron Rodgers, the headaches, the things he goes off on tangents about, the way he makes sometimes his teammates look bad, and his willingness to call out the team he plays for, but he's still good enough. He's still better than a $10 million quarterback, and I agree with that. He's worth more than $10 million, but I don't feel like he's worth I don't even feel like he's worth that to the Steelers, honestly. Like, trying Russell Wilson for the vet minimum last year and thinking that a 36-year-old could go back to being a Hall of Famer has me soured on the idea of a 41-year-old looking like a Hall of Famer again this year, or even anywhere close to it. He was 5-12 last year with the Jets. And we've already heard callers today make excuses for why it went south there, and have tried to justify that his numbers actually, in his performance there, was actually better than the numbers, or better than the record suggests last year. 412-928-9370. Here is our number 2 fan, Jeff in South Park. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, man. You said earlier in the week on the show that Tomlin was looking at it like a quick fix, like the easy way out, which I thought was spot on. Like bringing Rodgers on, I mean. instead of like this whole quarterback mobility thing or taking time to properly develop a young quarterback and put proper coaching around him. You said that Tomlin has prioritized the quick fix in this. And it's interesting, Rodgers going on McAfee today and saying the things that he said, in a way, it kind of made him slightly more of a sympathetic figure because it's hard to tell whether he's full of it or not, but he did seem like he was being genuine. So, like, if you want to argue that he was, in fact, being genuine and maybe he's a little bit more of a sympathetic character in all of this, it makes me even more mad at the Steelers. And, you know, you have callers calling in saying that, well, what harm does it do? I'll tell you what harm it does. If they're going to grovel and wait for a decision from Aaron Rodgers, it absolutely prevents them from doing anything proactive. Like, I know you keep saying that they would never trade T.J. Watt, and you are most likely right. However, if they kind of knew what the situation was going into the season, it's like, well, you know what? We are going to have a year with Mason Rudolph. We have this possible contract dispute coming up with T.J. Watt because the damn Browns blew up the market again. It's like, if they, what you said earlier about they want to keep T.J. Watt around so they have a decent team in case Rodgers does come to us. Like, that's just one example, though. Like, it kind of disallows them from doing anything proactive about the roster in this year. Like, we're just being held hostage by a guy who's 6 days older than me.
Well, time still has to be put into, I would think, like, all right, if Aaron Rodgers is going to come here, what does the playbook look like for Aaron Rodgers? So you do those kind of things, and by chance, if he decides, hey, everything's cleared up in my personal life, I'm ready to play. The other thing is the limbo state of him, I think, hangs over the team for as long as he's not here. With every quarterback struggle, with every quarterback hiccup, conversations about Aaron Rodgers being the guy who rides in on the white horse. It would remind me of the entire season that they had when they waited on Le'Veon Bell. And questions all year were about him returning to the team, how he would help the team, how it affects the mentality of the team that he's not there, how the guys there feel about him. It's going to be chronic and constant Aaron Rodgers questions. He's going to cast a shadow over this team as long as he is in this state where he doesn't know what he's doing, because they're still the closest team that's linked to him, and I do think that weighs on a team. Now, thanks, Jeff, for the call. I mean, maybe in the end that'll have the desired effect. It'll hurt the team. They'll have a bad season. It'll help their draft stock for next year. It'll make Mike Tomlin look bad. All of those things. I just can't. I'm just still baffled by how confident Art Rooney sounded and how sure they seemed that he was going to come here. The media reports. I mean, Florio, what he said. Free agency week. Oh, they might have Rodgers signed by Tuesday or Wednesday. This is basically a done deal. Jeff coming on our airwaves and saying, yeah, I believe there's a secret deal done. It doesn't sound like he's in any position right now, Aaron Rodgers, that is, like, he is not even really thought hardcore about where he wants to play and who he wants to play for, other than exploratory things and doing due diligence, because he's got this stuff in his personal life that's keeping his mind off of those things right now. Like, if Justin Fields was really priority one for them and they let him go to the Jets because they like Aaron Rodgers more and they're just hoping Aaron Rodgers says yes to them eventually, that's pretty brutal decision-making by the Steelers if that's the case. 412-928-9370. Come back with more of your calls. Aaron Rodgers went on McAfee for about an hour today and talked about his future. He would not even come close to saying he'll sign with the Steelers down the line. Made it sound like his personal life is taking precedence over football, and there's no deadline or no timetable on him coming here. How does that make you feel? 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. I'm live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. The 50-minute mark is coming up, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We'll be right back.
Chris Muller here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Let's talk about success stories. There's mine, 35 pounds down in 6 weeks, 35 pounds that have stayed off thanks to the support you get, the free support you get for life, even after you meet your goals with Awaken 180. And then there's Donnie Football's success story. He is down 51 pounds. Yes, 5'1", 51 pounds since he started Awaken 180. He only wanted to lose about 40. He's lost 11 more just thanks to the healthy habits he has created thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. You can be like that. You can have a success story too. Like mine, like Donnie Football's, you can even write a bigger one if you have more weight to lose. Awaken 180's approach, science-based, nutrition-based, and most importantly, support-based, it just works. That's why it's the solution for weight loss. Take it from me, the guy who tried for years to drop the stubborn weight on his own with no results to speak of, only frustration. Awaken 180 works, so let it work for you. Schedule your consultation online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Security deposit waived. Tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The search for the perfect margarita isn't as hard as you think. Cayman Jack, premium malt beverage ready to serve margarita. Discover legendary taste. America's #1 margarita. Tart lime, sweet agave nectar that's crisp, clean, and handcrafted, making it the perfect pairing for every adventure. Searching for an extra bite, an extra adventure? Check out the new Cayman Jack 10%. Searching for a less bite? Check out the Cayman Jack Zero Sugar Margarita, only 100 calories. Please enjoy responsibly.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Find everyday savings and bargains on produce, meat, and more. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting long-term lower prices. With our weekly sales, deals for days promotions, and My Perks loyalty program, Giant Eagle helps make the most out of every shopping trip. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle and Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day.
Who let the
Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
At Biondi Lincoln, experience luxury the 2025 Lincoln Corsair, where elegance meets innovation and performance. This compact SUV redefines your journey. 2025 Lincoln Corsair has cutting-edge technology, spacious comfort, and a bold, sleek design. The Corsair is ready to elevate every drive. Biondi Lincoln Monroeville, over 70 2025 Lincoln Corsairs in stock. BiondiLincoln.com.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport. Payment starting at $249 for 24 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Spring is here. Let two men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two men and a junk truck.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates do their job today against the Nationals, and in this series against Washington, a 1-0 shutout win. Andrew Heaney pitched into the 8th inning. O'Neill Cruz, the only run, a solo homer. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from the beautiful Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Listen, this entire time I haven't felt like I owed anybody some sort of decision at any point. This is my life. Like I said, things are different now. My life is different. My personal life is different. I have stuff in the inner circle that I'm intimately close to. That it's really important to me. And I've been upfront with them about that and said, listen, if you need to move on, if you need to do something, by all means, like nothing but love and respect. If that's the decision that needs to be made, but. There's been no deadline, and yeah, I've talked to Mike T many times.
I already did that. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Aaron Rodgers speaking for the first time since the end of last season. We finally got it from the horse's mouth. If you were waiting with bated breath for good news on him signing with the Steelers, you didn't get it. If you're like me, and you don't want Aaron Rodgers to be the Steelers quarterback, it is good that he didn't commit to the Steelers today, but it's also bad because it reveals and exposes this team's shoddy decision-making and fly-by-the-seat-of-their-pants attitude and mentality when it comes to the NFL's most important position. Aaron Rodgers is 41 years old, can't play a lick anymore, and has stuff going on in his personal life. But the Steelers are so desperate for Aaron Rodgers, they'll wait for him to make a decision, one that might never come. You just heard him say there on McAfee's show, I don't owe anyone a decision. There's no deadline. And he even said to them, if you need to move on, move on. But they can't bring themselves to do that. So we're taking your calls on this at 412-928-9370. If you just flipped over from the Pirates win over the Nationals, this is the big story today. Aaron Rodgers went on Pat's show for about 40 minutes. We have all the big clips and all the big quotes that we'll get throughout the show. Malsey is off. He's in Nashville. So you've got me and Donnie back in Green Tree to break this one down at 412-928-9370. If you are leaving the Pirates game and want to say something about that team or the state of the team, you can do that too at 412-928-9370. But this is going to carry most of the show today. Aaron Rodgers' comments, and if you thought there was a secret deal, no, there's not. If you thought he was going to sign here on Monday to be here for the first day of team activities, no, he's not. If you thought he was going to sign on draft night to steal attention away from the draft or make the NFL or the Packers look bad and make their big event play second fiddle, no, he's not. He's got stuff going on in his personal life. That's his priority. He's let the Steelers know that from the jump, and they're still willing to wait on him and see if those things get resolved or figured out. If they don't, then I guess Aaron Rodgers will put off playing this year or maybe just retire. He did say retirement is a possibility. And the Steelers have let other opportunities to bring in quarterbacks or sign quarterbacks or trade quarterbacks go by the wayside. One thing that I believe now coming out of this is, with no guarantee at all that Aaron Rodgers is going to play football in 2025, it explains why the Steelers have done so much research on quarterbacks in this draft. And I would, for the record, I've said this, if Sanders is there at 21, I take him. The other quarterbacks who become more appealing to me now than before are guys like Will Howard and Tyler Shuck. And let me tell you why that is. Because if Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play, I don't want 2025 to just be about Mason Rudolph. Now, I'm not opposed to Mason. I'm curious to see Mason play a little bit more after the way he closed out 2023 and getting this team to the playoffs. But he can't be the only guy. And I'd rather play somebody who's more experienced and more mature and give them a shot in 2025 than to just throw some wild horse, raw, developmental quarterback out there and see what he can do. Like, I don't think that would be a good idea for the Steelers. I don't think that would be doing right by, say, a Jalen Milroe or somebody like that who needs time on the bench, needs to watch, needs to learn, needs to hone his craft before he plays. So, honestly, like, let's say at pick 83, I don't think this will happen, but let's say Shuck is still there. I would be fine, and I don't think Shuck is going to be a good NFL quarterback. But nobody knows. Tom Brady was the 199th pick 25 years ago. I would be fine with, let's take Shuck in the third round, and we're going to start 2025 with Shuck as the guy, and if he falters or fails, then we'll turn to Mason Rudolph and see what he can do. Because Shuck's 26, going to be 27 years old. The team that drafts him should probably play him sooner rather than later because he's no spring chicken. Same thing with Will Howard. How old's Will Howard, Donnie?
He's 23. He'll be 24 in late September.
All right, let's see if the guy who's older, who just won the national championship, if with mini camp, training camp, and the preseason to get ready, let's see if he can step right in and play. He's another guy that should not need years on the bench in order to become a good NFL quarterback. So that would be my plan right now. I would be interested in getting somebody in here who's a rookie who is going to play this year because I want information on him and whether or not I think he's the answer going into the 2026 draft. Because it sounds to me like Aaron Rodgers is not going to play football anytime soon, and I don't want this to be a wasted year. I mean, I think it would be a wasted year if Aaron Rodgers comes here because I think you're going to be 8-9, 9-8, 10-7. He's probably not going to play great. He'll be just okay. And then you're back to the drawing board again next year. So I'd like to at least discover something about a young quarterback. I'd like to learn something about a young quarterback this year. So that's why I'm in favor of drafting one. And if Sanders is gone, and it looks like he will be, if Sanders is gone, then I want to draft someone who I think is ready to play this year. Now, you might ask, well, why not Jackson Dart then? Because I don't think Jackson Dart is worth being the 21st pick in the draft. I'd rather trade up into the second round and take one of the guys that I'm talking about, if need be, to get that experimental year with the quarterback. But it sounds like Aaron Rodgers is not deliberately leading the Steelers on to play games with them. Like he's got something going on in his personal life, which is fine. And I hope I hope if he's got a sick family member or friend, I hope they get better. But at the same time, like, I've got a football team to run and a season to get ready for, and I don't think you can just wait on that and not make alternative plans. And that would include, for me, absolutely drafting a quarterback now to give that guy a chance to play this season. Donnie, are you more in favor of drafting a quarterback after hearing Aaron Rodgers talk today?
I was in favor of doing that even before we heard Aaron Rodgers talk today. We could have gotten the run-of-the-mill Thursday edition of the Pat McAfee show with no Aaron Rodgers, and my opinion would have stayed how it was. I think that the Steelers should have the mindset, at least as of right now, because it is surely no done deal with Rodgers. You can't just assume that. So you have to have the mindset of, okay, we have Mason Rudolph. Okay, Skylar Thompson technically also on the roster, but let's get serious. So Mason Rudolph is the guy that's right now in line to be your starting quarterback. I go into the draft next week thinking of the person that we select this weekend will at least start out as the backup. And if we're not sold on any of these guys to go in the first round, then I would rather have somebody later on that at least models their game a bit after the dude we already have. And that's where I think the Howards of the world, or I guess you could go Tyler Shuck if he's there at 83, or Kyle McCord in one of those middle to late rounds. Like a guy that plays more of the style that your starter does, because you would the Steelers they're just not complex enough to have two different offenses, and that may be what they need if they go with somebody different early. Like if they go with Jalen Milroe at 83, let's say, how much sense would that make? He going to play the same offense as Mason Rudolph?
No, and I don't think Jalen Milroe playing a lot more than just gadget plays in a package in a game here or there because a guy gets injured or at the end of the year if you're out of it. I don't think him playing a lot of football this year makes sense. It's as far as getting the most out of him long-term as a quarterback. That's why, I'm intrigued by his tools, but I just don't think the Steelers are the right team for him. If they drafted Will Howard with the 83rd pick, I would want him to start week 1. I would do everything I could to get him ready to play week 1 and not go with Mason Rudolph originally, and then when Mike Tomlin got sick of Mason Rudolph or tired of Mason Rudolph, let's just throw Will Howard to the Wolves in week 3 or week 4. He's old enough, I want to prepare him to start. And I think they've got to have that attitude right now. Like before, people said, I don't think what Aaron Rodgers is doing affects the Steelers drafting at all. Well, now I think it does, because we know it's now become known what his reason for waiting is. If his reason originally was, well, I just don't want to do all the minicamp mumbo-jumbo and go through that stuff, okay, fine. You still feel like you have Aaron Rodgers in your back pocket. You can't feel like you have Aaron Rodgers in the on-deck circle anymore after hearing him today. Everything they've put out there, like when Kabali said the Steelers are in full control, they've no control right now. They have zero control over this situation. None. They need Aaron Rodgers' first personal life to get remedied. He said that's where his focus is. That doesn't seem like it's an overnight thing. Donnie, did he sound like a guy that's I just got to tie up a couple loose ends, and I think everything will be A-okay by next week?
No, this sounds like it could go on for a while. It already feels like it's gone on for months. It's only gone on for about a month, 5 weeks, 6 weeks we're going on now since the beginning of free agency. This sounds like just the tip of the iceberg.
412-928-9370. Let's work in some of your calls here. We'll start with B-Man. Hello, B-Man. You're on the fan.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. You know what? I want you and I want all these other callers that call in after me. I want you to think about this question, all right? What does winning smell like, all right? Let's look at the Rooney's that is running this team now. Let's look at how the old Art Rooney used to run his organization. There's no way that they would be sitting up there waiting for this man to make a decision if he wants to play football or not for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That Pat McAfee interview said a whole lot. And you know what, though? I give Aaron Rodgers credit for being honest. He said, listen, I got personal things going on in my life. I'm not trying to hold anything hostage. And if he thinks it's about money, I would play for $10 million. Well, first of all, I think Fields should have still been here, all right? He had a 4-2 record last year. He was taken out for Russell. So, I think he should still be here as a Steeler, but he's not. That's here nor there. So what do you do here? Are they working behind the scenes to see if maybe they can do a trade to where they can get Shedeur up here to Pittsburgh in that
I don't think so.
Who knows?
I don't think they'll do that, B-Man. I'm going to let you go here because we got more people to get to. I don't think that they're going to give up extra to get him. I think if he falls, maybe, although there's some reporting today that his meeting in Pittsburgh was a disaster. I'd have to dig into that a little bit more. That was interesting. That kind of backs up what Dulac alluded to yesterday when he said it's not happening with Shedeur Sanders, which, I mean, that's a whole other can of worms here. If it really went as bad as it's being reported by a guy in Houston who breaks a lot of national stories. If you were a Justin Fields believer, and I'm not, I watched him play enough last year, and I thought in this offense, in this system, he's never going to make it to the next level. But I know I'm not, that's not a universal opinion. If you were a Justin Fields guy, then I think what you heard today from Aaron Rodgers has got to piss you off. Really got to tick you off. Because this idea that they said no to Justin Fields or no thank you to Justin Fields because they knew or they thought they were going to get Aaron Rodgers, no. It was not that easy. It was not that simple, not that basic. They were kind of kept at arm's length by Aaron Rodgers this entire time because of what's going on behind closed doors with him. So they let Justin Fields walk without the slightest clue or idea that Aaron Rodgers was actually going to say yes to them. Donnie, I know you were a Justin Fields guy. Do you feel more and more like that was a big mistake by the Steelers, the way they handled that situation with him?
Yeah, because they could have had him for a very, very affordable price. And I know that one of the other talking points with Rodgers today was how little he said he would take to play. But again, we cannot believe that until pen actually gets put to paper. They could have had Justin Fields, who by no means do I think is the man to get them over the top, but at least for the time being, he could have been a bridge quarterback to somebody else for, let's be honest, a very cheap price for an NFL starting quarterback, and they kind of just let that go. And it also seems like the dude could not trust the Steelers brass whatsoever, so it may have not even had to do a whole lot with whatever price it was.
Let's get more of your reaction to Aaron Rodgers on with Pat McAfee, 412-928-9370. You can go to our social media and get the quotes and clips, 937thefan.com, at 937thefan on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We'll continue to work more of them in. Rodgers saying, I don't owe anyone a decision. There's no deadline. If the Steelers want to move on, that's fine. I'm cool with that. 412-928-9370. Your take on the situation. You just heard Donnie say it does look like it was more of a mistake now to kick Justin Fields to the curb. Is that how you feel? I think now the Steelers have to draft the guy early in this draft. 412-928-9370 to be their quarterback. Do you agree with that? Timeout. We're right back with your calls reacting to Aaron Rodgers. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins finale tonight, game 82 of 82, hosting the Washington Capitals at 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, it's Donnie. Get in on the betting fun with BetParks and the BetParks app. Pro hockey getting very close to the playoffs. Pro basketball is in the playoffs, the play-in round. In fact, you also have baseball every single day and night. Pick a game, pick multiple games, cross over, and pick different sports. Put a parlay together. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win with BetParks. It's the only app I use, the only app I recommend. Play all of your favorite casino games. Bet on all of your favorite sports. Blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, online slots based on Rocky, Ted, The Goonies, or your favorite TV shows like Breaking Bad and Peaky Blinders. Download the app now, and there's a great offer for new users. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Fisher Investments. I'm sitting in New York where there's way too much debate right now over Juan Soto's happiness with the Mets. It is April 17th. There are roughly 145 games left in this season. It is way too early for any deep thought on anything we have seen since opening day from a player or a team, except the Rockies. They don't appear to be that good again this season. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Discover unbeatable value at Get Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Now for the Gerken Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound side of the Parkway West, we're seeing slowdowns from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to about the county jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Second annual 5-alarm marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union will take place June 5th and 6th. This year, we're at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we're looking for 25 fire departments that will benefit from this year's fundraising. Register your fire department now at 937thefan.com. It's brought to you by Aircraft Management Group, Firehouse Subs, 1-800-BOARD-OP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Guardian Protection. Well, the rundown, as they say in the business, went down the toilet today or in the garbage, the paper shredder. As soon as Aaron Rodgers talked on Pat McAfee, and that buttressed right up against the start of the show, so we've basically done a wrap or a post game show on Aaron Rodgers, not the Pirates who won 1-0 today, but what Aaron Rodgers finally had to say about his football future and the Steelers. If you're just tuning in, he's nowhere close to signing with the Steelers, people. And a very astute text came in here from a listener, Donnie. This makes I think this person's right, because I heard the same thing, or at least I thought I did. It sounds like this person said that there's multiple people close to Aaron Rodgers who are dealing with things and are dealing with serious things. Like, it's not just like, I don't know, I have no knowledge of the situation, but it's not just like a sick grandmother or a brother that's going through a personal crisis. He made it sound like there's plural people that he's concerned about and worried about and needs to be there for their needs and issues and problems and all of those things. So, I mean, that might be 2 people, 3 people, who knows? But when you're dealing with all of those variables, what are the odds that everything gets smoothed over and worked out in very short order? I did not hear a guy talk today who's like, I haven't been thinking about football, but very soon, mark my words, the calendar's going to turn to May or June, and that's when I'm going to have my sights solely focused on football. He made it sound like it's an indefinite process that he's going through right now, and those things matter more than football. Is that what you heard?
Yeah, it's absolutely what I heard. I don't know how you don't come away from that thinking, yeah, this guy, it just sounds like he's not 100% in. And what do we hear from a lot of people that played professional sports? What do we hear Doran say? If you're not 110% in, you're not in. We hear people when they feel like they're not all the way in, it's time to let it go.
Well, that's what I mean. They need to take a page out of Chuck Noll's book. I mean, that was a classic Noll line. If you're thinking about retired, you're retired. If you've got 1 foot in retirement, you're done. This guy is taking long walks on the beach, and he's thinking about, people that are close to him who have had some hard times. He ain't thinking about, he took a respite to come to Pittsburgh and do his diligence. He threw the ball to DK Metcalf. But it sounds like that was, when he maybe had a break or some free time and not like his sole focus. Nowhere close to it. This is not Tom Brady at 41. You need to be so laser focused on football in your 40s to still be good at it when you're playing against elite athletes, alpha males in their 20s. And he's not in that headspace right now. So why would you want him, Pittsburgh? I would have Art call him and say, hey, Aaron, you've been a tremendous individual in this game for a long time. It sounds like you got a lot of stuff going on. Good luck with that. I got a football team to run here. If things work out for you, give us a call down the line, and we'll see where we're at. But in the meantime, we're going to shift our focus away from you and worry about putting a good product down the field this year and in the big picture. 412-928-9370. Here's Dave next. Hello, Dave.
Hey, what's up? It's sad. This isn't even so much about Aaron Rodgers as it is Art Rooney. He's weak. He's just, and he has this franchise looking like I never thought it would look. For him to come and say, we'll give him time, a little bit more time. I mean, it's unbelievable how bad he looks. And when you think about everything that's transpired under Art, I'm actually coming to the conclusion that he's a worse owner than Bob Nutting. At least Nutting has an excuse. At least Bob Nutting has the salary cap as an excuse. This is just weakness. This is weakness. He let Canada stay here for how long? And he eventually stepped in. But something bigger than that is just Tomlin. The fact that Tomlin is letting this transpire. He hasn't won a playoff game in all these years. It's not even about Aaron Rodgers. The problem is so far. This definitely puts the exclamation point, and hopefully everybody sees what's going on. He needs to look in the mirror and wake up and look at how he's running this franchise, because we are turning into a laughingstock.
Thank you. I think the big thing there is what this would make me do if I were Art Rooney is I would wake up and look in the mirror one day and say, how did I get here? How did I get to a place where I'm driving to work every day, my family business, I'm going to my gigantic office, I'm saying nice things to my secretary, I'm wishing her well for her Easter weekend and everything else, maybe gave her an Easter basket, a chocolate Easter bunny, those things, etc. How is it that I'm here and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that everything works out in Aaron Rodgers' personal life? Our series of mishaps, letting Ben play an extra year, maybe too long, drafting Kenny Pickett, once we got Kenny Pickett, the way we handled Kenny Pickett, the players, Mike Tomlin thinking that Mitch Trubisky might be the answer at quarterback, renting Russell Wilson for a year, all of these things. And to each varying degree, you can justify or rationalize maybe one, maybe two of those things. You can't make excuses for all of them. And Aaron Rodgers is a symptom of a bigger problem. They don't know what they're doing at quarterback. They don't. And their process sucks. 412-928-9370. Kevin is next. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. So,
awesome.
Good
to talk to you.
I feel like I'm about to blow this up. I was trying to call yesterday, kind of like a heard from a guy situation yesterday that, Rodgers was legitimately looking for gardeners and, looking to sign a lease yesterday. So I was kind of shocked at the statements today after I heard that. I was trying to call in yesterday to say that, but, legitimately heard from a guy who is the guy who was like, yeah, I'm trying to be Aaron Rodgers' gardener. So it's wild that he said that today and I heard that yesterday. So, I don't know.
So do you think Aaron Rodgers went on McAfee's show and lied? He actually has a handshake deal with the Steelers and he's going to...
is it a lie, though? I feel like it's spicing everything up. You know what I mean? Everyone's talking about it. If he were just to be like, yeah, I'm coming, it'd be a nothing story, Maybe, everything about the guy is kind of a showman
If he said, yes, I'm coming, it would be the biggest story in sports. Every sports network in America would be talking about Aaron Rodgers and how he fits with the Steelers and how the Steelers are going to do with Aaron Rodgers. It wouldn't get swept under the rug. I wouldn't be talking about Andrew Heaney pitching a winning 1-0 today. We'd be talking about Aaron Rodgers coming here and how he's going to work with Mike Tomlin, and it's all those things.
Yeah, but it might be a story until the draft now, or until however long. It could have just been a one-day thing. Now it's a drawn-out. You're talking about the Steelers from here now, whether negative or positive, what anything.
So that's what Aaron Rodgers wants, is he wants to – a guy that he is a multi-million – Right, that's the problem. That's why, even if I take your story at face value, one day he thinks he's close enough to making it happen with the Steelers where he's asking people about their horticulture skills, and the next day he's like, you know what, I got to worry more about my family and friends.
And he could be that wishy-washy. You're right. That's literally how he kind of feels.
And that gets back to what I just said. How do you pin your hopes on a guy who's not even that good anymore, who's wired that way?
I tell people all the time, I literally think Tomlin, in his physical soul, he will never have a losing season. He'll never kind of have that season you have to where you might even the Ben year wasn't that bad. It wasn't like a terrible year. It's just we'll have to trade into the top 10. We'll never even sniff the top 10.
All you'd have to do is tell the guy, look at some of Chuck Noll's years in 86 and 87 and around that time, in 91. That doesn't do anything to take away from his legacy here. You have one losing
He
season.
thinks
Who
it does,
gives a
though,
crap?
I feel like.
You're right. I agree with you. I agree, and thanks for the call. If one bad season allowed for Mike to get a quarterback in here and it set up a second great run for him, no one would circle, yeah, but remember that 1 year without Ben where he went 5-12 and, he you know what he probably thinks? He might think, well, people just believe that I can only win with a good quarterback and it has nothing to do with me and it's only about the quarterback. I don't know. But, look, we've had people call in and say he's looked for houses. He almost bought a house. With all due respect, I don't buy any of that. I think that Aaron Rodgers, when he gets bored, might, look into those things. But I don't actually think that means he's close to coming here. You watched him or heard him on Pat McAfee. We're reacting to Aaron Rodgers. Said retirement is a possibility. Said the Steelers have set no deadline. And his focus is on his personal life right now. Your reaction at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. We've blown the rundown up. We're just talking about Aaron Rodgers right now because we finally heard Rodgers talk. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NBA play-in tournament continues tonight. After a couple of games last night, Miami beating Chicago 109-90, Dallas 120, Sacramento 106. Tomorrow night it will continue. Miami and Atlanta tomorrow at 7, Dallas and Memphis tomorrow night at 9:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Donnie. Good segue into what I want to talk about right now, and that is the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. All new customers get a shot at $250 in bonus bets on FanDuel. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if that first $5 bet wins. And now we have do-or-die games, single elimination games tomorrow night between the Heat and Hawks, and then the Mavericks and Grizzlies. Atlanta's a 1-point home favorite against Miami, and Memphis is a big favorite, 6.5 against Dallas. But Dallas looked good last night, and Anthony Davis came to play, and so did Klay Thompson, who turned back the clock. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on all the play-in tournament action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, if you're just finding us, thank you. Mulsey's in Nashville visiting his sister-in-law. He had a big drive down there, and he missed Aaron Rodgers talking about his football future. Went into details on how he got to Pittsburgh, what the meeting with the Steelers was like, keeping in contact with the Steelers, the DK Metcalf throwing session. And if you're thinking, oh, goody, all those things point to him signing with the Steelers, you are wrong. Because he said that there are things going on in his personal life that are taking his attention away from football. There's no deadline. He doesn't owe anyone a decision. Retirement is still a possibility. And when McAfee asked him several times, well, okay, once things get sorted out in your personal life, are you going to sign with the Steelers? He wouldn't say yes. And didn't even make the Steelers sound like they were the leader in the clubhouse or the favorite to get him. So how does that make you feel about the situation? How does that make you feel about the Steelers? How does that make you feel about the pursuit of Aaron Rodgers? We've been talking about it all afternoon, and we're going to continue to do so. 412-928-9370. Here is fake John in Robinson on this one. Hello, fake John.
Tony, how's it going, bud?
I'm okay. Some guys just came up to me and wanted to shake my hand here, but I told them I've been sick for the last week. Do you think they believe it?
No, they just, think you're,
Probably
the Pony Express.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and you're working. But, so they've completely just blundered this entire offseason. There are a lot of Jerry Jones-esque moves, but I think Rodgers dragging his feet here has the opportunity to inadvertently force them into making the right decision at quarterback, which would be to do nothing for this year. And perhaps if that happens and, they don't reach for, a second, third round talent in the first round of quarterback again, they could maybe be forced into making additional correct moves like trading Watt, trading Pickens, and really be set up very well for 2026 if they did, go 6-11, 5-12 with Mason Rudolph. Not that they necessarily would, but there's a better chance that way.
I've had more time to think about the Watt thing, and I snapped on some people earlier who called in and talked about trading him and everything else. The path to trading Watt now that this is going on is if Watt reads the tea leaves and sees or says to himself, yeah, Aaron Rodgers isn't coming here, and then draws the conclusion that you just did. Yeah, Mason Rudolph's a great teammate and a good guy, but we're not winning diddly squat with him. Does he then take matters into his own hands and basically force his way out of here. That's the only way I see them trading him.
Well, and he
might. I mean, probably not, but he might.
Right. And, I mean, I think he may need to do that quickly. I think we're going to see a lot of veteran player trades next week, and that would be the time to get, top value for Watt and Pickens, not going into the season and, getting a rental value for either one of them on the market.
And look, I the one thing I disagree with you on is I don't like doing nothing from this point. I still think you have to bring in another quarterback who you're willing to at least see if there's anything there with the guy this season. So,
well, can I ask you one more?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you wouldn't rather get a workable piece, not necessarily for this year, but something that if you were in a spot to take a top 10, top 5 quarterback next year, that'll help build that out, than to just take a lottery ticket now when you know the rest of the pieces aren't there. I mean, just to add to that, the DK Metcalf trade is a very Jerry Jones-esque move. It was asinine to trade a second-round pick for essentially 2 years of a guy that will be 30 by the time you potentially get a franchise quarterback in place. Made zero sense. So, to kind of replace that, I think you get a foundational piece in the first round, and then, like I said, maybe try to build out assets elsewhere through picks to move up even further in next year's draft to get the actual guy, not just a flip of the coin.
No, I think if in the third round, if Howard or Shuck or one of those guys are there, I would draft him in that spot, and then he would be my starting quarterback to begin this year.
If you still had a second, if you still had a second, I would do that. But you traded that second for DK Metcalf. If you can move Pickens, I'm with you. But just having a first and a third, I think that third now becomes so much more valuable. I think you have to wait till later to take the kind of lottery pick quarterback, be it a Shuck, a Ewers, or somebody further down the line, be it in the 5th or 6th round. I don't think you can waste it on that third.
Why, though?
Because you only have a first and a third right now, right?
Because you'd be more interested in drafting, say, a running back in that spot and seeing what that guy does on your roster for the next 4 years? What difference does it make?
It depends what you do with that first-round pick. Are you taking a defensive lineman or a cornerback in the first, right? I think that
Probably yes to the first question. If they had their druthers, they'll take the kid from Oregon with the first-round pick.
Yeah, no, I mean, to your point, I don't love taking a running back in that third round when that's your second pick in the draft either, which again goes back to why I hated the Metcalf trade. But I think there's other needs, be it a corner, additional line help, a wide receiver, even just because they've really kind of messed that up. But I think obviously with them saying they're not going to trade Pickens, that only helps his value going into draft night. So I don't put a lot of stock into whichever reporter that was. But, I think you have to say that going into draft night to keep the calls coming in being of some value. You can't say, hey, yeah, we're wide open, right? Make your offers on GP.
Well, I think what you say is nothing. Thanks for the call. You don't say you're trading him. You don't say you're not trading him. By letting it lead to a reporter that you're not trading him, it's almost like you're trying to pacify the player and placate the player and keep the kid from freaking out, which we know that Georges want to do. Here is Steve next on The Fan, reacting to Aaron Rodgers' comments today. Hello, Steve.
Hey, Andrew. How you doing?
I'm okay.
All right. For me, I want Mason. I don't care about what what Aaron Rodgers has to do there. It's bring on Mason, trade Watt, and look toward the next year.
But so you're all for Mason Rudolph playing all 17 games, no matter what, this season?
Yeah, so fine. It's 0-17. And it doesn't matter how it turns out for me.
Thanks. I at least want more than one guy on the team who I want to see if there's upside or not to. And Mason would be on that list. I'm pretty sure Mason Rudolph is not going to be a good NFL quarterback. I also think when people keep saying things like, they're going to go 2-15 or 0-17 or stuff like that, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I actually have more respect for Mike Tomlin as a coach than to project or predict something like that is going to happen. He had Mason when Mason still sucked and was, not getting any quarterback coaching and was hated by Ben and got thrown into a situation because Ben basically needed Tommy John surgery. And with Duck Hodges, that team went 8-8. So I don't think it's as easy as they've built a team without a quarterback that's so crappy they're going to sink to the bottom of the NFL. That's what Steve wants, the caller. That's what I think would be good in the long run. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to be that bad, even if Mason Rudolph is forced to play. And so I still want this season. When you don't have a quarterback, use the season to find out who your quarterback is. And that's why I do want a rookie or another young quarterback on this team to see if the guy has any upside or any future. Joseph is next. Hello, Joseph.
Hey, Pony, what's happening? You guys are great.
Hey, brother. Thank you.
So I was a guy that compared Mason Rudolph to Joe Namath. And I still I'd like to just see Rudolph go the entire season. Why not draft a quarterback in the first round and let Mason run the gamut? What's the worst thing going to happen? You're going to go 9-7 or 9-8? I mean, we've been mediocre for the last 6 years. What's the difference? I mean, and to go back to 2019, you talked about the Duck. I mean, look at the stats. Statistically, Mason Rudolph was a much better quarterback in 2019. It all came down to Big Ben not wanting the competition, and that's the truth. And I think you just might as well give a guy a shot. And let's bring in Jackson Dart if he's available and bring him behind him.
Yeah. Oh, okay. If you draft Jackson Dart, he's not going to be behind Mason Rudolph. Dart's going to play, and then Rudolph would need Dart to get injured in order to play. So it's not that easy. That's my opinion. That's not an opinion. It's a fact. It's complete revisionist history to say that Rudolph was better than Hodges this year. Stats or no stats. I was at the game in Cincinnati. The guy looked like he was urinating down his leg. And Hodges went in there and had to bail them out and save the day. Now, he beat the Rams that season, and first couple of games didn't look too bad. But, yeah, I don't think if you thought Mason Rudolph looked like he had the potential to be a good quarterback that season, then you're just, in love with Mason Rudolph, and we can't have sane, rational conversation with each other because you're so biased in one direction. Look, I've said it several times. I'm fine with Mason Rudolph playing this year, but I don't want him to be the only option. I want the Steelers to have another young option. What's the worst thing that can happen? They go 9-8 again? Yeah, because that would feel like a wasted season. You want something constructive or productive to happen at the quarterback position this year. And I don't want the only fact-finding mission to be, well, let's see if Mason Rudolph is good enough to be our long-term starter. That can be part of the equation, but it can't be the only thing. That can be part of the meal, but it can't be the only thing we're eating tonight for dinner. 412-928-9370. If you're just finding us, Aaron Rodgers went on to Pat McAfee's show and said he's not close to an answer. He's not close to a decision. It's not going to happen next week. It's not going to happen at the draft. He didn't say that directly. That's not a direct quote, but that's basically what he inferred if you watched. So we're reacting to that and how it makes people feel. And we've got tons of people that are calling in and saying things like they'd rather go with Mason Rudolph, and who cares that Aaron Rodgers hasn't made up his mind. That's interesting. And I want to know if that's how you feel at 412-928-9370. We'll also have Steve Palazzolo on next hour to talk about this and how the Steelers can regroup and maybe go in another direction if that's still even a possibility. 412-928-9370. Your reaction to Aaron Rodgers putting off his decision again today on Pat McAfee. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. I'm live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Donnie will take more of your calls. He follows me tonight. You'll hear his reaction to this big story. But first, a message from Mulsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends over at Mitsu by the Mall. You know what I'm talking about. It's Shorkey, Mitsubishi, North Hills. Springtime. That means the right time to get the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. Best inventory, extra savings, all happening at Mitsu by the Mall. There's so much to offer with Mitsubishi. 24 Outlanders that they still have in stock. All-wheel drive. Advanced safety features. You can get one with a panoramic sunroof, plus room for 7 passengers, all you need to haul. Right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months. There's Outlander plug-in hybrids as well, just $379 down and $379 a month. And Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months, plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. Now is the time to take advantage because your big spring deal is here at Mitsu by the Mall and online. Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For tonight, expect mostly cloudy skies with a slight chance of a shower, especially over northwest PA. Low temperature of 47 with winds out of the southeast around 5 to 10 miles per hour. On Friday, expect mostly cloudy skies in the morning, slight chance of a shower, then partly to mostly sunny in the afternoon, windy with a high of 82 degrees. I'm KDK First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Orchestrate your network with Armstrong Business Solutions. From small or mid-size all the way up to enterprise, we have the tools to help you operate more efficiently, securely, and with peace of mind. Synchronize your connectivity across locations with SD-WAN. Get end-to-end network security that proactively monitors for threats and data management to ensure it's always available and protected. Armstrong Business Solutions has the tools to help you conduct business without missing a beat. Visit ArmstrongOneWire.com/business.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting first-hand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
Spring into deals with fresh savings at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 Stay Green or Premium 2 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances and save $50 on every $500 you spend on select LG appliances. Shop in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate at Lowe's.com for more details or qualifying items. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
The Miami Heat were hot Wednesday night, but can they do it again? I'm Sammy Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Heat at the Hawks Friday night. Atlanta currently -1.5 at BetMGM. I think that number is going to swing through. I think Miami goes off the favorite. I believe in Spo, and I believe in their vets. Give me the Heat to move on. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up tomorrow night, Friday night, Western Conference play-in game. Winner advances to play and lose to Oklahoma City in the first round. Memphis, a 6.5-point home favorite against Dallas. Total in the game is 221.5. Now, the deal with Memphis is Memphis cannot beat any good teams, but they beat the bad teams. Dallas is definitely not a good team. Now, Dallas isn't a horrible team, but Dallas is definitely not good. I like Memphis in this spot, and not only do I think Memphis will win the game, I like Memphis to cover the spread. So coming up Friday night, Western Conference play-in game in pro basketball, Memphis minus the 6.5 against Dallas. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring is here. The sun shining, the flowers blooming, and the backyard officially a margarita oasis. Kick off the warmer weather with tequila from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Stock up for Cinco de Mayo with Luna Azul Tequila Blanco 750 milliliter. Grab 1800 Tequila Silver 1.75 liter for your outdoor happy hours. Both are $4 off. Both are perfect for margaritas. Shop more tequilas on sale for spring in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound side of the Parkway West, we're seeing slowdowns from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to about the county jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread in Pittsburgh. The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play their final game of the 2025 season tonight at home against the Washington Capitals. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from a beautiful Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Jam-packed. It's the PM team on the Fan.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Obviously, I went out to Pittsburgh. I flew into a different airport. But yeah, I mean, listen, I've talked to Mike Tomlin. He's more than I even thought from afar, as far as the type of person that he is. I have a lot of respect for what he's accomplished in the league. Arthur Smith, you guys have had Art on the show many times.
Love him.
I mean, talk about a guy that doesn't need to work. Doesn't need to work. But he's a grinder. We've had a friendship for a couple years now, And I just like what he's all about. I like when he's on your show.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. If that's all you heard from Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee today, that happened around 1:20 today. Aaron Rodgers popped up on his Skype or Zoom or whatever it was, his FaceTime, from his Malibu home, right on the water, right on the Pacific Ocean, and then waxed poetic for about 40 minutes on his life and everything he's been through since the season ended, ripped the Jets, talked crap on Aaron Glenn that was thrown in there, got to the Steelers and said nice things about Mike Tomlin, nice things about Arthur Smith, but that was it. Quote, I'm open to anything and attached to nothing. That's what Aaron Rodgers said. Retirement could still be a possibility. And opened up the conversation by letting the world know that he's got stuff going on in his personal life right now, off the field stuff, difficult stuff for people inside his inner circle that have taken his attention away from football, and that hasn't changed. And that's why he hasn't made a decision, and that's why there's no timeline on a decision. And that's why teams like the Steelers have been, I guess, respectful enough to Aaron Rodgers' privacy and personal life that they haven't put a deadline on things. So we're no closer to getting a decision than we were when this whole soap opera started more than a month ago. So how do you feel about that at 412-928-9370? I'm open to anything and attached to nothing. We knew we were dealing with kind of a flaky personality, a guy that's a born contrarian, somebody that wants to march to the beat of his own drum from the second this flirtation started. Everybody knows that about Aaron Rodgers. He's his own person. He almost on purpose, purposefully likes to challenge people and do things differently. And so why would his free agency courtship be any different from that? But then you add a layer on top of that of purportedly, based on what he said today, things are so screwed up for a couple of people or more close to him that it's taken his attention away from football, and he's got to concentrate on that and deal with that before he commits to playing. And, you know, I don't know if Pat asked him specifically when he thought that personal stuff was going to get figured out, but it definitely did not sound like any time soon. So Steelers fans out there, and look, I did not want Aaron Rodgers to go on McAfee's show today and say I'm coming to the Steelers. What I don't get, some people have said this on our station, I don't get why either fans or, because I guess I am a fan, I don't get why fans want Aaron Rodgers for the drama. Oh, it'd be good for business. I don't think it's fun. You know, it'd be fun. I want to be entertained. I'm not entertained by in-house fighting and a team that's got drama queens on it and guys that point fingers at each other and they lose and then they point fingers at one another. That's not fun football to me. I'm entertained by a team that wins. I'm entertained by a team that knows how to win big games. And the Steelers have not had that personality in a very, very long time. If I want to be entertained by backstabbing and lying and people wanting to fight each other, I'll go put the Kardashians on or something like that. That's not why I watch Steelers games. Entertaining product, Steelers football is not a quarterback who throws people under the bus and a coach who makes excuses for people and gets away with mediocre results every year. I don't get off watching that kind of product and having a team that conducts itself that way. I don't know why any fan would feel that way, honestly. So we heard an Aaron Rodgers who's no closer to signing and might be further away, might get further away if things go south or go badly for these people who apparently mean the world to him that are close to him. And he said he came to Pittsburgh because he wanted to do his due diligence, which is what we said. When I say we, I mean like a lot of people in the media and myself when he came here. Like, yeah, it was a good sign that he stopped what he was doing to come visit the Steelers and went out of his own way to visit the Steelers. But that was a get-to-know-you session. That was not a, like you're close to signing, so let's cross T's and dot I's situation. The Post-Gazette is running a headline on this story that says, Aaron Rodgers offers little clarity on his future. I disagree with that. Clarity to me means we now know more than we did before he talked. And we do. It's not the answers that the Steelers wanted to hear from Aaron Rodgers. It's not him getting closer to scratching that football itch and wanting to get out there and prove naysayers wrong and get back to winning in 2025. It's a clear signal from him that football doesn't mean as much to him as it used to. He said that. He mentioned, like, his personal relationship, whoever he's dating right now, like that being a big deal. This is not Tom Brady after he got cut loose by New England looking for a team where he could stick it to Bill Belichick and win and get the last laugh. We did not hear that kind of guy today. So how does that make you feel about the Steelers and where they go from here? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Here is John on the Fan. Hello, John.
Hey, I was wondering, I understand the quarterback's the most important position on the field, but if we don't fix our offensive line, we're going to be average no matter who's behind this offensive line.
Well, how do they fix their offensive line? They've invested first-round picks and tackles the last 2 years. They got a center in the second round last year. They've got one of the highest-paid guards in the NFL. What else do you want them to do with that? Hello? Is that it? Yeah, the offensive line needs to get better, but I don't know what else they could do to try to make it better. Here's Kyle on the Fan. Maybe fire the offensive line coach. That would be a good answer. Kyle, you're on the Fan. Hello.
Hey, I get so tired of Aaron Rodgers' smartest guy in the room attitude and the way he talks. Like, he's just so much more intelligent than everybody else. But with that being said, I do think if the Steelers' goal is to win the most games they possibly can next year, he is the answer. It's either that or you roll with Mason Rudolph, who will just continue your streak of mediocrity, or you take a young quarterback in the draft, throw him in and let him play because, let's be honest, can't be much worse than Mason Rudolph.
Well, hold on a second. So you said Aaron Rodgers is their best chance to win. What makes you think he doesn't extend their run of mediocrity?
I mean, he could possibly extend their run of mediocrity, but I would put the over-under on wins with him at starting quarterback probably at least 2 games, 3 games higher than if you have Mason Rudolph or you have a rookie.
All right, so let's play the game then. What do you think how many games do you think they win if they get Aaron Rodgers for 17 games this year?
You get Aaron Rodgers for 17 games and you get TJ Watt re-signed and he's playing. I think you can win 10 to 11 games. And okay. I think that's a playoff. I think that's a playoff team. I think with Mason Rudolph, you're 7 or 8.
All right, what's the difference between the two, other than the optics of Mike Tomlin's continued his winning season streak or non-losing season streak?
Well, I think 10 or 11 gets you into the playoffs, and once you're in the playoffs, who knows what happens? I mean, anybody can go on a run. Anybody can get hot.
Really? I think we know what happens with this team. We know what happens with this team. They get their barn doors blown off in the playoffs every year.
Hey, I don't disagree, but if your goal is to win the most, if I was the Pittsburgh Steelers front office, I would draft the rookie.
Okay, and I've said the same thing, but the hope that Rodgers helps you win games in the playoffs is interesting. I'm using you as a prop here to make a bigger point, but I do want you to respond. Since Aaron Rodgers beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl, which happened 15 years ago, when has he played well in the playoffs?
Yeah, I can't give you a definite answer on that. I mean, the end of his run with the Packers, I mean, he won 2 MVPs, and then his last season with the Packers, I think he went out with an injury.
His regular seasons have been extraordinary. He's won, you're right, 4 MVPs. Thanks for the call. He's kind of got a Peyton Manning reputation. Great regular season quarterback, shrinks in playoff games. And I've heard before we thought we had a dog in the Aaron Rodgers fight, Ben Roethlisberger backers and supporters would call into this station repeatedly and say things like, Ben is a better all-time quarterback than Rodgers because Ben's been to 3 Super Bowls and Rodgers has only been in 1. And Rodgers can't win the big game since 2010. He basically's got the same cross to bear as Mike Tomlin. Sorry, I probably shouldn't say that, Holy Week. He's got the same issue as Mike Tomlin. The guy's choked in playoff games for a very long time, and that was when he was in the prime of his career. And now the Steelers want him when he looks like he cares about things that are way more important than football right now, and is 41 years old. He's not a big game performer, which gets him, that's the problem that's plagued this team for now almost 10 years. And you want a guy that has that reputation? It makes no sense to me. 412-928-9370. We'll take more of your calls. We've also got Steve Palazzolo coming up, reacting to what he heard on McAfee and what the Steelers should do at quarterback now. Text us on the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line. A personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's go to Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
1-0 win for the Pirates. Andrew Heaney, spectacular 7 1/3, 5 hits, no runs, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Dennis Santana picking up his second save. Pirates and Guardians tomorrow night, starting a 3-game weekend set. 6:40 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is right here on the Fan with Dan Zangrilli at 5:45. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey guys, it's Malsey for my friends over at Universal Windows Direct. And this spring, they want to help you at Universal Windows Direct. They want to make your home look a little bit more fresh, freshen up the look. They want your home to be more energy efficient, and they want you to accomplish all those goals for your home while also saving big. So how do you do it? With Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. And right now, they have their fan favorite, their classic offer. Yes, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And there's no limit. If you need 8, you pay for 4. You need 16, you pay for 8. Plus, for a limited time, Universal Windows Direct, they're also offering no interest until 2030. Yes, I'll say that again. No interest until 2030. And if you've been thinking about adding vinyl siding or an entry door to your project, now's the time to do it. Because right now, you can get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Don't wait. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dallas Mavericks may have technically won a play-in game last night, and if they beat the Grizzlies on Friday, they'll technically play in the NBA playoffs. But all is still lost, and there is no hope. Luka Doncic is still a Laker. Nico Harrison is still a GM, pretending that defense wins championships, as if offense doesn't matter, and they have very little flexibility in the years ahead. Dallas may have won, but their fans still lost. I'm Bill Ryder.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout, or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, April 25th and Saturday, April 26th. Come see the stunning Giselle Blanco, only at Cheerleaders.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
It's your weekly O'Reilly Auto Parts checkup. Have leftover or used oil or a dead battery laying around? Visit your local O'Reilly store and take advantage of free fluids and battery recycling.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Increasing clouds tonight, the low 43.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the Parkway West, you're going to see slowdowns on Green Tree Hill, affecting the inbound and outbound sides. And then on that outbound side, you're also going to be slow from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the county jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
4:15, time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. The draft is a week from tonight, but you wouldn't know it from our conversation so far today because it's been all Aaron Rodgers all the time after Rodgers surprised everyone by making an impromptu visit on the Pat McAfee show and sounding off for 40 minutes. And once again, Steelers fans who want Aaron Rodgers got their hopes up. They thought he was going to go on there and make an announcement that he was signing here or make it sound like he was close to coming here, and neither one of those two things happened. Complimented Mike Tomlin, complimented Pittsburgh, all those niceties, but said anything is possible, and that retirement is still one of those things. Yippee. Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team, one of our favorites, is back with us. Steve, your take on what you heard from Aaron Rodgers today.
First off, can I request that Rocky IV always is part of my intro music?
Johnny, can we do that?
Anything at Rocky IV is fine.
Yeah, I'll write down the number there and hope.
Steve, your wish is our command.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I mean, here's the bottom line on the Rodgers thing and why I don't know if the Steelers should really want him is at any point historically when a QB was mulling retirement, has it ever gone well when they decided to play?
Brett Favre in 2009, and that's where I'm going to stop.
Was he really mulling retirement before going to the Vikings? I can't remember how bad that was. Was it that bad that year, or was it the year after?
I mean, it was really bad in 2010 with him, but the season between the Jets and the Vikings, it looked like he might not play, and then he made a decision, I think, in August.
He was unbelievable that year. Okay, that would be the one. That'd be the one. But even Brady, Big Ben, Rodgers last year. I mean, it's not great. So it's probably not a good starting point there. But yeah, I mean, the draft is in a week. Like, you got to make decisions for your team, so you have to know what your quarterback's doing. And doesn't seem like Rodgers is close at all to having a decision at this point.
So you've been consulted by NFL front offices. You, I think, aspire to work in one, to run one. If you were Omar Khan right now, or better said Mike Tomlin, because he really runs the front office, what would you be thinking? What would you be doing as far as quarterback goes with the draft 7 days from now?
So depending on where their evaluations are, I don't know if they have a round one grade on Dart or Milroe or any of those guys. But I think you got to take a shot somewhere, round one or round three. And now I like the second tier of quarterbacks in this draft, and I think Milroe's in the second tier. I think Will Howard and all of them. There's probably 5 guys. Dylan Gabriel, I've mentioned on the show before. Kyle McCord. I think all those guys are in the second tier with some sort of developmental upside. You have to take one of those guys at least. I don't know that they're getting a starter. And then I would say if Shedeur falls, you might consider that at 21. So that's where I am. I think you have to anticipate taking somebody, though, in the middle rounds, and there should be at least one of those guys available.
So this is my 4-point plan on what they should do. You ready to hear it?
Yes, absolutely.
Draft Sanders 21st. That's number 1.
Yep.
Number 2, if Sanders is gone, take Shuck, Howard, or McCord. Number 3, let Shuck, Howard, or McCord start at the beginning of the year. Point 4, if when Shuck, Howard, McCord stink, play Rudolph.
Okay.
You like it?
I mean, it's one of the better, relative to the other options. Man, Shuck, I liked Shuck on all of his films. Did you see that one play that was making the rounds? Like, yes. I almost want to eliminate him from the board.
You talked about that, and then I went and found it, and I wanted to throw it at myself when I saw it. No, it's okay. Look,
it's like one play, I just want to eliminate him completely.
Steve, the reason why I specifically named those 3 quarterbacks is because, unlike Milroe, to me, like, the Steelers were so bad at picking a time and a point for when Pickett was going to go in that I just don't trust them if they get Jalen Milroe, who's very raw, to find the time in 2025 to put him in and make a good evaluation on him. So I'd almost rather take the guy that's 23 like Howard or 26 like Shuck or McCord 22, whatever he is, and just give him the entire runway of this offseason, mini camp, training camp, preseason, prepare him to play, and then see how he does. And if not, then your fallback option is Mason Rudolph, and he's used to doing that. I don't like the idea of starting Rudolph and then whenever he falls on his face, let's just willy-nilly throw the other guy in there and see what he can do. I'd rather prepare the kid all year to start than not give him those reps and then just say, hey, let's see what you can do. Thoughts?
Yeah, just because the guys are older, they still need to adjust to the NFL and everything. So I actually thought what New England did last year with Drake May was really smart. And no matter how old the quarterback is, that Jacoby Brissett was the starter. They knew he was a bridge starter. They essentially declared as such, and they gave May 30 to 40% of the reps during practice as the backup.
I don't trust Mike to do that because I think Mike is going to try to win every game like that Sunday's the Super Bowl. I like what you're saying, but I just can't see Mike getting into that headspace. Steve?
Yeah, that's the challenge. And this is why I don't know if you guys were critical of the Falcons last year when they drafted Michael Penix. They did it so they're not having this conversation. Now, it doesn't mean Michael Penix is the answer, but they drafted a QB when they didn't, quote, need one, because who wants to have this decision? Do I take Tyler Shuck, Will Howard, or Mason Rudolph? Like, who wants to get to that point, So you got to be creative and aggressive and just take some shots. And that's all right. I always talk about, really quick, I talk about the uncertainty of the quarterback position. Part of that is, like, you could be wrong if you don't like a guy, and he could be good, like I was with Josh Allen, like other people were with Jordan Love. And the payout of that is just incredible when you finally hit on the guy.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask you, because I said that Aaron Rodgers is a symptom of the bigger problem, which is the way the Steelers have gone about trying to fill this position. And look, you're right. People get it wrong. Bill Belichick drafted Mac Jones in the first round, took a shot on Cam Newton. Like, he didn't get it right post-Brady. So, obviously, no one's perfect. But the process counts for something. How you tried to fix it matters to me. And I think the Steelers' process has been really bad. What do you think their biggest mistake has been in trying to get the quarterback position right in the last few years?
So I look at what the Eagles did in 2020, where they spent a second-round pick on Jalen Hurts. And they didn't need one at the time, right? They had Carson Wentz, and Wentz was pretty good leading up to that point. Maybe soured a little bit by that, but they drafted when they didn't need one. I mean, I'd go all the way back to Big Ben and say they should have been taking shots back then on second and third rounders, or maybe even a first rounder at the right time. It's tough to do, man. I mean, it's tough to say, hey, we got one last shot with Big Ben. Let's get the next guy in there. But look, the Packers did it. They dealt with the uncomfortable conversation with Aaron Rodgers. They also somehow motivated him into 2 MVP seasons, and then they transitioned to Jordan Love. So I'm not saying you can replicate that exactly, but you have to take shots at the quarterback position, in my opinion, because then you're sitting here. I mean, the Colts have been doing this for years. They finally tried to draft somebody in Anthony Richardson. He might not be the guy. That's fine, but they would have still been in the same revolving door of veterans, Phillip Rivers and Jacoby Brissett and Carson Wentz, not necessarily in that order. Like you can either say we can win like that with the Marcus Mariotas and Carson Wentzes of the world, just Justin Fields, give me whoever, or you're trying to look for the next long-term guy. And I think you just have to continue to use draft capital on those players.
Steve, what do you say to the Steelers fans that have called our show today and just think they should give Mason Rudolph the 2025 season and then figure it out after that?
Boy, Mason, that 3-week stretch that he had at the end of 23 got him like a decade of goodwill, didn't he? You have a couple, 96-yarder to George Pickens, and everybody loves you. I don't think Mason Rudolph's a good starter this year. I mean, maybe if you're okay with losing, I think you would probably have your first losing season in the Tomlin era, is my guess.
But would it be bad enough to get them in position to draft their guy next year?
Maybe. I think Tomlin's probably tank-proof, though. He's probably too good to only win 4 games. That's what it feels like. I mean, I said the same thing about Vrabel a few years ago, and he managed it. But I think the Steelers roster's too good to lose 4, or to win 4 or 5.
Text came in during this conversation that asks, now that we kind of know where Aaron Rodgers is out and where football ranks for him in his life, would it make you, as the Steelers, want to revisit Kirk Cousins after the draft?
I mean, Cousins might be a better option than Rodgers. If your goal is to maximize the win total of 2025, Cousins might be a better option. I really think this should be let's think about the next couple of years type of season now. You missed out on the musical chairs. You missed out. It's not a great year for free agent quarterbacks. They're just not available. And think about the long term and take a shot this year on a younger quarterback and deal with it. Or maybe you just punt. Maybe you do punt on this year, and next year there's just more QBs available over the next couple of years. I don't know. But I think you got to take some shots. And then, I don't think Cousins solves a whole lot. I don't trust him playing in the outdoors in the AFC North. I just don't trust that, the way Cousins was throwing the ball last year.
Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team, one of the absolute best. Steve, thanks so much. We'll talk again on draft day.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go, Steve Palazzolo. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's segment, the Donnie Football Debrief, comes your way next. We've been all over this Aaron Rodgers story all day long. 937thefan.com for updates and for the latest on what he said on Pat McAfee's show. And Donnie has the latest headline right now.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins finish up their season tonight, game 82, hosting the Washington Capitals. Puck drop at the arena, set for 7 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. The NBA play-in tournament reaches its crescendo tomorrow night with the elimination games to determine the final playoff spots in both the East and West Conference. And all new customers get a shot at $250 in bonus bets. You join today, open an account, make a deposit, and then get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on those games. So you can put together a parlay based on those games. I won one the first night, and I lost last night because I stupidly trusted Sacramento at home against Dallas. Now the Mavericks try to erase some more of the stench of the Luka trade and get into the playoffs by taking on Memphis. Grizz, a 6.5-point favorite at home. The Eastern Conference matchup is the Hawks and Heat, and there's something about Heat magic in the playoffs, and that's why Atlanta at home is only a 1-point favorite. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on all the NBA action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The home for our Pittsburgh Pirates.
Whoa! That came near the head of McCutcheon. Here come the Pirates. They're coming for him. The umpires try to hold him back. Now the bullpens are emptying. Everyone's sprinting out onto the field.
You don't touch McCutcheon.
Turn down for what? Cruz with the bases loaded. Cruz has hit a grand slam. Turn down for what? That's how you answer. That's how you answer. Turn down for what?
Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded sales event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Men with ED, if you think taking old, outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, New Flow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Segment is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Fan beer of the month is Cindy's Hard Mountain Tea from Cinderlands Brewing. Benefiting partners for quality. That music means it's time for Donnie's football segment. The Donnie Football Debrief brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Mulsey off today. So here's what Donnie's doing. He's producing this show. He's taking calls. He's preparing for this segment. He's then getting ready to host in an hour and a half. He's going to be on the air by himself from 6 to 10:35. Really, truly is one of the most dynamic sports talents in not only Pittsburgh, but also, I think, nationally. And I think more and more people are taking notice of that. And I think from time to time we need to appreciate the fact that we still have Donnie on this show and we still have Donnie contributing to this radio station when there are a lot of people out there who are clamoring for and dying for more Donnie football. And the fact that he chooses to do this with me and do this with Chris and do this with us still makes me very happy and very proud. So I just wanted to say that before Donnie started his football debrief for the day. Don?
I'm sure those people can live it up for the next 25 years when I'm still producing for you and Chris.
I'm going to sound like I did in the Pompiani George and Washington call.
Now it's time to go to the Donnie Football Debrief. They no longer play tackle football. They now play flag football. And the United States is getting ready to play in the Olympics against South Sudan for the gold medal in flag football.
Anyways.
The debrief, April 17, 2025. We are going to switch gears here from Aaron Rodgers, which may upset many people out there. Lee Corso announcing today
Yeah.
The legendary college game day panelist, the legendary college coach who will be 90 years old in August. He will be stepping down after the Week 1 2025 edition of College Game Day. So August 30th is the big day to circle. That will be it for Lee Corso on College Game Day.
Do we know what game he's going to do? Do we know where they're headed for that day?
I'll pull up the schedule. I don't think they've announced what game they will have yet, though.
You think it's going to be West Virginia and Robert Morris?
Maybe it's Pitt and Duquesne.
Imagine that. I forgot that Pitt and Duquesne play Week 1. Ooh, let's see here. Alabama's at Florida State, and Corso coached at Florida State, Don. You have LSU at Clemson, Week 1.
Texas, Ohio State.
Texas, Ohio State. Man, what a Week 1 schedule. This is. Is Texas, Ohio State a neutral site game, or is that in?
It's in Columbus.
Columbus.
And he has put on that Buckeye head, that Brutus head, more than any other mascot in college
football. I know, but here's the twist on that one. They don't do the Big Ten anymore. So ESPN won't have that game, right? That'll be like a big noon kickoff game.
Probably.
So,
unfortunately,
I think that kind of factors into the decision a little bit. No Penn State, Nevada, which is a reminder that, yes, Penn State will probably make the playoff. Yes, Penn State plays in the Big Ten, which is one of college football's premier conferences, second to only the SEC. But it is absolutely a joke, and I know that Penn State fans will flip me off in their car and tell me to shut up and stop talking about their team. But it is a joke that their non-conference is Nevada, Florida International, and Villanova. Come on. Play a legitimate team, please, James Franklin. But you're smart enough to know that who you beat and who you play in the non-conference can probably only hurt you and not help you in 2025. You know, I had planned on making Corso part of PM Team Power Rankings, but that got bumped with the Aaron Rodgers move today. The question was going to be, inspired by Corso, Donnie, top 5 sports television personalities of all time. Because say what you will about Corso and what he's still able to do at 89, 90 years old, but the guy was a tremendous TV personality in his prime. Just as a kid who grew up loving sports and having his world and life revolved around sports, Saturday mornings in my house were spent watching Lee Corso on College Game Day, and Sundays in my house were spent watching Chris Berman on NFL Countdown. Just like those guys were just pillars, institutions. And I loved Corso because he was, silly at times, but if he wanted to rip somebody, he would do it. He didn't kiss everybody's ass. He would be critical, and he would say that this team was overrated, or this coach wasn't that good, or this quarterback should have done this or that. And that's the kind of sports commentary I like, personally. I like when everybody on TV doesn't kiss each other's fannies. That's probably why, Donnie, even though this is an NBA town, that's why I think that Charles Barkley show has been so popular for so long. Because they'll rip anybody and everybody on that show.
I mean, I think a lot of people share that same sentiment that you do, that you got through Saturday college football and you knew Lee Corso, and Lee Corso molded, multiple generations on Saturday mornings, and then Chris Berman doing the same thing on Sundays. But, I have said for the last couple of years it's kind of tough. I know that Corso loved to do it, and you could just tell how much he loved to do it, and you could tell that Kirk Herbstreit was like a son to him.
Yeah.
And it almost makes me sad for Kirk because we know how emotional he will be. But it was also clear that, Corso was struggling on air the last couple of years.
Yep.
Certainly. And
Big time.
He would even have his segments limited to where he wasn't on the entire show like he used to be. But yeah, that doesn't take away from all of the legendary moments of the past where he would trick people out with which mascot head he was going to select. I still remember I was in high school. I'm sitting on the couch. My dad's in his recliner. Lee Corso just drops an F-bomb when he decides he's going to switch it up on which mascot head to go with. He had to come back on like 10 minutes later, and they had to cut it to him, and he had to apologize.
How many times has he picked Pitt with the mascot head? Has he ever done it?
Well, if you recall, when they brought back the Backyard Brawl a couple of years ago and they had the Thursday night opener, they had a special edition of Game Day inside the stadium. It wasn't like the full-fledged
It was a mini
3 to 4 hour show. Yeah,
it was like
but
their tune-up show for the season.
But Corso picked Pitt.
Is that the only time he's done it, I wonder?
What about that time they played Notre Dame and then got their ass kicked?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I feel like he picked
that
Pitt
was the
because,
Charlie Weiss, Dave Wanstead game.
Yeah, and a lot of people going into that season, which that game was early, a lot of people didn't think Notre Dame would be very good.
So, according to Wikipedia, Pitt has appeared on College Game Day 3 times, including that opener in 2022, that great resumption of the Backyard Brawl opening game of the season. And Pitt's 2-1. So we've got the loss against Notre Dame, and we've got 1 win. What the hell is the other win? When else would Pitt have won? The 13-9 game was absolutely not a Backyard Brawl game. I mean,
so the show's been around.
College Game Day game.
Yeah, so the show has been around since 1987, just to give you reference.
But Pitt wasn't really, I mean, they were solid for a couple of years there, Blue Bonnet Bowl in the late 80s, but they weren't like a team that would necessarily be College Game Day material. Let's see here if I can find it. They've hosted it twice in 2003 and 2022. The show visited Pittsburgh. Okay. So it says that they were there in 2003 for Virginia Tech. Does that sound right?
I do remember that V-Tech game
Yes.
being a very big one and a very good one.
Yes, they beat them. That's right. Is that the Lasaka Polite game?
That's the one that comes to mind.
Number 25 Pitt, November 8th, 2003, beat number 5 Virginia Tech 31-28.
Yeah, Noah Hiles is texting me saying that was it.
There you go.
Marcus Vick at quarterback for VT.
Marcus Vick, who was like arrested for like throwing a milkshake on a cop or something like that at a McDonald's. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah. Hard times. Yeah, I'm going to miss Corso. But like, at the same time, I think I agree with what you're saying. If this is what you're saying, like, it was time. You know, so there's part of me that's also like happy that, you know, I don't have to like watch him kind of struggle to get through an answer on TV anymore. If that makes sense. Like, it would get awkward sometimes watching him in the last couple of years. It pains me to
like
say it, but
he
it's
would
true.
really struggle to get through a segment.
Yep.
And like you could also tell that Kirk just sitting next to him, almost like pushing him along, like rooting for him to get through what he wanted to say. I think the tribute video for Lee Corso is going to be awesome.
It's going to be awesome, is right. All right, Donnie, this was a great palate cleanser. The Donnie Football Debrief. Coming up next, you'll hear more of Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee's show. He talked about what the DK Metcalf throwing session meant, but I don't even know why I'm saying that right now because that was not even close to the lead or the biggest topic that came out of it. His focus is on his personal life right now and not signing. And retirement is still a possibility. So how do Steelers fans feel about that? The silence was broken. We didn't get pen to paper. We didn't hear Aaron Rodgers say he's coming to Pittsburgh, but we at least heard from the guy today. And how does it make you feel about the Steelers' pursuit of Rodgers, future with Rodgers, future at quarterback? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Come back with more of that, your calls, my takes. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment is the PM Team on the Fan. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Weather Seal Home Services. Look, holidays this week, maybe you're having people over, And I know when Amanda and I have people over, this is her, not me, like she freaks out over everything being perfect and every room being spick and span and everything clean and everything's, basically like we're running a 5-star hotel. Well, what would really make things difficult is if you've got a roof and you're worried about leaking and water damage and if it rains or if there's winds. You always want to have a solid roof over your head, and it's expensive in theory to get a new roof, and people have probably, or you yourself personally have put it off or tried to kick the can down the road because of finances. It's expensive. Well, Weather Seal Home Services has an amazing thing going on right now where you can get a new roof with no money down for 2 years. So why would you not want to take advantage of that and strike while the iron's hot with Weather Seal Home Services? Right now, you can get your credit approved and you can get financing approved and you can get started. And they're going to throw in free gutters just because they're a top-notch company. WeatherSealHomeservices.com is where you go to schedule that quote today. Don't delay, call today. It's Weather Seal.
What's up, guys? Mulsey here. It's a big Thursday with the BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app. A lot of baseball this evening, and of course, the BetParx Sportsbook has you covered. When it comes to baseball, you can bet individual player performances like hits, home runs, RBI, strikeouts, and so much more. But whether or not the Bucks win or your other favorite team wins, there's always another way to win on the BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app. It is the only app I ever use and recommend to bet on sports and to play all my favorite casino games right in the palm of my hand. Blackjack, roulette, craps, and more hot online slots. Like the ones based on the shows Squid Game, Breaking Bad, and Peaky Blinders, all there with BetParx. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to BetParx.com and download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Need to feel power behind the wheel? Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for a 2025 Dodge Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, well, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing, do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping. And you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with True Green. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, April 25th and Saturday, April 26th. Come see the stunning Giselle Blanco, only at Cheerleaders.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance.
and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson for Keystone Custom Apparel. You know what they say, look good, play good. Keystone Custom Apparel is the premier uniform and apparel company for our area's sports teams. With top brands like Nike, Under Armour, and quality basic apparel options, Keystone Custom Apparel has your organization covered for any budget. Looking for uniforms or a way to raise money for your sports teams? Use Keystone Custom Apparel. KeystoneCustomApparel.com. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the Parkway West, outbound side, you're going to see slowdowns starting at the top of Green Tree Hill and then further back from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the county jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This report brought to you by DEA's National Prescription Drug Takeback Day. Learn more at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our communities safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates take 3 of 4 from the Nationals. 1-0 the final. Andrew Heaney pitched into the 8th inning. O'Neal Cruz hit a solo homer to start the game. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from the amazing Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I wanted to see what it was like there. See the facility, get to meet Omar in person, see just get a glimpse, a snippet of what life would be like in Pittsburgh. So I thought it